Chapter 367. Seeing that Celia was looking at the bag of fish biscuits she was holding in her arms, Mao clenched his fists tightly. He had a conflicted look on his face, but in the end, he still opened the bag and gave some to Celia. As for the big sea beast, it did not taste the fish biscuits at all. It was not the least bit interested in the fish biscuits in Mao's hands. It was now playing with a big brush with its tongue. Celia stretched out her webbing to make it easier for her to hold the fish biscuits. Looking at Celia, who was eating happily, Celine asked, "Celia, have you been living underground all this time? Before we came here, this city had never risen?" "That's true." Celia chewed on the fish biscuit in her mouth and replied, "According to the records, my ancestors and I have always lived in the underground city. Only when the key appears can the city rise again. So for thousands of years, we have been living underground. Sometimes, when we are bored, we will come out and take a stroll around the city." "Swim around? Do we need to wear protective clothing or something like that when we come out to swim?" Celine asked. "What do you need to wear to swim? Isn't it just walking out of the house and playing around for a while before going home? What's a protective suit?" Celia was confused. "Nothing. It's just a swimming suit worn by ordinary people." "Can you mill people come out to swim directly? Can you swim freely at the bottom of the sea?" Celia stuffed all the fish biscuits in her mouth, then scratched her hand and said, "I heard that in the beginning. We could not. We could only stay in the city's defense circle. The later generation could go out to swim, but they did not stay outside for long. Finally, when it came to our generation, we could almost swim freely outside." Celine was a little surprised. It seemed that the mill people did not stay in the sea for 1,000 years for nothing. The beneficial mutation of their bodies made them more suitable for living in the deep sea. "Since you can come out to swim, where have you been? There should be a lot of giant beasts at the bottom of the sea, just like those sea beasts that I have seen sealed in crystals. Aren't you afraid? This city will emit a sound wave that humans can't hear. Those giant beasts are more sensitive to this sound wave, so they won't approach this area." Korea recited the passage from his memory as if he was reciting a book. He did not know anything about sound waves or sensitivity. All he could do was to recite the passage. Celine raised his head and looked outside the light shield. Just now, there was a big sea beast swimming past the light shield, but it didn't continue to approach this place. This was probably the reason why the sea beast had retreated when Cheto was talking about. At the same time, Celine also learned from Cheto's analysis that there were other reasons that paralyzed the space plane they were on. This was probably what the Shi family had done to prevent the aliens from coming here to cause trouble. Yes, because of this, we didn't dare to go too far. In addition, there's a trench next to the city. It's very dangerous there, so the elders didn't allow us to go near it. As for those sea beasts sealed in crystals, I heard that they came to cause trouble when the city was being built, so they were sealed inside by our benefactors." Cheto's eyes were filled with admiration when he talked about the sealed sea beasts. The crystals weren't enclosed inside the light shield, so they weren't considered part of this underwater city. That being said, it was extremely difficult for the Shi family to achieve this. They must have used some special methods. Judging from Cheto's expression, he probably didn't know how the giant sea beasts were sealed inside the crystals in the first place. Celine thinks for a moment before asking, "Where's the trench you mentioned?" "Here, it's over there. It's next to the protective shield." Celine asked Cheto to lead the way. He wanted to go there and take a look in exchange for a batch of fish biscuits. Although Cheto was very afraid of the trench, a batch of fish biscuits in exchange wasn't a bad deal. Besides, he was only going to take a look at the light shield. He wouldn't go too far, so there shouldn't be any danger. The trench that Cheto was talking about was right next to the city. Celine could see it through the light shield. Looking at the trench from the city inside the light shield, it felt as if the city was sitting on the edge of a cliff. There was actually some distance between the edge of the city and the trench, but this distance was nothing compared to the extremely wide trench. According to Cheto, the predators that Lung mentioned were the creatures that lived in this trench. The Mere people called them guardians, not predators, as the people of the Andrira family called them. This was because these sea beasts got along very well with the Mere people here, and they would also help to guard the waters around the city. Even though these sea beasts were the smallest in size among the underwater creatures, they were very strong. Moreover, they often lived in groups. Even some of the larger sea beasts wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. Because of this, the Mere people had been living here peacefully for nearly 1,000 years. Mere said that there were many sea beasts in the trench, and their tempers were generally not good. The Guardians' tempers were considered the best, and they were the easiest to get along with. However, other than the Guardians and a few sea beasts that were accepted by the Mere people, the sea beasts in the trench would not go near the city. There's a big guy here. We don't dare to provoke it. According to the elders, that guy is very annoying. It often snores, and it makes us feel like there's an earthquake there, Cheto complained. Big guy. Yes, there will be a tremor every few years. I have never seen the real appearance of that big guy, but the chief has a record of it. When we were receiving education, the chief showed it to us. Cheto shook her head and told Sillin about the education they received when they were young. However, the more Sillin listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He interrupted Cheto and asked, "When did you receive your education?" Cheto thought for a moment and replied, "Starting from the age of 5 until we were 20. We need to learn a lot of things. It's very annoying." "How old are you now?" "I'm very young now, only 51 years old. Don't look down on me because I'm short. My mother said that I'm not an adult yet, so I can continue to grow." Saying this, Cheto showed off his biceps. Sillin was speechless. "How old do you become an adult at?" Sillin asked. "It's hard to say. A long time ago, the rule was 20 years old. Later, it became 30, and now, the chief set it at 60. Because our lifespan has increased, we should be 300 years old." "Yes, that's what the chief said." Cheto was still immersed in the joy of being able to continue to grow. In fact, the current Mere people were already taller than ordinary people. Standing in front of Cheto, Sillin was shorter than him by 2 heads. As they were talking, the sea beast that Cheto helped to brush its tongue slowly crawled out of the light shield. It passed through the light shield that isolated the water layer, and then began to play happily in the sea outside. Looking at the sea beast swimming happily outside, Cheto also began to itch. There shouldn't be any danger, right? Sillin saw that after Cheto passed through the light shield, his 2 legs merged together, forming a fishtail structure. Some fins appeared on his body, and his 2 arms also changed. A layer of membrane formed over their eyes to protect them, so that they could better play in the sea. Now, Cheto was more like a pure underwater resident. Just like what he said, most of the time, they thought of themselves as sea beasts. Entering the sea environment, Cheto was chasing and playing with the guardian sea beast. Although his speed was not as fast as the sea beast, compared to many people who were good at swimming, he was already very fast. Hui Mao gave the fish biscuit to Sillin for safekeeping, and then jumped out to swim with the 2 sea beasts. However, 5 minutes later, the sea monster that was playing with Korea suddenly swallowed Korea into its mouth, and then hurriedly swam towards the city. After entering the light shield, it spat Korea out. "What's wrong? Is there danger?" After Cheto came out of its mouth, he didn't care about the water on his body, and looked outside the light shield. On the other side, a tentacle stretched out from the trench, and Hui Mao, who was standing there motionless, was wrapped up like an ant. Cheto anxiously patted the guardian sea beast next to him, asking it to go over and help. However, before it could move its feet, the huge tentacle that was wrapped around Hui Mao outside the light shield was broken into pieces. Cheto and the sea beast were stunned, especially the guardian sea beast. Its tail stiffened. Perhaps it didn't expect that the little fat cat would have such a strong combat power. The owner of the tentacle gradually emerged from the trench, and the other tentacles also stretched out. However, now it didn't care about the little thing that had cut off its tentacle, and instead, it swam upstream as if it was running for its life. Woo! The deep roar was full of deterrence, and the sound waves hit the light, creating ripples. A huge mouth emerged from the trench, biting the tentacle monster that was trying to escape, and then sank down, dragging the prey in its mouth. The tentacle monster couldn't break free no matter how hard it struggled. Sillin saw that the huge mouth was only partially exposed, and not even its head was completely exposed. However, this was enough for Sillin to see how powerful the creatures in the trench were. Although the two of them were bigger than the other, they were nothing compared to the size of the trench. This trench was like a passage to another world, and it made people flinch. Cheto patted her chest, still a little nervous. As expected, we can't get close to that trench. If it was just those guardians, they had enough perception and speed to escape from the sea beasts they couldn't handle. However, the Myrians couldn't, so every time the Myrians went out, they would bring these guardians with them. After so many years, they had built up a solid trust between them. Just like how he didn't worry or fear when Cheto was directly swallowed into the guardian's mouth. When Huimao returned to the city, Cheto's eyes were looking at it strangely, as if she was looking at an expert. Sillin, Lung is awake. Cheto sent a message. After receiving Cheto's message, Sillin grabbed Huimao and ran to the old chief's house. Seeing Sillin running to the chief's house, Cheto also followed. Although he wasn't very smart, he knew that it was about the person who consumed the tear of God. It worked? Didn't that mean they could go out and play now? At the old chief's house, Lung was sitting on the stone bed. His complexion was a little bad, but his eyes were full of excitement. Ingweiji was very happy that Lung had woken up, but his young master had been sitting silently ever since he woke up. No one knew what he was thinking. Had the tear of God worked? Why did it look like nothing had changed? Young master, do you feel unwell? Ingweiji asked. Lung pinched his throat, furrowed his brows, and then relaxed them. Then he had a conflicted expression on his face, and then his face lit up with joy. Lung's expression kept changing. Ingweiji and the other subordinates were really anxious to death, but they didn't want to rush him. They had no experience with this at all. They looked at the clan elder, but the old man was also at a loss. The manual didn't say anything about what would happen to the person who woke up. I'm fine. After a long silence, Lung finally said those 3 words. The first word sounded a little strange. The second word was a little stiff, but everything returned to normal by the third word. Sillin happened to hear Lung's voice when he came in. He looked at Lung and asked, "Did something happen to your throat?" Lung nodded and pinched his throat again. He couldn't help but smile. "I'm not used to it yet, but I'll get used to it very soon." "Young master, did something happen to your throat?" Ingweiji asked. Lung cleared his throat and answered the second sound. The second sound? Ingweiji and the others were confused. However, when the old chief heard it, he slapped his thigh. Yes, that's it. I heard that people who successfully mutate will have a second sound. That seems to be the case. The old chief took out an old-fashioned record book and flipped through it. The first sound is your old one. It's used to talk to people, and the second sound is used to communicate with sea beasts. Then how different are they from us tamers? Pescado asked. Tamers could tame many sea beasts without making a sound. If it was just a sound, it didn't sound like much. The chief looked at Pescado with disdain and pointed at the guardian sea beast behind Syria, who was peeking at the door. Didn't you say that you can't tame them? If you can't even tame a guardian with such a gentle temperament, then you can't tame the other sea beasts in the trench. I guess you can only tame some small fish in the middle and upper seas. Those guys are gentle. Gentle my ass. Small fish? Small fish you kick. The old chief's words were very infuriating. Ingweiji and the others were very dissatisfied, especially when they heard the old chief's tone. It really made them want to slap him. However, the old chief's words did explain a lot of problems. The old chief didn't care about the dissatisfied looks of Ingweiji and the others. He continued, if he successfully mutated and created a second sound, then he can communicate with that guy in the trench and let it send you back to the surface. That guy? Lung was confused. Sillin thinks that the guy the old chief was talking about was probably the sea beast in the trench that Syria mentioned. How do you feel now? The old chief asked Lung. I'm fine. Lung pinched his throat again. Then go outside and try it. However, before you can be sure that you can control the second sound, don't go to the trench. Okay. Lung couldn't wait to give it a try. Ever since he successfully mutated and created a second sound, He felt much closer to this sea. He always felt that he could understand the creatures in this sea better. Lung first tried it in the sea on the opposite side of the city in the trench. This time, the evolution was successful. Not only did he have a second sound, his body's affinity with the sea environment had also greatly increased. He felt like he was a sea beast living here, able to breathe freely and swim freely in the deep sea. Now, he was completely capable of swimming to the surface. However, Lung definitely wouldn't leave the others behind and run away by himself. The results of the first test were not bad. Lung made a nearby sea beast come over obediently. It automatically stuck out its tongue and swung it twice. That guy even rolled a few times as if it was playing a treasure, as if it was acting cute. Looking at the sea beast acting cute in front of Lung, Huimao, who was squatting on Silen's shoulder, squinted its eyes and said disdainfully, "How dare you?" Silin glanced at it and didn't say anything. His cat had probably forgotten that it was also an immoral creature. After testing out a couple of sea beasts, Lung finally arrived at a certain part of the oceanic trench under the guidance of the old clan elder. This place wasn't far from where Silin had been earlier, but there was a stone platform here. The mere people in the city all gathered here. They wanted to witness this historical moment with their own eyes. After this, they would be able to put down the responsibilities and burdens in their hearts and go sightseeing on the surface. Lung stood on the platform. Ingweiji and the others looked at their young master without blinking. How proud, how fucking proud. This was Andryra's successor, a true and indisputable successor. Lung followed the records in the elder's old notebook. After adjusting his state, he began to communicate with the guy in the trench. After Lung finished communicating, everyone held their breath and waited for what would happen next. Bang! Following the sound that came from the trench, the surrounding Earth's crust trembled. The group looked around and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. However, the guards were all lowering their heads and sticking close to the ground. Their bodies were trembling, and even the folds of skin that they habitually spread out when they encountered danger were wilting. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their mouths were making muffled sounds. They didn't look as imposing as before. Look, one of the mirror people pointed in the trench. There a group of bubbles floated up. They were densely packed, almost filling up the entire trench. Such a large number was truly spectacular. Huimao, who was squatting on Silin's shoulder, moved closer to Silin's ear and whispered, "Is that a collective fart of the sea beasts in the trench?" Silin pinched Huimao's ear. "Don't talk nonsense." Huimao flicked his ear. In any case, he just felt that those bubbles were like farts. Otherwise, why would they have the color of shit? Silin looked at the bubbles that were still rising up. Although they were colored, they were definitely not the farts of the sea beasts, as Huimao said. Chapter 368. As a large number of bubbles rose, some of the gases in the bubbles dissolved into the water. Silin extended his finger through the barrier and touched the seawater outside. The results of the analysis from his finger surprised Silin. There were many kinds of gases in the bubbles. Some could be used as fuel, while others were poisonous. Of course, as long as the amount did not reach a lethal level, it would not be a threat. However, these gases were all mixed together, and in such a deep sea at that. After the bubbles rose, a few sea beasts swam out. The sea beasts that lived in the trenches were generally larger. Even if they were not large, they were still difficult to deal with, such as the guardians that the miller spoke of. Silin saw the tentacle-like creatures that he had seen before, as well as a few larger sea beasts. However, these sea beasts all fled as if they were taking refuge. Those that did not escape fled to other parts of the trench. Bang! Another loud noise rang out. The entire undersea city shook along with it. The sea beasts fled even faster. The guardians that stayed with the millers gathered together and stuck close to the ground. Their eyes were filled with fear. "It's here!" The elder was trembling with excitement. The legendary ruler of the trench, the true ruler of the deep sea, Antique. Xianxia and the others were also staring at the trench. They had only heard about the tyrant of the trench, Antique, from their elders, and their elders had only heard about it from their elders' elders. None of them had actually seen the giant beast at the top of the food chain in the oceanic paradise. The seawater began to churn. From the swaying seaweed, it could be seen that the seawater was churning on a large scale, and it was getting more and more intense. Lung stood there nervously. He could feel that big fellow approaching. Although it had no ill intentions, the pressure it gave off was too great. Ooh! A low sound came from the bottom of the trench. It sounded like muffled thunder in everyone's ears, and it grew louder by the second. Some of the millers had already covered their ears and retreated in fear, huddling together with the guardians in search of a sense of security. Sillin recorded the sound of this sea beast. He could analyze many things from a sound. Woo! There was another sound, this one much closer and louder than the previous one. Lung, who was standing on the platform, also let out a strange cry as he communicated with the sea beast. After that, the sea beast didn't roar anymore. Instead, it let out a relatively gentle sound that wouldn't make people feel like it was unbearable. The creatures that usually created death factors all avoided the deep and serene trench, making way for them. Some of the plants on the walls of the trench also shrank. When the huge head appeared, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had always thought that the trench was wide, but to this big guy, it wasn't. As the sea beast slowly swam upstream, Sillin finally got a good look at it. However, when they saw the true face of this big guy, not only Sillin, but Ingweji and the others also thought of the same thing. The sea beast on the round platform. When they first arrived, they had entered the second floor of the hill and placed the star atlas fragment into a round table. The round table then rotated and formed a pattern. It was no surprise that it was this sea beast. 1,000 years? The only 1,000-year beast Sillin had ever seen was that giant viper. However, this huge guy in front of them was probably much older than that. Was this a hint from the round table? Sea beasts that lived for this long were highly intelligent creatures even if they didn't understand human speech. They couldn't be treated carelessly. While Lung was communicating with the big guy, Sillin patiently listened to Hui Mao's complaints. Why does this big guy look so stupid? The sea beasts around here aren't good either. They don't even know how to speak or use their tails to stand upright. Sillin knew that Hui Mao was thinking about his friends in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire and his pet, Blueskin. It was just too embarrassed to say it out loud. Blueskin won't grow this big in the future. Its mother is only as big as some of the middle-level creatures in this trench, Sillin said. Hui Mao disagreed. It's useless to just grow big without a brain. Blueskin sea beasts are so cunning. This sea beast is smart. Smart my ass. Sillin didn't argue with it anymore. The cat was throwing a tantrum right now and wouldn't listen to anything he said. After communicating with the big guy for a while, Lung smiled at Ingweji and the others. Antique said it can help us get up there. Antique was the sea beast's name. Young master, I have a question, Pescado said. If you really can control all the sea beasts, why did you have to summon this big guy? The other sea beasts should be able to help, right? Is it because this big guy doesn't allow it? Lung shook his head. The other sea beasts can't help us. Part of the reason is because of Antique, but it's not the main reason. 1,000 years ago, the first person who drank the tear of God told them that they weren't allowed to help anyone who came to the bottom of the sea return to the surface. They could only wait for the next person who drank the tear of God and successfully developed a second voice. The sea beasts in the trench aren't stupid. Even if they can't obey this rule anymore, they'll tell their descendants what to do. Plus, with Antique around, the sea beasts in the trench and some of the larger sea beasts won't violate this rule. So that's how it is. Plus, I want to try out the tear of God's ability. If it can't tame the ruler of the sea, then it won't be the real tear of God. Or rather, it might not be worthy of its name. In the end, it seems like it lives up to its name. Young master, what did you talk about with that big guy for so long? Another person asked. We talked about the past, but it wasn't willing to talk too much about the Shi family. It promised those people that it wouldn't say anything. But it also said that the Shi family is its friend, and the Shi family's friend is its friend. The reason why I was able to obtain the tear of God is because of some sort of relationship. It will help us. There was no way Sillin would take Lung's last sentence seriously. If Lung hadn't mutated and created a second voice to communicate with the big guy, then the big guy probably wouldn't have a good attitude, even if it had come out of hiding. Deep-sea beasts didn't have good tempers. Blueskin, for example, had two extreme tempers. It could act coquettishly to people it acknowledged, but could only be seen as food to everyone else. Ingweji and the others were finally able to return when most mechanical technology in the deep sea couldn't be used, and the expensive triangular spaceplane was severely crippled. Moreover, it was a rewarding trip. Antique grabbed the crippled spaceplane with its claws and swam to the surface. Ingweji and the others stayed inside the spaceplane while Lung stood on Antique's head. He leaned against one of the giant horns on Antique's head and followed the creature upwards. Sillin, Huimao, and Cheto were with the Mere people. This was the first time the Mere people had swum upstream as a group. With Antique clearing the way and the Guardians protecting them, all they had to do now was swim upstream. This was the first time the Mere people had swum upstream without any worries in the last 1,000 years. Syria and the others felt that they were the luckiest generation of the Mere race. Not only did they see the ruler of the trench, they were also able to let go of the responsibility they had carried for 1,000 years. Every Mere person was cheering. Sillin had also obtained what he wanted. The ores and materials he needed were plentiful at the bottom of Sea Paradise. The deep sea was rich in all kinds of ores, and even some of the rare ores in the League of Stars were very common here. The Mere people would often ask the Guardians to help them transport some stones to the city. They wanted to forge something. Moreover, the Mere people really did treat these ores like normal stones. When Sillin said he wanted to buy them, the old patriarch waved his hand and said, "Take them." However, he didn't want Sillin's money no matter what. Even though Sillin said that these ores were worth a lot in the League of Stars, the old patriarch didn't agree. In the end, Sillin left them some trinkets and dry rations, including a few bags of fish biscuits. It was rare that Huimao didn't throw a tantrum. It was very smart. The value of those ores far exceeded the few bags of fish biscuits that were given away. After swimming past the middle layer of the ocean, Sillin finally understood the use of those stairs under the coral reef. Antique stepped on those stairs and walked up step by step. However, perhaps because Antique had grown taller in the last 1,000 years, a part of his huge feet was still exposed on the stairs. Then, Antique seemed to be impatient. With every step he took, he would forcefully grind and widen the stairs. In the upper layer of the ocean, many sea beasts and small fish ran away after sensing the commotion, including the sea beasts on the atoll. In an instant, the atoll that was originally filled with sea beasts was cleared. On the surface of the ocean, huge waves rose up like a tsunami. Then, a huge beast head appeared and rose up step by step. Antique didn't continue moving forward after approaching the atoll. That place couldn't support him, and he would only destroy the atoll if he went over. He pushed the aircraft that Ingweji and the others were on to the surface of the ocean. He used a lot of strength, and the aircraft just happened to stop at a place suitable for landing. After Huimao jumped onto the atoll, he ran to the area that he had circled around. When he found out that there were still a few sea beasts that didn't know what was good for them, that had invaded his territory, Huimao bared his fangs and brandished his claws, wanting to teach them a lesson. In the end, he was grabbed by Sillin and thrown into the aircraft. This triangular aircraft was in a half-scrap state, and there were robots in charge of repairs on the main aircraft that was parked in the air. After the triangular aircraft was parked, Lung let the robots come down to repair it. However, because of the planet itself, their repair speed wasn't fast. It took almost a day for the triangular aircraft to show some improvement. This improvement was more than enough. Lung was fine as long as he could fly into the main aircraft. After all, he had no use for the triangular aircraft after leaving the planet. While the spaceplane was being repaired, Huimao seized the opportunity to fish out the Guardian Heart crystals. Later on, he asked Korea and the others to help him. Korea and the other youngsters were happy to leave the sea for the first time. They gifted the crystals to Huimao as a gift. As for themselves, they lived in Sea Paradise to begin with. How could they lack crystals like this? They could just find a coral reef if they wanted to. Did you bring the seeds? Sillin asked Cheto. Yes, I did. Sillin asked Cheto to collect some of the plant seeds from the coral reefs and the sea. He kept them for Sillin because the plants here were very special. He could learn a lot of information from them. Cheto had also recorded everything he experienced during this trip. When the time came, he would select a portion and send it to Ayu. This was what Ayu had requested from Sillin. Ayu didn't care who got the tier of gods in the end. He only wanted to know about the Shi family. For example, that underwater city. Antique seemed to be very reluctant to see Lung leave. Right now, he was communicating with Lung. There was no way the Andryra family would let go of this place after Lung obtained the tier of gods and learned about the underwater city. Although they wouldn't bring any trouble to this place, they would definitely send more people here in the future. However, Lung had to be the one to take the lead. After all, the sea beasts here, such as the Guardians, wouldn't be polite to anyone. Before leaving, Antique swam to where Sillin and Huimao were. Under Lung's translation, he communicated with Sillin and Huimao. Antique was very curious about the snakeskin coat Sillin was wearing. It was because he could sense an ancient and powerful aura just like himself. Although they weren't of the same species or sea beasts, it was still very difficult to find a beast like this. As for Huimao, Antique only said, "Come and play more in the future when you have time. I have a lot of ores there." This one sentence caused Antique's status in Huimao's heart to soar. Huimao, who had been wearing a fierce expression, was now grinning from ear to ear. His smug look made Sillin want to slap him. Wheeze's good impression of Antique had increased once again, and it made Sillin take out a scale and give it to Antique. To Antique, that scale was really too small. However, this small scale contained a lot of power. At least, it was an absolute deterrent to many beasts. Antique was very happy to receive this small gift and chatted with Huimao for a long time. Pescado, who was not far away, poked Ingweji, who had a serious expression on his face. Why do I feel that the big sea beast's attitude towards Fat Cat is better than Master's? Ingweji thought about it and said, "After all, they're both beasts and not ordinary ones at that. Of course they're different." This wasn't a good reason, but they couldn't think of a reason. Although they had thought about it before, they didn't dare admit it. That Fat Cat couldn't be as powerful as Antique, could it? When they had first arrived, it was only their group and their lonely aircraft. However, when they left, there were mill tribesmen on the surface of the ocean and on the atoll. Many guardian sea beasts created splashes, and there was even a huge sea beast that watched them ascend into the sky. On this trip, Lung had obtained the tier of gods. When he returned, he would become a figure in the Andryra family that wouldn't lose to his grandfather, Andryra Phocos. In fact, his authority might even be greater than Phocos. Sillin, on the other hand, had obtained what he wanted. These ores and materials were enough for the 11th squad to develop further. He had already experienced this land of evil, so he had no regrets. Perhaps in the near future, he would return to this planet and visit that city under the deep blue ocean. Sitting in the seat of the aircraft, Sillin thought as he turned a crystal in his hand. The crystal looked very ordinary, and it wasn't cut very well. It wasn't as eye-catching as those exquisitely processed gems. However, this crystal was far harder than it looked. Although it wasn't precisely cut, it was as enchanting as a flower when a ray of light shone on it. "What is this?" Pescado asked. "A souvenir," Sillin replied while turning the crystal in his hand. Pescado wasn't interested in the crystal at all. After a yawn, he returned to the lounge to sleep just like his companions. Andryra's people, including Lung, were already resting in the lounge. This trip had taken too much effort, and Lung hadn't fully mastered the second voice yet. Communicating with Antique for such a long time was exhausting enough for him. The aircraft was on autopilot, so Sillin tossed the crystal in his hand and asked the reading Cheto, "How do you think the Shi family managed to seal those giant sea beasts?" The sea beasts sealed inside the crystal were so lively and natural that many of them looked exactly the same as before they were sealed. One could only say that the sealing process was too sudden, too short, and too unexpected. Cheto closed his book and said, "I'm not sure. Those crystals are very uniform, very hard, and more than 90% of them are made up of water molecules." The crystal in Silen's hand was one of the sealed CB specimens. It took a lot of effort to cut it out, and after multiple analyses, Silen couldn't help but be puzzled by its composition. What kind of technology did the Shi family use back then? It was unimaginable. The gray cat lying on Silen's lap didn't look like it was sleeping at all. It was sleeping thoughtlessly, and no one knew what it was dreaming about. It even chuckled twice. The space plane didn't fly straight back to the Andryra family's encampment. Instead, it landed on a planet and separated from Silen's group. "Why are we taking a passenger starship again, Silen?" Huimao complained. A passenger starship is inconspicuous. There was nothing Silen could do about it. According to the news Silen received, all private spaceplanes have been strictly inspected as of late. Only a handful of people in Sector H knew about this, and no one else knew about it. For now, Silen didn't know the specific reason. He would contact Silen when he learned about it. As for now, Silen waved the only ticket in his hand and said, "Just make do with it." Silen only bought one ticket. Huimao and Cheto didn't need tickets. When Silen boarded the passenger starship leaving Sector, Huimao and Cheto had already boarded the starship without anyone noticing. After the starship took off, Silen pulled down his sleep pod and fell asleep. He was a little dizzy from thinking too much. After a couple of space jumps, the passenger starship entered normal flight mode when it passed through a magnetic field. Somewhere inside the starship, Huimao was crouching on top of the starship shell and looking at the stars. "Cheto, do you think we'll run into space robbers?" Huimao asked Cheto next to him with an expectant look. Cheto was lying down with his arms pillowed on top of his head. After hearing Huimao's question, he answered, "According to the data we've collected so far, there's a 99% chance that we won't run into them. The League of Stars may be chaotic right now, but there are very few robbers in this area." Cheto had just finished speaking when an explosion came from one of the starship's passenger cabins. Huimao flicked his ears and wagged his tail. "I think the 1% has appeared." Chapter 369. It wasn't that Cheto was wrong. It was true that there were very few robberies in this area, and even a hunter would have to behave themselves. After all, the influence of the few big families in Sector H was too great, and everyone had to give them some face. No robber would be stupid enough to come to this place and rob. However, what happened right now was truly out of everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that something like this would happen in this place. The moment Huimao noticed the commotion in the passenger cabin, he immediately went over to watch the show. Cheto didn't want to stay here any longer. Although the passenger cabin where the accident happened wasn't the one Silen was in, the two cabins were very close to each other. There was no telling what might happen. Silen had been sleeping very well at first, and he even deduced a couple of formulas in his sleep. But he was woken up by a series of explosions. The passengers around him were very panicked, and they only calmed down a little after the flight attendants came over to calm them down. It was because everyone believed that no serious accident could happen in this area, and even if something did happen, someone would come over very quickly to deal with it. However, to their disappointment, the cabin door they were in was blown open with a bang the moment the group of people in the cabin sat down. Two brawny men with guns and shoulder cannons stood outside the door. It was their shoulder cannons that blew open the cabin door just now. The cabin door was controlled by a password, but the captain didn't tell them the password. After their jammer came into effect, the door was shut even tighter. The only way to save time was to blow it open. The appearance of the two people at the door caused the passengers who had just calmed down to panic once more. It was only after the two brawny men fired a couple of shots to silence the passengers that the cabin finally quieted down. Normally, people who rode passenger starships didn't have powerful backgrounds, and they weren't rich people either. If that was the case, who would ride passenger starships in the first place? They would have flown away in their personal space planes a long time ago. However, although the people here weren't exactly rich, they were still relatively rich compared to the normal people of the other sectors. Most of the people who came to Sector H were here to make a fortune. Sector H was one of the sectors ranked at the top of the 10 free trade sectors in terms of overall evaluation. Robbers? This was the common reaction of the people in the cabin when they saw the duo. The flight attendant and the mechanical assistants did not move at all. They did not know what to do because the guards on the starship did not appear. They had not appeared yet. In other words, if they were to continue like this, they wouldn't be able to count on those guards. What about the defense system? It was also malfunctioning, as if the signal had been interfered with. Now, the control room on the starship had been completely replaced. The original pilots had been beaten unconscious and thrown to the side and tied up. No captain spoke, and no guards appeared on the starship. The passengers knew that there was no point in looking forward to it. Saving their lives was more important. They just hoped that these robbers would let them go. However, to everyone's surprise, one of the robbers went straight to a seat and then pulled the person on the seat away without looking at anyone else. "Hey, what are you doing? I don't have much money on me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I'll give you whatever you want, okay? Don't kill me." The person who was being pulled like a little chick said shakily. However, the strong man who was pulling him ignored him completely and walked away, leaving the group of passengers staring at each other. However, there were still two strong men standing guard at the door, so they did not dare to move carelessly. Even people who thought they had good mobility would not dare to act carelessly. Didn't they see that the robbers were fully armed? 2 fists are no match for a cannon barrel. There was an uncle sitting next to Sillin. The uncle looked at the 2 people at the door with trepidation and was about to share his feelings with the people next to him when he realized that there was no one beside him since some time ago. Celine had already hidden himself when the cabin door was blasted open. The seat he had bought was close to the corner, so he didn't have much of a presence. Just now, while everyone's attention was attracted by the explosion, he had already made his move. These people did not look like robbers, but more like violent people. There was not much greed in their eyes, but more disregard for life. In their eyes, these passengers were not even comparable to insects. They were organized and planned violent people. They were definitely not after money. The person who was taken away just now was a doctor. Sillin was sure that he was just an ordinary doctor with no special background. Even such a doctor was forcibly taken away. Could it be that these people's target was the doctor on the starship? The fact that they were able to go directly to that seat after coming in showed that these people were very familiar with the information of the passengers on this passenger starship. Sillin used fake information, so he was not afraid that they would find out anything. The person who was being pulled was directly taken to a lounge, which belonged to the main people in charge of this starship. The others would not have such good treatment. There was a person lying on the bed in the lounge, a woman who was almost middle-aged. Because of her injuries, she looked very weak. Her complexion was very bad, and her skin was a little dry and cracked. Even if the person sitting next to her kept using the humidifier to relieve her, it did not help. No matter how beautiful a person was, after being tortured to this state by illness, she would not be much better, at least on the surface. There were 2 people sitting next to the patient on the bed. One was the person who kept using the humidifier, and the other was fiddling with some medicine. He should also be a doctor. However, looking at the way they interacted and how casual they were with each other, they should be in cahoots. "Boss, here he is." The strong man who walked in put down the poor doctor in his hands and pushed him forward. The doctor was originally frightened, and his legs were weak. He was still fine after being pulled all the way here, but now that he was put down and saw the people in the room, he felt his legs go even weaker, and he directly knelt on the ground. The person sitting next to the bed, holding the humidifier with his back, facing the door, finally turned his head slowly. He was also a very strong and burly man, with thick brown hair covering his head, just one side of his face, and he did not even look directly at the eyes, but it made the poor doctor feel as if he had been cut by a knife. His aura was too strong, and it was oppressive and tyrannical. It was like a steel knife with a threatening, murderous aura, making people who saw him tremble in fear, afraid that they would not be able to avoid him in time. "Come here," the man said. It was just 2 words, but made people feel unusually depressed. The doctor, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled and felt that he could not breathe. He moved forward a little timidly and then directly went limp. The eyebrows of the person who pulled him over trembled. He did not expect that the doctor would be so useless, and he had already fainted before he could be used. "Boss, should we get rid of this?" The person at the door did not dare to look at his boss. He was afraid to look directly into his boss's eyes. "Throw him out." The person sitting on the bed looked at the patient and said without turning his head. These 3 words were light, but it made the big man guarding the door clearly feel that his boss was now even angrier. But because of the person on the bed, he had been suppressing his anger. Don't be fooled by his gentleness to the patient on the bed. If it was someone else, he would definitely not have such an attitude. "Yes, we're looking for other doctors on the passenger list, and I believe that someone will be sent here soon." The voice of the big man at the door was getting smaller and smaller. He originally wanted to comfort his boss, but now the more he spoke, the less confidence he had. He wanted to slap himself a few times. Seeing that his boss did not speak, the big man carefully raised his head and looked over. His boss still had his back facing the door, and he was gently nursing the patient with a humidifier. However, after the person who was dispensing the medicine on the other side gave him a look, the big man hurriedly picked up the person who fainted on the floor and took him out of the room. The person holding the bottle looked at the patient on the bed, then looked at the other one, sighed softly, and continued to fiddle with the medicine in his hand. Although they had long been used to seeing life and death, and were also prepared to meet God or go to hell in the next moment, when it really came to this moment, they were reluctant, especially when the person who was about to leave was their dear friend. The feeling of helplessness was even stronger. No one could escape death, and no one was willing to bear that kind of helplessness and despair. The person sitting next to the bed carefully moved the humidifier so that it could work better. Suddenly, his arm that was moving the humidifier paused, and the next moment, his other hand was already holding a gun, pointing at a certain part of the room, and fired 3 consecutive shots. The penetrating power of the bullet was very strong, and it went through the wall of the room and shot to the other side of the wall. The wall that was left with bullet marks cracked outwards from the bullet holes, turning into debris and falling down. The originally small bullet hole became the size of a fist in less than a breath's time. He raised his hand, raised the gun, and shot, and this series of actions was also completed in an extremely short period of time. The person holding the bottle on the other side of the bed also stopped what he was doing, took out his gun, and looked at the bullet hole vigilantly. There was someone on the other side of the wall, and it was not one of their people. Before entering this room, they had cleaned up the surrounding restrooms, and there were people guarding the outside, so how could someone enter the room next to it? Their own people would definitely not do it, and they knew their boss's temper, so it could only be someone else. Through the 3 fist-sized holes, the 2 people on this side saw the unknown person on the other side. They did not know him, but this would not lower their vigilance. Under the gaze of the 2 people on this side, a finger poked into one of the holes and then cut to the side like a knife cutting bread. It looked very easy, and soon a door-shaped passage was cut. The person holding the humidifier narrowed his eyes. He was sure that he had hit the person on the other side of the wall just now, or there would have been another sound of the wall being pierced. But who was this person? Cheto passed through the wall and walked over, but he did not approach. If he approached recklessly, the other party would become even more hostile towards him, and this was not Cheto's intention. Seeing that the other party did not move or move closer, the person sitting on the bed asked, "Are you from the 6th Corps? Or the 5th Corps, the 8th Corps, or even the 2nd Corps?" The person put down the humidifier in his hand and looked at the person walking over from the other side of the wall. This was the first time he put down the humidifier in his hand since entering this room. None of them. This voice did not belong to Cheto. Behind Cheto, Sillin walked over from the other side of the wall. "Blood-Eye Aiken?" Sillin looked at the person sitting on the bed. After Sillin exited the passenger cabin, he snuck into the room next door through the air vent at the top of the passageway. It was also there that Sillin received Lung's specific information. The reason Sector H was under martial law right now was because there were reports that a dangerous person had entered this sector and stolen a luxurious spaceplane. Akinus, one of the major forces that had recently risen up in Sector V, the leader of the Freedom Army. Because Icanthus's eyes were as red as blood, he was also called Blood-Eye Akin by the people. However, no one knew why Akinus would come here. He was a dangerous person. He was bad-tempered, tyrannical, and very strong. It was obvious from the fact that he was able to detect the movements in the other room through the wall just now that his senses were very strong, and his actions of firing the gun were extremely fast. Just now, Cheto was just trying to touch the wall to install a surveillance device. He did not expect to be shot 3 times the moment he touched the wall. Sillin looked at Akinus. Right now, Icanthus's eyes were no longer blood red. Many people recognized Akinus from his signature blood-red eyes, but that was not the case right now. Right now, Icanthus's eyes were a little off. Even their movements were a little stiff, and they did not have much luster. This was because Akinus had used drugs. He knew that his signature blood-red eyes would be easily recognized by others, but his eyes were too special. A lot of drugs were useless against him, and he could not wear contact lenses or dye them conventionally. In the end, it was Enlacin, the person who had been concocting the drugs next to him, who finally came up with the drug after a period of research. However, the side effect was that after using the drug, one's eyesight would decrease, and their eyes would not be able to keep up with the body's movements. Even so, Icanthus's senses were undeniable. The drug controlled the color of his eyes. When Sillin first saw them, they were brown, a brown that did not have much luster. However, after Sillin said Icanthus's name, his eyes began to change. It was as if they were dyed with blood, and the brown color spread from the edges until it covered his entire pupil. Some people described Blood-Eye Akin's eyes as hell, and they were not lying. At the very least, Sillin felt like it. When the color of blood covered Icanthus's pupils, everything around him seemed to have fallen into a space filled with blood. In reality, this was just an illusion caused by the psychological pressure of a gaze, but there were not many people who could resist this kind of pressure. When people looked at Blood-Eye Akin, they felt that everything around them had been dyed red. Hearing Sillin reveal his true identity, Akinus did not continue to disguise himself. Moreover, the drug would restrict the movement of his eyes. The enemy was clearly very strong, and Akin did not expect the people outside to be of much help. Therefore, he decisively removed the drug's control. This way, he would be able to deal with what was coming next better. The blood eyes that had returned to their original color showed that the owner of this body was extremely hostile towards the newcomers. It was as if he wanted to come and kill them immediately. "We are just passers-by. We are not from the military, and we have no intention of tangling with you," Sillin said. Akinus did not trust Sillin. In fact, the number of people Akinus could trust could be counted on one hand, and considering the environment of Sector V, it was already good enough that people like them could be trusted. At first, Sillin did not plan to get involved. After all, he was also on this starship, and all he needed to do was pay attention to the enemy's movements. He would not participate in anything else. However, he did not expect that Cheto would be discovered. Since he was discovered, he could not go according to plan. According to the information Lung provided, Akinus would not let Sillin and Cheto go easily. Sillin was not afraid of fighting Akinus head-on, but he did not want to expose too much at a time like this. Akinus was operating in secret, and he himself had to conceal his tracks. Akinus was not planning to let Sillin and Cheto go. He was not afraid, even if the enemy had shown him his uniqueness just now. Just as Acanthus was about to attack, Selene spoke up. Selene's words caused Acanthus, who was about to attack, to stop in his tracks. "She can't hold on for much longer. 15 minutes at most. You know what will happen after 15 minutes. The person on the bed was very weak. From the rhythm of her breathing and the weak sound she made, Sillin could tell that she was one step closer to death with every passing moment. She's been poisoned. Plus, her body may be weak to begin with. It's one disaster after another," Sillin continued. If Sillin's first sentence was to stop Akinus, then Sillin's second sentence temporarily cut off Icanthus's thoughts. Right now, he had no effective way to slow down the better-than-patient's condition. However, Silen's words allowed Akinus to see a ray of hope. He was willing to try even if it was just a tiny bit. They did not go to Sector E because the military was keeping a close eye on that place. Sector H was undoubtedly the best choice other than Sector E. Sector H was a very prosperous sector because of the existence of great families like the Andryra family and many famous families with long histories in the League of Stars. They supported the prosperity of Sector H. Sector H had a lot of things, and its development was not limited to just one area. From food, clothing, housing, healthcare, literature, and education, all of them were well developed. They came to Sector H for treatment, but they did not expect some mistakes to occur along the way and be discovered. The water vapor in the bedridden patient's body was seriously evaporating, and she could not even eat normal food. What was even stranger was that liquid food would accelerate the rate of her body's exhaustion, and she could not be injected with nutrients through the infusion tube. She could not easily swallow dry rations either, so she could only rely on small specially made nutrition pills to support herself. While speaking, the fingers of the person on the bed moved. Her eyes moved on the dry, dead skin and flakes on her face, but they did not open. Akinai saw it. The person on the bed said. Her voice was very hoarse, and there were a few words that she could not utter. After saying this, she fell into a deep slumber again. 10 minutes left. Silen looked at Akinus. You can save her? As long as you save her, I will agree to anything you want, as long as I can do it, even if it means going against the 8 great legions. Looking into Icanthus's bloodshot eyes, Silen shook his head. I cannot save her, but I can delay them. Chapter 370. How long? Acanthus asked hurriedly. Right now, they were racing against time. There was a way to truly cure the illness, but the person on the bed could not afford to drag it out. They had already used up too much time, and the patient on the bed was almost at his limit. Give me 10 more hours, no, 5 more hours. The starter medicine can be made after 5 hours. Inranen said at the side. As a doctor, Inranen had always thought that his medical skills were pretty good, but this incident had dealt a huge blow to him. If he could not win against Azrael's scythe, then he was a failure. Inri, the patient on the bed, and Akinus had grown up together since they were young. In an environment like Sector V, it was truly rare for them to have a friendship like this. Friendship that was like scrap metal in the eyes of many people in Sector V was like a precious treasure to him. He did not care how many people died in Sector V, even if everyone in Sector V died, as long as the 3 of them were fine. He had come to Sector H to find the people he wanted to find, and Inranen had also found a way to cure the illness. But no matter how he calculated, no matter how fast he sped up, he could not keep up with the speed at which the illness was worsening. Due to the rapid deterioration of the person on the bed, Acanthus did not hesitate to expose himself here, hijack the starship, and capture the starship's doctor. But none of them could prolong the illness. Inranen was about to give up at first, but Silen's words undoubtedly rekindled his confidence. I don't know how long I can prolong the illness. We'll only know after we try. Silen answered. As he spoke, Silen walked towards the bed. When Silen had just moved his feet, he had already felt Acanthus' strong hostility and murderous intent. This was not to say that Acanthus had a strong hostility towards Silen, but Acanthus's conditioned reflex. However, Silen stopped after taking 2 steps forward. If he walked too close, the other 2 would not be at ease, and Silen himself would not be at ease either. Blood-Eye Acanthus was not a good-tempered person, and if he got too close, Silen could not guarantee what would happen. He could not be sure if the other would kill him. After all, they were not familiar with each other, and no one knew each other's background. Silen's information was limited. After Silen stopped, he took out a green pearl and handed it over. Try this. It was true that the patient on the bed was poisoned, but the poison was very strange. It was alive. They were like a fire that quickly evaporated the water in the patient's body. However, they did not allow the patient to consume liquid food that contained a lot of water. They did not allow the patient to drink water either. If they did, they would make more noise, and the water would evaporate faster. The poison had seeped into every part of the patient's body, so injections were not allowed. They were like a group of monsters that hated water. They could not be seen, but they existed everywhere in the patient's body. Since the medicine didn't work, neither did the potions that contained a lot of water. Sillin thinks about it, and finally chose the green pearls. The affinity of nature and the gift of life force would allow the patient lying on the bed to hold on for a longer period of time. How long she can last will depend on herself. Sillin wasn't sure. He didn't know the patient well. For different people, their desire to survive in desperate situations was also different. No one could determine the limit of a person's body's function. Akinus took the green pearl from Sillin's hand. They had never seen such a pearl before, but the feeling after holding it in his hand ignited Ikenthus's confidence. The life force transmitted from such a little green pearl made Akinus have the urge to cry. "How do I use it?" Akinus asked Sillin. Before this, he was still skeptical, but if the other party could take out such a precious item, he was definitely not from the military. "Put it in her mouth. She won't be able to swallow it, but this green pearl can play a better role," Sillin said. Akinus did as he was told. After he put the pearl into the patient's mouth, the patient's originally weak and almost non-existent breathing quickly grew a little stronger, and it continued to improve. Although the rate of improvement wasn't fast, it was the first good thing that had happened in so many days. The green pearl Sillin gave out wasn't one of the 5 largest pearls he had, but one of the smaller ones. Speaking of which, some of these green pearls were Huimao's property. Right now, the bastard was probably grinding his claws in a corner to vent his anger. After this, Sillin would have to buy cat food to appease him. Although the patient on the bed had walked a circle around the line of death, her desire to live was still very strong. Inrelson passed a bottle of supplementary medicine to Akinus. It was a spray medicine that would provide some relief when sprayed on the surface of the patient's body. Using it alone wouldn't have any effect, but when combined with this green pearl, it would at least improve the situation a little. When Akinus was spraying the medicine on the patient on the bed, he suddenly stopped and looked at Sillin and Cheto. The look in his eyes was very clear. "Stay away." Sillin didn't say anything. He turned around and walked next door. They would continue their conversation later. Cheto followed Sillin back to the room next door. He even closed the wall board he had cut off on the way back. It was as if he was closing a door. After Sillin returned to the room next door, Wheeze jumped out of nowhere and scratched Sillin's trousers with its claws in dissatisfaction, producing a few strands of noodles. "You should have just killed those bastards. You deal with one, Cheto deal with the other, and leave the small fries outside to me. The 3 of us can definitely take them out. But how can you give that treasure away? Even if you still have a dozen or so pearls in your hands, every one of them could be sold for a high price." I asked Lung, and he said that the value of the pearl will increase. Huimao continued to scratch. The surroundings had been set to silent, so Sillin wasn't afraid that the people in the room next door would hear them. Sillin twisted the back of Huimao's neck hair and brought it in front of him. "I didn't say that I would give it to them for free." Huimao, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws a moment ago, suddenly felt his fur become tame again. "Cheto, did you see the tattoo on the back of the patient on the bed just now?" Sillin asked. "I only saw a little." Cheto projected the scene just now. When Akinus was spraying the medicine on the patient, a little pattern on the patient's shoulder was revealed. "Is that a feather?" Huimao said. Only a little bit of the tattoo was revealed. It looked like the tip of a feather. After that, Akinus chased Sillin and Cheto out of the room. "Is there something wrong with that tattoo?" Huimao curled his tail and suddenly smiled strangely. "Don't tell me you guys want to see that woman naked." Sillin gave him a slap and said, "Is your brain filled with fish poop? Then why are you paying attention to this?" Huimao flicked his ears. Sillin took out a document. It was a document Lung had sent him, and there was a picture in it. There were 3 people in the picture, and they were the 3 current leaders of a great force in Sector V called the Freedom Army. The one in the center was Blood-Eye Akin, the one on Akin's right was Inrenault, and the one on his left was a masked man wearing a cloak. He was one of the 3 leaders of the Freedom Army, Blue. Blue was very mysterious. and not even the Andryra family had any concrete information about him. The Freedom Army's emblem is a bluebird. I heard that Blue was the one who drew it himself, and it was later confirmed as the Freedom Army's new emblem. Sillin read out a paragraph from the information and said, "That patient can't be a small fry if he's able to gain Akenus and Inranalt's attention. It's also possible that 2 of the 3 leaders have come out and left one behind to guard the base. However, if the patient has a feather tattoo of a kiss on his back." This made Sillin even more suspicious that Blue was the patient lying on the bed. They were truly relieved that all 3 leaders had come out. However, the people of Sector V probably didn't hold much weight in their hearts. 10 minutes later, 2 thumps came from the wall. Cheto deactivated the mute shield and moved the board away again. "Let's talk terms," Akenus said. Right now, Akinthus's anxiety had calmed down a lot. It would seem that the patient was in good condition. Wheeze hit itself again the moment Cheto removed the wall planks. It was ready to counterattack the moment Cheto made a move. In fact, Wheeze was hoping that Cheto would cause some trouble so that it would have a justifiable reason to take back the item and rob it again. However, to Hui Mao's disappointment, the other party didn't have that intention. Akenus didn't want Sillin to leak the information on their side, and Sillin also asked the other party to keep the matter between him and Cheto a secret. Sillin tossed another pill to Akenus. "This is a nutrient pill. It's much better than the ones you have. It doesn't stimulate the patient too much, and it lasts longer." Akenus didn't say anything and accepted it. Hiding in a corner, Hui Mao continued to scratch his claws. That was a nutrient pill gifted by the food god. That wastrel Sillin had given away something valuable again. "Name your price," Akenus said. "I don't need the money. Sector V doesn't have many minerals I need anyway. I don't like owing favors. It can't be helped. I haven't decided yet, so you can owe me for now." Akinthus's bloody eyes stared at Sillin and Cheto for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "All right, I'll owe you for now." Right now, the Freedom Army wasn't rich, they didn't have many minerals, and they weren't even equipped with advanced weapons. All they had was a bunch of people who weren't afraid of death. After they came to an agreement, Sillin asked Akenus, "Where did the news of Osculos's death come from?" Back then, star-rank Hunter Osculos's death had come from the mouth of a violent organization leader at Sector V. However, no one knew who had told him. After that, Sector V fell into chaos, and a new group of rising forces developed extremely quickly. It wasn't long before the people of Sector V began to brazenly unleash their firepower and announce the establishment of the Freedom Alliance. Akinthus's Freedom Army was an important member of the Freedom Alliance. Sillin hoped to learn some information from Akenus, but Akenus himself didn't know. "All I know is that a couple of famous leaders leaked news of Osculos's death at the time, and the forces that relied on Osculos began to fight amongst themselves. It was at that time that a lot of new forces began to develop, including us." Akenus expressed that he couldn't answer Sillin's question. "Also, those big shots are all dead. Some died by accident. Some are killed by their subordinates or other forces. In short, the big shots who leaked the news are as dead as can be." The first thing Sillin thought of was silencing. How could the big shots who had lived in Sector V for so many years be slaughtered so easily, and not just one of them at that? Although Akenus knew that something was amiss, the big shots were just unlucky. They seized this opportunity to rise to power, and if they didn't rise, they would have been suppressed, and they would have become cannon fodder. "This starship will land on an inconspicuous planet," Gao Peng said. Akenus said. This was to tell Sillin that he could leave at that time. However, if you run into some Sector H escorts along the way, then it's hard to say. "That won't happen," Sillin answered confidently. "You won't run into them. Don't worry and go. However, the premise is the safety of the passengers on the starship." Akenus was very curious about Sillin's identity. The fact that he could say this with such certainty meant that he was connected to at least one of the big families in Sector H. Even so, his relationship wasn't shallow. Even so, he still had to hide his identity. Who on earth was he? Akenus fulfilled his promise and ordered his subordinates to stop attacking the passengers. Of course, the disobedient passengers couldn't blame them. The passenger starship landed on an inconspicuous little planet. Normally, passenger starships wouldn't enter a planet. The arrival of this starship caused a lot of people on the planet to panic. After the starship stopped, the passengers inside the starship also swarmed out to escape. Akinus and his men took advantage of the chaos to disappear. Scylla did the same. There was already a space plane parked on the other side of the planet. It wasn't big, and it didn't look too eye-catching. After Scylla walked closer, the space plane's hatch opened and revealed a metal head. "Long time no see. You're finally back." The blue bars on Moon's face narrowed. Lying on Cheto's shoulder, Hui Mao looked listless. After responding to Moon listlessly, he buried his head and sighed again. Moon looked at Scylla. This fat cat usually lay on Scylla's shoulder. Why was he lying on Cheto's shoulder and pointing his butt at Scylla? Throwing a tantrum again? Sigh. Why did he say again? However, since Moon knew Hui Mao better than Hui Mao, he wasn't worried that Hui Mao would keep throwing a tantrum. "Wheeze, I brought you something." Moon took out a bag of fish biscuits. It's a new variety. The taste has improved. The listless Hui Mao's ears perked up, and his spirits rose. "You've released a new flavor so soon? Shouldn't we wait for a while longer to hit the market?" The gray cat nimbly bit open the packaging and started eating. "This isn't on the market yet," Moon replied. Scylla looked puzzled. "Did Food King look for you?" "Amen. When we went to a trading center close to Sector S, Food King came looking for us. He recognized your double immediately, but he didn't expose you. He even put on an act." "Did he say anything?" "He told you to contact him after you returned. He said it wasn't urgent, and it wasn't about the people at Sector S." Moon boarded the space plane and left the planet. As for the passengers on the planet, someone would come and take care of them very soon. While Moon was piloting the space plane and listening to Hui Mao talk about Sea Paradise, Scylla was thinking about what Food King Hara wanted. If it was about Jinya, he shouldn't have come looking for him right now. The passage wasn't guaranteed yet, and Scylla had no intention of returning to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire right now. The 11th Squad had completed their mission and was staying at the base. When Scylla returned, they were training. They were planning to continue their mission, but Scylla told them to return to the base first. Imo was very happy that Scylla was able to return safely. Of course, he was happy because Scylla had returned safely. Secondly, he was happy because Scylla had brought back a batch of rare ores. These ores could be used to refine several kinds of alloys suitable for space fighters, and they were all high-quality materials. He ordered the robots to drag the ores away while he went into the workshop to study the ores. Scylla returned to his room and contacted Food King. "Long time no see, kid." Food King was still the same old Food King. The fat on his face was almost piled up. "Did you get fatter again?" Scylla teased. Food King touched the fat on his face and sighed. "Just something bothersome." Food King liked to eat whenever he was in a bad mood, but he also liked to express it when he was happy. "What bothersome? Your companies are doing pretty well right now. The League of Stars might be a mess, but your business hasn't." "It's not business, Scylla. This is why I called you. You know the Robert family, right?" "The Robert family? The family that owns the Robot Kingdom?" "That's them. I received some news not long ago that they're probably going to attack some of the hunters. I don't think the 4 great hunters will encounter such a situation, since the Robert family has no reason to offend them. Still, it's always good to be on guard." "Amen, I understand. Thank you for the reminder." "It's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit annoyed. That's one of the reasons I'm reminding you to be prepared, because it concerns you hunters." "What else?" "There's no need to tell you the details. It's my own problem. Sai, work hard." "All right, Scylla, I'm planning to expand the trade zone. What do you think about building a trade zone in Sector V?" If it was anyone else, there was no way they would want to build a trade zone in Sector V, especially one related to food. That being said, Sector V was a big pancake, a pancake coated with chili peppers. It all depended on one's appetite. "You want to go?" "I have an idea. I've done some research, but I haven't decided on a partner yet. Do you have any suggestions? I want to know what you hunters think about the other side." Scylla thinks for a moment. "Let me recommend someone to you. Boo, Blood-Eye Aiken of the Free Army." After the call with Food King, Sillin went to find Shikai, who was busy at the workshop. Robot Kingdom? Shikai frowned. How dare he use this title? Chapter 371. Sillin told Shikai about the Robert family, and, as expected, Shikai disdained the Robert family's robot kingdom very much. He even went to Yudi and asked for some information about the Robert family, including the robots and semi-biological weapons they produced. Where did they get the courage to give themselves such a title? Shikai asked while staring at a robot on the screen. The screen in front of Shikai was displaying a robot that looked similar to a human. It looked similar to the 4th and 5th generation robots Sillin and the others had seen before. Many people didn't know much about robots, but they couldn't deny that the Robert family's robots were amazing. They were just like real people. They could throw tantrums, comfort people like friends, and turn into well-trained soldiers to carry out their master's orders. Of course, that was only true for laymen. Shikai had studied the origin robots for many years. The Shi family of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire had researched the origin robots generation after generation. They knew all too well which ones were artificial implants, and which ones were special types like Moon and the others. A single glance was all it took for Shikai to see the difference. Forget identifying them with his own eyes. Shikai could tell which were humans and which were robots just by looking at the image on the light screen. If it was Cheto, Shikai might not necessarily be able to identify him. That was the difference. In Shikai's own words, these inferior goods couldn't interfere with his judgment. However, Sillin didn't have much information on him, and Yudi and the others hadn't collected much useful information. That was why Sillin asked Shi Huajing and Lung to look into the Robert family's recent movements. They had heard of the Robert family's recent movements, but they didn't know much about them. Although they didn't give Sillin much information, Lung and Shi Huajing did give Sillin some information about the Robert family in the past 2 years. The large-scale robot mutiny at Robert Friends' place had dealt a huge blow to the Robert family. Back then, Robert Friends had given Sillin the impression that he was a stubborn and obsessive man who forced himself to believe a lie even though he knew it was all a lie. The Robert family had the right to be arrogant in the League of Stars, but too much arrogance and confidence had led them to overlook a lot of things. Due to the influence of the robot mutiny, the Robert family had undergone many changes in the past 2 years. From the information Sillin obtained, even though the new models of robots didn't develop in the direction that Shikai hoped for, if they were placed on the battlefield, their offensive power would definitely be much greater. Their weapon configuration, material structure, and liquid core nuclear brain were further upgraded, allowing them to be as stable as the first generation while improving their combat power. At least until now, there hadn't been a single case of a robot mutiny. Shikai admitted that the robots in the new data had improved a lot, but that was not the type that Shikai liked, so Shikai did not focus on them. Shikai's confidence had skyrocketed ever since he created the X-Series robot and obtained a new robot named X7 that had a free attribute. X7's appearance rate was less than 1 in 1,000, and the accidental change in the program had given Shikai a lot of hints. He had been busy with his new plan, and it was because of this that his consumption of materials had skyrocketed. Moreover, he was building space fighters for the 11th Squad, so he couldn't use some of the materials he needed. Shikai hadn't run into a situation like this many times in the past. He had everything planned out, only to find that he was running out of materials. It made him so anxious that he was pulling his hair out. This wouldn't have happened in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. The Shi family had been accumulating materials in the Empire for a very long time. They had Black Viper's people and a robot army to help them sort through the materials. Why would they ever run out of basic materials? He had everything he needed except for the fact that he couldn't create the original robots. However, the League of Stars wasn't the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, so Shikai couldn't come up with any good ideas. Therefore, he told Sillin about the situation and asked Sillin for help. After leaving Shikai's workshop, Sillin was thinking about what Shikai had told him. Shikai didn't have the materials, so his plan couldn't be carried out, and he couldn't build a new batch of robots. For the sake of his plan, Shikai had even sent some of the robots he thought to be failures back to the furnace. Moon had ignored Shikai this whole time. Shikai had complained more than once, but neither Moon nor Sigma had ignored him. It was probably because he had no other choice that he finally told Celine about it. After leaving Shikai's workshop, Celine walked into Shi Tang's workshop. Shi Tang had been busy with the tunnel all this time. "How's it going?" Celine asked. "It's much more stable now, but we still can't confirm if there are multiple targets." Shi Tang showed Celine the results of his recent research. Last time, Celine was able to return to the League of Stars from the Mist Bodhisattva Empire with the help of the Black Box and a few related tools. However, some of the data he obtained during the process indicated that the Black Box wasn't as effective as it used to be, perhaps because it was too old. Moreover, something had happened to the Black Box after Celine and the others were transported to the League of Stars. Moon had fixed the Black Box after that, but it still couldn't return to its original state. It's fine if there's only one space fortress like the one we came with. But if the flying object is a bit bigger, or if there are multiple targets at once, I'm afraid we won't be able to succeed, Shi Tang said. Shi Tang felt a little guilty about this. After all, the results of his research were far too limited. "What's this?" Celine pointed at a rough line diagram Shi Tang had drawn on a map. "Oh, I almost forgot about it." Shi Tang looked a little spirited at the mention of this. "I've calculated the best passage point in the League of Stars, and it's true that the best passage point is where we came from. But that was in the past. If we exclude the influence of the planet that's loaded with a lot of instruments, and add in the slight changes in the overall magnetic field of Sector Z, I've calculated the best passage point based on the Black Box's current condition. And the result is, this is it." Shi Tang spread out a part of the star map for Celine to see and pointed at the marked point. After seeing that point, Celine was also very happy. This was because the location of that point was very close to their current base, and it was also a relatively remote and barren place. The surroundings were surrounded by planets with a rank D habitability. No one would go there, and it was not eye-catching. This was good news for Celine, who was planning a trip back to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. The original best passage point had already attracted a lot of attention. If Celine was planning a trip back to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, it would be best if he avoided those people. He didn't want to get himself into trouble in the current environment of the League of Stars. However, Sigma did mention that most of the instruments on the planet where the passage point was located had been destroyed, so there was no need to pay attention to the Black Box. Now that Shi Tang had calculated a new passage point, it looked like it was time to go there again. If the Black Box could be restored to its original state 1,000 years ago, then there would be no need for Celine to search for the best passage point to increase his security. Celine still hoped that the Black Box could be perfected in the future, or perhaps he could create another Black Box. Celine had studied the Black Box before. There were a lot of traps left behind by the Shi family back then, so Celine had to postpone his wish to duplicate the Black Box. With Shikai and Shimu's help, he should be able to do it in the future, right? When the time came, he wouldn't need to calculate the best passage point anymore. The Robert family was working with the military, but Celine didn't know which military corps they were working with. He didn't know for sure which military corps they were working with, but he did know that the Robert family had created a batch of upgraded robots for combat and a large number of semi-biological mechanical weapons. Their first test subjects were the Hunter Regiment. The first Hunter Regiments wouldn't be the 4 great Hunter Regiments, but the smaller ones with weaker foundations. No one would remain stagnant. While you were improving, others were also working hard. No one could predict what would happen in the end. Food King Hara said that it was never wrong to be prepared. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't turn their guns on you the next moment. Part of the reason why Celine planned to visit the Mist Bodhisattva Empire was because of Shimu's materials. Another reason was because you, Sigma, and Celine had always wanted to visit the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. But who should I bring with me? After he left Shi Tang's workshop, he went to check on Tico. She was currently teaching Sha Ro and Kong Lujia some medical knowledge, and it had been going on for a long time now. She was very happy to have 2 helpers to help her. A fleet with only 1 doctor wasn't very secure. If a large-scale battle broke out, Tico wouldn't be able to take care of everything on her own. Medics were limited, so it was better to rely on a human. Sillin could tell that Mo Heng's workshop was as busy as a bee before he even stepped through the door. Carrie, Xiaoxiang, Mo Gaz, and the others were all helping Mo Heng out. They hung around Mo Heng's workshop every day just so that they could own a fighter of their own. Right now, all of them were trying their best to show their sincerity and help Mo Heng build a space fighter. When he saw Sillin, Carrie placed a part in his hand at the place Mo Heng had specified. Then, he wiped his hands on the uniform Mo Heng had given them and asked, "Why are you here, Commander? We're not doing any missions for the time being, are we?" "You guys seem to be very busy," Sillin said after glancing at the workshop. Carrie chuckled. "Isn't it to leave a good impression on Academician Mo? All right then, you guys continue to help out. There won't be any quests for a long time to come." "Haha, that's for the best." Xiaoxiang, Ba Dao, and the others also let out a sigh of relief. As long as they didn't have to go on missions, they would be able to work until the new fighter jet was built. How satisfying would that be? However, they didn't know that they had missed a chance to go to an unfamiliar star system outside the League of Stars. Elsewhere in the base, Mao was fighting Shusag, and Chifeng was teaching Tesoro how to use his claws better. Everyone seemed to be very busy with their own plans. Even when there were no missions, they didn't idle around. Sillin told Shikai about his decision to go to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, and Shikai was very happy to hear that. He was planning how many materials he could bring back after he returned. The Shi family was a special family in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, but it was also because of this that Shikai was restricted in certain areas. Even when it came to making robots, Shikai couldn't let go. However, things are different in the League of Stars. He had a lot of freedom. Shimu said that he was going to visit the Mist Bodhisattva Empire no matter what. He wanted to see the Shi family branch's development, explore the environment of the other galaxy, and learn about all the new technology there was. Hui Mao was very happy. He missed both sides. He missed the League of Stars when he was in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, and he missed the Mist Bodhisattva Empire again not long after he returned. The moment Sillin announced his decision, Whis had already started packing. It had brought along a lot of the new fish biscuits the Food King had given it, and since it couldn't make any more of them after they left, it didn't know how long they would be gone for. Therefore, Whis decided to bring along all of the fish biscuits it had stockpiled. Sillin thought that he would bring Tang Xiuqiu to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire to fulfill his promise and take Tang Xiuqiu to see Guanfeng. He believed that Guanfeng would be very happy to see Tang Xiuqiu. Shusag, Xiaorou, and Xiaorou wouldn't be going. They didn't have a good impression of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire to begin with, so they were happy to leave. They liked the League of Stars a lot. Even though the League of Stars was a little chaotic right now, it was still a lot better than the pain the Mist Bodhisattva Empire had inflicted on them. They didn't want to go back, even if they were beaten to death. Shurtang was going to be testing the black box, so he would be going with him. Moon, Sigma, Shimu, Cheto, and Sillin stand-in, the X7 that Shikai was so proud of. Except for Yudi, Dias, Carrie, Xiaoxiang, and the new members didn't know where Sillin was going. They thought that Sillin was going on a secret mission again. Sillin had mysteriously left a couple of times already, so they weren't curious this time. It was still the same space fortress, but with a few new members. Sigma was very excited, and so was Whis. Tang Xiuqiu, who still didn't know what they were talking about, was a little confused and curious. What kind of place were they talking about? Another galaxy? What was a galaxy? Earlier, Sillin didn't explain much to Tang Xiuqiu, and Tang Xiuqiu didn't have much of an understanding of the terms they were talking about. The more she listened, the more she felt that something was off. That was until she saw something that looked like a giant storm ring. What is that? Tang Xiuqiu grabbed Hui Mao, who was about to take a nap, and asked. Hui Mao's tail arched. It's a very fun place. Chapter 372. Tang Xiuqiu didn't know what kind of fun place Hui Mao was talking about. She never thought that she'd be able to get to the place Sillin was talking about this way. When they were passing through the passage, everyone was sitting in their seats with their shields down. It wasn't a pleasant experience. Sillin put Tang Xiuqiu's shield to sleep, so Tang Xiuqiu didn't feel too uncomfortable during the journey from the League of Stars to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. When she woke up again, they were already in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. The monitor showed that it was still a starry sky outside, and nothing special could be seen. The bastion had appeared very close to where they had left, and there were no patrols or people in that area. One of the monitors inside the bastion was showing news in a language Tang Xianxia had never heard before. Sillin put on a translator so that Tang Xianxia could better understand the lifestyle, social system, and everything else that was different from the League of Stars. Cheto didn't need a translator. He had already memorized the language of the Empire and some of the major planets' dialects from the program Sillin and Moon provided. Shimu's translator wouldn't be of much use anyway. He might not be able to memorize every language like Cheto, but he had a pretty good grasp of the common tongue. Hui Mao couldn't wait to log into the return forum the moment he returned. The return forum had just been established when he left, and it was still in a period of rapid growth. Now, it was the largest academic forum in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire and the one with the strongest backing. Shimu could see the uniqueness of the forum from the login screen. There were 2 badges of authority, one from the Mist Bodhisattva Imperial family, and the other from the Royal Mist Bodhisattva Academy. Shimu had just arrived, but Shikai had told him a lot about the Mist Bodhisattva Empire before Tang Xianxia, Cheto, and the others. Because of this, he also understood the significance of these 2 patterns. Among them were members of the royal family, and other nobles. Shimu was surprised that Sillin was able to win their recognition and support. The return forum that had once caused a storm in the academic world was now known to most people in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Some people made money by answering the bounty questions in the forum. From some news reports, many civilians benefited from this forum. Some of them went from being penniless to being filthy rich. The rapid development of the return forum resulted in countless new registrations. The number of people in the forum left the royal family and the RAS speechless. The forum had stabilized, and the number of visitors wasn't growing as fast as it used to be. The last time Hui Mao logged in, the forum hadn't been up for long. Thanks to the influx of new people and talented people, the name Hubie Liu had long since been forgotten by most people. Someone would occasionally mention the name, but it was quickly brushed away. After all, most of the new registrations didn't know who the quarreling expert was. Moreover, a lot of famous scholars and big shots intentionally avoided the name because they didn't want to see or hear it at all. The disappearance of Hubie Liu allowed a lot of people to breathe a sigh of relief. Gradually, the name faded from people's minds. The arena topic on the forums had become a hot topic, and countless people were paying attention to it. Many of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire's theories had been overturned in the arena, and it had become a habit for scholars, media, and spectators to log into the forums and watch the debates. It was the same today. However, compared to the day Hui Mao left, the number of spectators had multiplied many times, and the arena had become a lot more complete. It was obvious that the Mist Bodhisattva Imperial family and the RAS had put a lot of effort into this forum. However, today was a special day. While a heated debate was taking place in the arena, and the talented people and the famous authorities of various space zones were commenting on the forum, a name that had not appeared for a long time suddenly lit up. Then, when the arena was about to end and the next one was about to begin, a loudspeaker blared on the forum, "My children, I'm back." It was a very arrogant tone. There really wasn't a single person in the arena who dared to make a ruckus outside of the few famous authorities. That was why everyone who was discussing the arena just now stopped talking after Hui Mao's declaration. Some curious people wanted to see who this arrogant guy was, but they soon discovered that the arena as hegemon status was level 0. This time, some people started howling. "You're just level 0, my ass." A bunch of people started criticizing Hubie Liu one after another. However, some people soon noticed that the celebrities who had been chatting just a moment ago had all fallen silent. In the end, an old user revealed Hubie Liu's glorious past. The forum erupted once more. Sitting in front of the Battlestar Alliance's microcomputer, Hui Mao shook his beard in annoyance. "I can't believe there's a hegemon level. Holy shit, I won so many battles when the forum was first created, but I didn't even get a single hegemon level. The winner of a debate in the arena would get a hegemon badge, and the number of battles they participated in and the number of wins and losses would be calculated accordingly to their hegemon level. However, it was set up later on when the arena system was perfected, and the overlord rank of the arena had also been implemented since then. Whis had left with Sillin before that, so it must not have been able to fish out a rank yet. After Huimao logged in, Moon entered the forum as well. Sigma, Cheto, and Shimu were also registered in the return. In just one day, a few troublesome characters appeared on the return forum, and a lot of people fainted from anger. Tang Xiaoqiu couldn't understand what Whis and the others were talking about, and she didn't know much about academics either. She had never been to school, and she didn't want to go to school either. Uninterested, she took Sillin's Purgatory Thunder Snake and went to the training room to practice. The first destination Battlestar Alliance visited was Shikai's electronic planet. Shimu, Moon, and Sigma would stay with Shikai for the time being. Sigma looked very sad when he saw Chip in his current state. To avoid embarrassment, Shikai didn't show up in front of them. He wanted the three brothers to talk to each other. After 1,000 years, Sigma was finally able to see his brothers again. Of the 5 original robot brothers, only 3 were left. In Moon's words, only 2.5 were left. Sigma hugged a cable attached to Chip's body, blue light streaming down his face like tears. "You're still the same, Sigma. You haven't changed a bit." Chip looked at Sigma and patted it with a cable. Then he looked at Moon and said, "You don't have to be so sad. It's not like there's no turning back. Let me show you something." Sigma wouldn't be leaving the Electrona planet anytime soon. Shimu would stay here to learn more about the Gen family. That was why Sillin, Tang Xiaoqiu, Cheto, and Huimao were arguing with the busy guy at Forum Road. Then, they left on a space plane. Sillin didn't need to deal with Black Viper at all. As long as they didn't cause too much trouble, Sillin didn't need to deal with those brainless bastards at all. After leaving Shikai's electronic planet, Sillin's first destination was the Imperial capital. There were some things he wanted to discuss with Jinsheng and Anginia. Shikai was the one who provided the space plane, and it didn't have any noble insignia or special codes. After Sillin inputted some information, the space plane was able to travel unimpeded across many star realms. Tang Xiaoqiu was very unfamiliar with this galaxy, and she was also very curious about it. To think that such a large galaxy was actually an empire, unlike the GL where there were many different forces. However, Tang Xiaoqiu was very dissatisfied with the system of the nobles. She did not like the way they looked at her with superiority. Of course, to Tang Xiaoqiu herself, anyone could become a sniper target, whether they were nobles or commoners. There were many patrolling fleets and guards at the edge of the Imperial Star System. Most people who came to the Imperial Star System had to enter through a designated entrance, but some special nobles in the Imperial capital had other entrances. Sillin also entered through another entrance, which belonged to the Fudge royal family, the Gen family. Those who entered and exited were all people related to the Gen family, and the space planes and starships that came and went all had the royal family's insignia on them. Sillin's space plane stood out among these extravagant space planes, and the patrolling fleets couldn't ignore it even if they wanted to. "Who's that? It's a commoner's space plane, isn't it? Guards, what's with that space plane?" The nobles who saw Sillin's space plane all began to make a ruckus. It was embarrassing to see a space plane without any noble insignia in the exclusive passage of the nobles, and it was such a shabby space plane at that. However, what surprised these people was that not only did the patrolling fleets not stop the space plane, they even opened up a path for it to fly in unimpeded. Some dissatisfied people had their servants drive the space plane over to stop it, but who knew that the patrolling fleets would turn around and stop them instead. Some people with brains knew that something was wrong, so they quickly held back and stopped making a ruckus. However, the brainless ones were still clamoring to complain and removed the patrolling fleet captain from his position. The patrolling fleet captain didn't reply to them at all. Listening to the righteous threats coming from the communicator, The patrolling fleet captain pursed his lips. Go ahead and complain. You'll be the ones to suffer. Who would dare stop the space plane with a direct order from King Fuji and a previous King Fuji? Sillin flew past the extravagant space planes, heading straight for Xianxia's planet. Once King Fuji's order was issued, it would definitely be recorded on the other side. Every order corresponded to a specific person, so after Sillin took out the order, Xianxia quickly received the news. Xianxia, who was sitting in the courtyard playing with Tortoise, couldn't sit still anymore. He resisted the urge to send someone to meet him. After all, it would be too much of a commotion if he sent someone, and it was better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to Sillin. After sitting for 2 seconds, Xianxia got up and walked around the courtyard, looking up at the sky. When he finally saw the space plane flying in his direction, Xianxia felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what news Sillin would bring him. On one hand, Xianxia was eager to know about Anginia and the others, but on the other hand, Xianxia was afraid that it would be bad news that he didn't want to hear. What a contradiction! How uneasy! There was a landing spot around Xianxia's courtyard, and the people around it were all people that Xianxia trusted. After receiving Xianxia's notice, they quickly cleaned up the landing spot and received the space plane. They were already very familiar with Sillin. Although they were surprised that Sillin had left for such a long time, they didn't say anything. Firstly, their identities didn't allow them to do so. Every core member of the Jin family knew about Sillin and Xianxia's relationship. Everyone treated him like the young prince of the Jin family. Secondly, Sillin was a celebrity in the Mist Bodhisattva family, and a celebrity's actions were always unpredictable and unpredictable. Logically speaking, Sillin had to go through a series of inspections before he could bring 2 strangers over. But Xianxia had given the order, so the guards didn't have to go through that step. Tang Xiaoqiu and Cheto followed Sillin into the courtyard next to the sea. The courtyard was huge, and what surprised Tang Xiaoqiu the most was the sea next to it. If Sillin hadn't told her about it beforehand, Tang Xiaoqiu wouldn't have thought that it was an artificial sea. Hui Mao let out a high-pitched howl the moment he arrived. Then a thick pillar of water shot into the sky from the artificial sea very quickly. Before the pillar of water even hit the ground, an enormous figure appeared on the surface of the sea and moved swiftly towards the courtyard by the shore. It let out a howl similar to Hui Mao's as it moved. The surrounding guards laughed. Blueskin had been depressed for so many days, but now that Sillin and Hui Mao had finally returned, it was obvious that the big fellow was in a good mood. Blueskin, I've missed you so much. Hui Mao sprinted, jumped into the air, and spread its wings. The guards outside the courtyard were dumbfounded. It had been a while since they last saw it, and now it could actually fly. It's a fucking flying lynx. Hui Mao flapped its wings proudly and flew towards Blueskin. Blueskin was sad because Sillin and Hui Mao hadn't come to visit and comfort them for a long time. His appetite hadn't been great lately, and he hadn't been hunting much, so the number of fish in the artificial sea had increased a lot. But now Blueskin's mood skyrocketed. After it popped its head out of the water, it swung its tail and swam backwards in circles, howling as it did so. Tang Kukikyu's eyes twitched uncontrollably when she saw this. Blueskin had shocked her quite a bit when he first appeared. There was no doubt that he was a sea beast, but now Tang Kukikyu had the urge to go up and shoot the big fellow a couple of times. Is this a fucking sea beast? This was a miniature version of the alien seal. After Sillin greeted Blueskin, he went into the house with Xianxia to discuss business. Tang Kukikyu and Cheto were sitting in the spacious courtyard. One of them was reading a book in the Mist Bodhisattva language, and the other was eating candy produced by the Lessa Empire obediently. Inside the house, Sillin played a video of Anginia and the others to Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but tear up as he stared at the people in the video. His long-separated wife and son were in the video. The last time he saw Jinsheng, he was still a tiny child. He couldn't have been bigger when he picked him up. There were also his grandson and granddaughter. Ginsheng's name contained the word Xing. Xianxia felt that his life had been worth it. Some of the videos were recorded by Sillin himself, and some were given to him by Anginia. The ones about Jinsheng Jin Xingfu, and Jin Xingji were all part of Angenia's collection. Jinya was a little worried about the League of Stars, but there wasn't much he could do right now. The passageway wasn't stable yet, and he couldn't send reinforcements even if he wanted to. Sector S is relatively stable right now. The three great forces have made up their minds, and they're all cooperating with each other. Considering their connections, the flames of war won't extend to them. Sillin explained the current situation to Jinya, and the latter felt a lot more at ease. Sillin even mentioned Food King Hara. Jinya couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the image of Food King Hara. He was happy for Hara's current achievements. Jinya felt like he had become a lot younger after hearing so much good news. His mental state was the main problem. Although Jinya's body had been improving ever since he returned to the Gen family, his mental state was the main problem. That being said, Jinya's face was glowing every day after Sillin returned with the good news. "All right, Sillin, why don't you stay here and rest for a couple of days? You can go look for Guanfeng later. That guy has a bad temper lately, and I don't know why, but a lot of his students have been scolded." Bad temper? Guanfeng usually displayed his gentle and scholarly side. So what exactly was it that made Guanfeng lose his temper? "I don't know why he's so angry, but it can't be a big deal. I think it's his personal business," Jinya added. Since it wasn't a big deal, Sillin didn't worry about it. It wasn't Black Viper, the RAS, or the Empire's politics. He heard that Guanfeng had a bad temper for the past couple of days, so Sillin decided to leave it to his senior brothers and sisters. After resting at Jinya's place for a couple of days, Jinya treated both Cheto and Tang Xiaoqiu very well. He knew that Cheto loved books, so he sent over a lot of collectible books. He also sent over all kinds of candies and things to protect Tang Xiaoqiu's teeth. Candies must be eaten, and teeth must be protected. After staying at Jinya's place for a couple of days, Sillin left for the affiliated schools. As an honorary scholar of the RAS, Sillin had a lot more freedom than most people in the affiliated schools. Not many people paid attention to Sillin now, even though he used to be at the top of AF3's ranking. When Sillin first disappeared, a lot of people doubted Sillin's abilities. His absence made those who didn't think highly of Sillin believe their own judgment even more. That was until one of the results of Guanfeng's big project was announced not long ago. Guanfeng was listed at the top of the list, and Sillin was right behind him. The project introduction also included all kinds of achievements Sillin had made in the project. The voices of doubt had died down, but many people who wanted to find Sillin discovered that Sillin was nowhere to be found. No matter how much effort they put in, they just couldn't find him. It was lunchtime, and Guanfeng was cooking a nutritious meal for himself as usual. Guanfeng had just sat down when Sillin arrived. However, Guanfeng's expression didn't change when he saw Sillin. He didn't make a sound, and he didn't say anything when we shamelessly jumped onto the table to eat his food. Sillin sat on the sofa in the living room and didn't interrupt Guanfeng's meal. Guanfeng finished his lunch and had the robot take care of the dishes. He wiped his mouth, rinsed his mouth, and wiped his face. Then, he leaned against the sofa with a cup of tea in hand. "You're finally willing to come back?" He sure was angry. Sillin smiled. He didn't try to find an excuse or explain himself. "Get out of my sight. I'm going to take an afternoon nap." Guanfeng turned around and prepared to go upstairs after he said this unhurriedly. 2 sentences, Teacher Guan. I'll leave immediately after that. Guanfeng stopped and looked at Sillin. "Half a minute." "All right." Sillin passed Guanfeng a document with some data and icons on it. Guanfeng took 2 minutes to read through the document, which was longer than the half a minute he gave himself. This meant that Sillin didn't have to leave for now. It was a document about the Purgatory Thunder Snake Sea. Sillin had modified some parts of the original design after using it. Since he had experienced it himself, he naturally understood some of the details. Guanfeng didn't say anything about the document. Instead, he asked, "What's the second thing?" "The second thing is that I've let someone else use the Purgatory Thunder Snake B, E, and K. Moreover, she's doing very well right now. I hope that you can meet her, Teacher Guan." Guanfeng paused his movement of drinking tea and sat down on the sofa. Guanfeng's action made Sillin feel a lot more reassured. This was a discussion. Guanfeng put down his cup and asked, "Information." Silin handed Guanfeng a document about Tang Xiuqiu that he had prepared a long time ago. She's uneducated, but she has the best gun sense and talent I've ever seen. Guanfeng didn't comment on Silin's evaluation, but he couldn't deny that he was shocked when he saw Tang Xiuqiu's information. She was young, uneducated, and her body was weak at the beginning. But all of that was wiped out by the shooting data later on. Why was Guanfeng so angry recently? It was because he couldn't find a second person who was suitable to use the S-gun other than Silin. Goryo, Pastura, and Fuqingqing were all applying to use the Purgatory Thundersnake S-gun. Goryo's gun model had changed from E to K, and he thought that he had Master K as well. He wanted to apply to use the S-gun just like his senior brothers and sisters. However, they were all scolded away by Guanfeng. Some people even came over to plead for mercy, and Guanfeng didn't hold back. That was how his temper came to be. Recently, Guanfeng was wondering if he should go out and find more suitable people to train. He didn't like anyone in the affiliated school, and they were all arrogant bastards. He wouldn't even spare them a glance, much less a purgatory thundersnake. However, Guanfeng stared at the document in his hand and pondered. Cheto and Tang Xiuqiu were waiting in the flying car outside Guanfeng's apartment. Guanfeng didn't allow strangers inside. The moment Tang Xiuqiu put a candy in her mouth, Silin told Tang Xiuqiu to come in through the communicator. Tang Xiuqiu grabbed the candy bag and touched the barrel out of habit. She suddenly remembered that the barrel was at the League of Stars' building, and that she had come with the Purgatory Thundersnake Silin had given her. However, Silin had put away the Purgatory Thundersnake, so she didn't have a gun with her. Plus, guns weren't allowed in the affiliated school. Tang Xiuqiu was a little uncomfortable without a gun, so she was a little uneasy. It was only when she saw Silin after she walked through the door that Tang Xiuqiu's uneasiness eased a little. Sitting down next to Silin, Tang Xiuqiu examined Guanfeng from head to toe. Is this the person who set up the Purgatory Thundersnake? While Tang Xiuqiu was examining Guanfeng was examining Tang Xiuqiu as well. He could see a bit of uneasiness in Tang Xiuqiu's eyes, but nothing else. She was a very pure person. Guanfeng gave her a good impression in his mind. Are you feeling uneasy? Guanfeng asked. Yes, Tang Xiuqiu admitted openly. Moreover, with Silin around, Tang Xiuqiu wasn't afraid of anything happening. She was a lot calmer. Why? I don't have a gun. Guanfeng let out a rare chuckle at Tang Xiuqiu's answer. It was the first time Guanfeng had laughed in so many days. Come with me. Guanfeng rose to his feet and led Silin and Tang Xiuqiu to the shooting room. Guanfeng's shooting room was the best one Tang Xiuqiu had ever seen in her life. Everything inside the room was of high quality, and the protective gear was of excellent craftsmanship. Guanfeng pressed a button, and the wall split down the middle to reveal a shelf. Guanfeng took out a box from one of the shelves. He opened the box and found a pile of gun parts inside. There was a Purgatory Thunder snake pattern on the box. Guanfeng quickly assembled the parts into a gun with a wave of his hand. Tang Xiuqiu recognized the gun, and Silin had one as well. It was a Purgatory Thunder Snake K. Guanfeng passed the assembled Purgatory Thunder Snake K to Tang Xiuqiu. Try it. Tang Xiuqiu shot Silin a glance and accepted the gun under Silin's encouraging gaze. Guanfeng was the one who controlled the target, so Tang Xiuqiu didn't know where the target would come from, how big it was, or how fast it would be. Are you ready? Guanfeng rarely asked this question. He usually didn't ask this question when he was testing his students. He always started straight away. No. Tang Xiuqiu walked to the side and put on the protective gear on the shelf. Then she stood at the shooting point. I'm ready, Tang Xiuqiu said. Guanfeng's students didn't wear protective gear during the shooting test unless Guanfeng requested it. Tang Xiuqiu was the first one to do so. Guanfeng didn't say anything when Tang Xiuqiu put on the protective gear. He turned on the control switch. The image inside the room changed, and it looked like Tang Xiuqiu was standing in a forest full of trees. Whoosh! A green object that looked almost the same color as the surrounding scenery flew out. Bang! Tang Xiaoqiu fired the first shot. Then, the targets appeared one after another. Tang Xiaoqiu fired again and again. Her movements were a bit jerky at first, but now she was very familiar with them. With Tang Xiaoqiu's stamina, there was almost no time for her to aim. Seeing that Tang Xiaoqiu was in the zone, Silin pulled over a chair and sat down. He believed that Tang Xiaoqiu would give Guanfeng a pleasant surprise. Chapter 373. Guanfeng was controlling the joystick in his hand, and the targets around him were moving at high speed. Meanwhile, Tang Qiqiu was firing nonstop, and the time between each shot was getting shorter and shorter. Guanfeng's attention wasn't on the hit rate on the screen. Instead, he was staring at Tang Qiqiu. It was just as Celine had said. This little girl had an extraordinary talent, or rather, it was closer to an instinct. She was calm, without hesitation, and every shot was filled with great confidence and decisiveness. She was a natural-born marksman. It had nothing to do with physique or age. Silin smiled when he saw the light in Guanfeng's eyes growing brighter and brighter. He believed that Guanfeng would be in a good mood from now on. Finally, Guanfeng turned off the joystick in his hand. The room returned to its previous state. Tang Qiqiu looked at Guanfeng in puzzlement before stopping a bit reluctantly. She liked this kind of shooting training, and the conditions were perfect. She felt like she was in the middle of a fight. Of course, Tang Qiqiu would have been happier if the targets were humans. After all, she had killed far more humans than any other animal in her career. Tang Qiqiu walked to the side and put the gun back into the box. Then, she started taking off her protective gear. You're the first person to wear protective gear when coming to my place. Why are you wearing protective gear? Because you don't trust yourself? Guanfeng asked. Tang Qiqiu looked at Silin for a moment before turning to Guanfeng. I don't trust you. Guanfeng was the one who gave her the gun. There was no way Tang Qiqiu would trust a stranger's gun completely. She even held the gun in her hand for a moment to make sure that it was the same as the one Silin had given her. Only then did she continue. Secondly, every gun, even if they were the same type and model, would always have a slight difference in performance. It wasn't her own gun, and it wasn't the gun she was used to using. It was like she was looking at a stranger. She didn't understand or trust it. After shooting a few times, Tang Qiqiu gradually became familiar with the new gun in her hands. Now that she had an idea of how to shoot, it felt more smooth. Guanfeng wasn't angry at Tang Xiaoqiu's answer. Instead, he talked a lot with Tang Xiaoqiu. Silin sat on the side and scratched Hui Mao's chin, allowing the two to continue their conversation. Guanfeng was in exceptionally good mood today because of Tang Qiqiu's incident, so he allowed Cheto to enter the room as well. However, Guanfeng's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Cheto, but he didn't probe into the matter. He was no longer one of Black Viper's 3 great leaders, so he didn't care about anything else. Right now, all he wanted to do was talk to Tang Xiaoqiu a little more. The girl was growing more and more curious. Due to Guanfeng's rare good mood and Tang Xiaoqiu's performance, Guanfeng announced that he had accepted Tang Xiaoqiu as his disciple on the same day. It wasn't easy to become Guanfeng's disciple. Guanfeng was growing more and more famous by the day, and a lot of people wanted to learn from him. He didn't care if you were a noble or someone else. Guanfeng didn't give face to anyone. Right now, Guanfeng had both power and money. He didn't lack either fame or wealth, so he wouldn't be able to recruit anyone even if he tried to pull some strings. Fuck off. This comparison made Tang Xiaoqiu's uniqueness even more obvious. Although she wasn't as versatile as Silin, and her constitution wasn't as good as Silin's, Tang Xiaoqiu's marksmanship was pure and unadulterated. It was pure talent that made Guanfeng feel like he had found a treasure. All right, Silin, I have something for you. You've been gone for a long time, so it's about time you finish a mission. Guanfeng tossed an electronic card to Silin. Silin caught it and pressed a button on it. A light screen popped up with a line of words on it. Invitation. It was an invitation for the selection test. It was time for the selection test again. The organizers had sent out a lot of invitations and counted which instructors had been invited. Silin looked at the description and some of the benefits and rewards. It was very generous. Money was one thing, but there were also certain privileges, such as access to the RAS warehouse to get materials. The RAS was very rich, and this wealth was mostly reflected in their research. Composite materials were one of them. Black Viper had Black Viper's patent, and the RAS was no slouch either. The RAS had produced a lot of research over the years, and Sillin had accepted Guanfeng's mission because he was interested in those composite materials. The Empire's academic world underwent a reform after the Return Forum appeared. The Mist Bodhisattva Empire, the Three Kings, and the RAS worked together to put in a lot of effort into the selection test. They changed the selection test time and a number of examinees. In the past, in order to participate in the selection test of the affiliated schools, one had to be recommended. Those without recommendation cards were not qualified to participate in the assessment test. However, after the reform, there was an additional requirement. In addition to recommendation cards, there would also be a certain number of places on the return forum. Those places were completely based on one's true ability, and it was purely academic. Although a lot of people still criticized the system, it was a lot better than before. It gave more people a chance. When Sillin and the others came, they came in a group of 3 people and a cat. When they left, it was 2 people and a cat. Tang Xianxia was left behind by Guanfeng. Guanfeng and Tang Xianxia were researching the world of firearms, so they didn't have time to pay attention to the selection test instructor's invitations. In Guanfeng's opinion, they could be ignored. Guanfeng was going to refuse them at first, but he happened to run into Sillin and Sillin. Sillin was more than qualified to do so. Since Sillin had accepted Guanfeng's mission, he had to treat it seriously. Of course, he had to take care of the exams he missed while he was away from the academy. Guanfeng had already informed the instructors about this, and a lot of instructors knew that Sillin was a special student. Therefore, the makeup exams went relatively smoothly. Sillin's makeup exam results were very good, and the instructors didn't say anything. They weren't just giving face to Guanfeng, they were also giving face to Sillin. In fact, a lot of the instructors thought highly of Sillin. Sillin said what they didn't dare to say, did what they didn't have the ability to do. Moreover, he created the Return Forum, which was the most authoritative forum in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire where scholars gathered. It was much more influential than the RAS's internal communication forum. After the makeup exam was over, Sillin took care of his classes and began preparing for the selection test that was going to be held on a satellite not far away from the affiliated school's main campus in 5 days. Sillin passed his library card to Cheto. For the past few days, Cheto had been spending his time in the affiliated school's library and enjoying himself. That was why Sillin wasn't worried that Cheto would feel bored. Right now, the guy was spending the night in the library every single day, and unlike humans, Cheto didn't need to sleep at night. Instead, he sat at his desk and read attentively at night. Even the librarians who worked at the library recognized this strange student. It was said that there were even some students who got addicted to chatting with Cheto while they were searching for information. At the end of the day, Cheto was a celebrity in the affiliated school's library. Sillin took the invitation card Guanfeng gave him and went to the organizer to report. The organizer hadn't expected Guanfeng to accept the invitation at first. He just sent out as usual and waited for Guanfeng's rejection letter. However, the rejection letter never came. They waited for a while longer, but it still didn't come. Therefore, some people began to speculate that teacher Guan had forgotten about the invitation in a fit of anger. The organizer was a little surprised when Sillin passed the invitation card to the organizer. It took him a long time to realize that Sillin was going to replace Guanfeng as a member of the assessment team. How's teacher Guan doing lately? The organizer tried to get close to Sillin while handling the invitation card. Outsiders might not know, but some of the higher-ups of the affiliated school knew that there were a lot of people behind Sillin. Teacher Guan wasn't the only one, but the royals and the imperial family as well. Everyone knew that Sillin had a good relationship with the 3 princes of the royal family. Moreover, other than this reason, Sillin was the #1 administrator of the Return Forum he created. Although this administrator didn't really manage the forum after it was created, his status as an administrator was still there. People in the academic and educational circles had to give some face to Xilan. Otherwise, this troublemaker grandpa's roar on the forum would be more than enough to make them suffer. Teacher Guan has been doing well lately. Xilan replied with a smile. Didn't you say that Teacher Guan lost his temper because of something? That's all in the past now. It's nothing serious. Teacher Guan's been in a good mood lately. If there's anything you want to talk to him about, you can try. Everyone knew that Guan Feng had lost his temper. There were a lot of people who wanted to ask Guan Feng for help, but none of them dared to do so. The organizer wanted to get some information from Xilan. Xilan understood, so he revealed some information to the organizer. After processing the personal information on the invitation card, the organizer passed the newly registered invitation card to Xilan. Xilan's name had already been recorded in the assessment team, and his information had been refreshed. Therefore, all Xilan needed to do was bring this invitation card with him to the preparatory campus. As for Hui Mao, it had participated in the selection test because of Xilan. Its role was the same as King Kong and the others that Xilan and the others had encountered during the selection test, and that was to cause trouble for the candidates. To put it bluntly, it was toying with them. Hui Mao was very happy to take on this task. Not only could it fight alongside King Kong and the others, it could also earn some extra money to buy cat food by toying with the new students. Why not? Since this was the first selection test after the reform of the system, there were more people coming to the preparatory campus. Many buildings have been built there as well. Before Xilan left for the preparatory campus, Jin Xingming and the others pulled him over for a friendly chat. They had only wanted to catch up with Xilan because they hadn't seen him for a long time. They didn't expect that Xilan would be on the list of invigilators this time. The three of them were overjoyed. As usual, they would take one of the 5 tests together with the candidates who came to participate in the selection test. It would count as their semester assessment. Xilan, you have to go easy on us. That's right, we're counting on you. You have to help us. I don't know if we'll be as lucky as last time and run into good teammates. If we're unlucky and get a low score, we'll definitely get beaten up when we get back. Xilan was helpless against the trio's complaints and requests. He didn't know anything about the details of the test at all. After the reform, the higher-ups were even more tight-lipped about certain secrets. This was a joint decision of the royal family and the RAS. No one dared to object. Because Jin Xingming and the others had dragged him to drink the day before, Xilan arrived at the preparatory campus a little late the next day. Most of the invigilators were already in the dorms by the time he arrived. When Xilan went to check in, he ran into one of the main invigilators. It was an old instructor from AF1. He looked like he was easy to talk to, but he was actually an old urchin who often had the temperament of a child. Xilan had just finished his makeup test 2 days ago. Yo, Xilan, you're going to have to deduct your pay for coming so late, said the old instructor. It hasn't expired yet, so it's not considered late. Xilan took out his invitation card and handed it to the person handling the check-in while replying to the old instructor. The old instructor looked at the check-in form displayed on the device and chuckled. He said to the person in charge, "Transfer him to the temporary accommodation area. The one on the first floor block, C, is pretty good. Take it as punishment for being late." The temporary accommodation area was where the candidates lived. It was where Xilan had lived before. The person in charge looked at Xilan, then at the old instructor. He moved his finger and bound Xilan's information to the temporary accommodation area. Xilan looked at the old instructor who was smiling kindly and accepted the check-in and invitation card. Before he left, he said to the old instructor, "You look like a fox when you smile. Thanks for the compliment. All right, old man Guan seems to be doing well recently. I heard that he took in a new disciple. You have a little junior sister now." "Yes, that's what happened. You've fallen out of favor, young man," the old instructor said with a regretful look. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I was the one who recommended my new junior sister." After saying that, Celine waved her hand and left. Watching Xilan leave, the old instructor rubbed his short beard and humphed. Old Fox Guan is such a lucky bastard. The person in charge of the accommodation area was silent. He thought to himself, "That's so sour." When Xilan arrived at the temporary accommodation area, he recalled the first time he came here. These unfamiliar faces were the same as the people in his year. They were all full of hope and ambition. From the preparatory campus planet, they could see the big official campus planet. That was their final destination. This place was just a temporary place for them to stay. That planet was like their religion. It was a place where they could change their fate. Some of these people were born poor, some were descendants of mutants, and some were nobles. No matter who they were, this was a rare opportunity. Building C, first floor, room 103. Right now, not all of the examinees had arrived. There were still 2 days left, and the members of the assessment team would arrive a little earlier than the examinees. This was because the assessment team needed to make a series of deployments and assignments, and there were still a few more meetings to be held after that. They would not be idle at all. Sillin swiped the card on the door and walked into the dormitory. The candidate's dormitory was definitely not as good as the assessment team's dormitory, but compared to the dormitories of many schools, this was already very good. Sillin was not dissatisfied with this. 2 of the 5 rooms in room 103 were already occupied. Sillin randomly picked one of the remaining 3 rooms. There wasn't much to tidy up. It was just that Hui Mao's cat nest was a little more troublesome. The old cat wanted to lay a blanket in the cat nest. Sillin struggled for a long time before he managed to tidy it up. "You can clean up your own nest later." "I won't interfere," Sillin said. "Don't worry, I'll have the robots do it." Hui Mao walked around the cat nest, rolled around, and nodded in satisfaction. The 2 examinees who arrived first were probably training, so they weren't in the dormitory. Sillin made some food, and then left while carrying his toolbox. This time, Sillin would participate in the deployment of some of the test sites. Guanfeng had taught him a lot of dirty tricks, so Sillin was too embarrassed to torture the poor candidates. He chose a few suitable ones and deployed them according to the situation. After he came out, he saw that there was a match going on in the open-air training field in front of Building C. There were a lot of people watching. The candidates were martial arts. One was an alien, and the other was a normal human. However, neither of them were weak and were evenly matched. It was a stalemate. Sillin prepared to leave after watching for a while. He still had things to do, but he had only taken 2 steps when he heard a faint sound of something cutting through the air. It was very hard to hear in this noisy field. Whoosh! Sillin raised his hand and caught a soft object between 2 fingers. This object looked a little like a soft bullet a child would play with, but it was slightly smaller than a normal soft bullet. Its quality was a little better, and it shot out faster than a normal soft bullet. On the premise that it wasn't fatal, it would cause the opponent to suffer a little. Through the crowd, Sillin saw a person sitting on a shelf at the edge of the field. It was a girl about the same age as Tang Xianxia. When Sillin looked over, the girl made a face at him. She didn't feel guilty at all about being discovered. Some people had also seen the scene of Celine catching the soft bullet. Quite a few people had suffered at the hands of the little girl over the past few days, so Celine being able to catch the soft bullet surprised some people. Sillin ignored them and flicked the soft bullets into the nearest trash bin with a flick of his fingers. Then he left the place. "Who's that guy?" Someone who saw the scene asked the candidate next to him. "I'm not sure. I've never heard of such a powerful person. He can't be from our star region. That kid is quite strong. No wonder he doesn't care about the things here. That's called hiding your true colors. Being too arrogant makes it easy for others to plot against you." After Sillin left, the girl sitting on the shelf pulled up her sleeve, revealing a bracelet. It looked like a very exquisite accessory, but it was actually a communication device. "Help me investigate someone," the girl said into the communication device. "Yes." The person on the other side of the communication device replied respectfully. After Sillin left the temporary accommodation area, he went to inspect the terrain of the field. The guards were quite surprised by this young member of the assessment team. Could he be a candidate in disguise? After checking Sillin's identity information and invitation card several times, the guards finally let Sillin in. "Sillin, do you want to install a hidden weapon?" Hui Mao said as he squatted on a tree after running around madly. Chapter 374. Hui Mao was the typical type of creature that built its own happiness on the pain of others, so it was especially happy to see those new students being tortured. However, what disappointed Hui Mao was that Sillin was only there to conduct an investigation and write a report to submit. The layout of the examination venue was suggested by the various instructors of the assessment team. Before the event began, the person in charge would filter and arrange the candidates based on the reports submitted by the various instructors. Therefore, until then, no one would know which of the suggestions would be adopted and which assessments would be arranged. Not every tutor in the assessment team would be assigned this task. Only Sillin had been assigned it. So, Sillin had to sort out a report and submit it before the next meeting. This was Sillin's first time doing this, so compared to the other tutors in the assessment team, he needed to spend more time and energy on research and practice. The instructors who had taken the test in the past only needed to refer to their own reports. Sillin, on the other hand, needed to make a rough assessment of the temperature, humidity, air pressure, species, terrain, and so on in this area. Although these data had been published on the instructor's public platform before, Sillin hoped to personally experience it during the process. The next morning, Sillin returned to the dormitory. The dormitory was already full. When Sillin entered the room, for people were sitting around the dining table, eating breakfast and gossiping. When they saw Sillin, the four looked at him at the same time. As they were sizing up Sillin, Sillin also observed the four of them. One of the mutants was the one who had fought in the open-air training ground yesterday. There was also a mutant among the other three, and the other two were normal humans. "Hey, brother, you haven't returned all night. Where did you go?" One of them asked Sillin with a smile. "I had something to take care of." Sillin put a bag of food on the table and opened it for them to eat. "You guys eat. I've already eaten. It's still warm." One of them couldn't wait to grab it with his hands, not afraid of the temperature in the bag. Everyone introduced themselves to each other. The other two were nobles, but they weren't upper-class nobles. Perhaps for some reason, they weren't as arrogant as the other nobles, and they got along well with the other two. They didn't wear their family's emblem all the time, either. However, when Sillin revealed his name, one of them even joked, "Why do you have the same name as the founder of the Return Forum?" There were many people named Sillin in the Empire, and most of them had never seen Sillin before. They even thought that the founder of the Return Forum was an upper-class noble. Therefore, when Sillin's name was revealed, the others didn't associate these two characters together. The Return Forum was very famous, but not everyone would pay attention to this founder. More people knew about the Return but didn't know about Sillin. While he was speaking, the sound of a zipper rang out, and a cat's head popped out of Sillin's backpack. After looking around once, it jumped onto the table and took a piece of pastry from the bag. Then, it raised its tail and jumped onto Sillin's shoulder, starting to chew on it. It had just woken up and was hungry. "You have a cat. You actually brought a pet here." The few people at the table looked at Sillin in disbelief. Everyone who came here was full of drive and only thought about how to pass the selection test. Who would have a mind to take care of a pet? They weren't women, so they weren't that meticulous. However, although servants weren't allowed to bring here, there were no restrictions on pets. Sillin looked at Hui Mao, who was focused on eating, and smiled. "This guy is quite easy to take care of." "Indeed, your cat isn't a picky eater," one of his roommates commented, thinking that he knew the truth. Sillin didn't explain further. He went into his room and put down his backpack. He opened another bag for Hui Mao's breakfast and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After a busy night, his clothes were covered in dust. By the time Sillin came out, the other four had already cleaned themselves up and were sitting at the table. It looked like they were waiting for Sillin. "What's wrong?" Sillin asked. "Chuck is going to the shooting range to compete with someone. We're all going to cheer for him. Are you coming?" One of them asked. Chuck wasn't a mutant, but he had a good physique and fast reflexes. Although she looked a little bashful, if the coldness under this bashful surface was revealed, it would be hard for others to bear. Dual personality. That was Sillin's first impression of Chuck. However, for a shooter, dual personality wasn't necessarily a bad thing. "All right, give me half a minute. I'll be right there." Sillin went back to his room to change his clothes. There's no rush. There's still half an hour before the appointed time. Haven, the mutant that Sillin had met at the open-air training ground, said nonchalantly. Huimao didn't follow Sillin this time. He was going to discuss strategies with King Kong and the rest later. Sillin was a little skeptical about the strategies Huimao mentioned. However, since it was the animal's business, Sillin wouldn't interfere. Even the person in charge didn't care and let the animals do whatever they wanted. The competition was not held at the open-air training ground, but in a large indoor training ground specially built in the accommodation area where the candidates were. The venue had been booked the day before for the competition. There weren't only 2 people competing, but more than a dozen of them. They had all chosen to shoot in the 3rd round of the 5th round of the exam. Some of the aristocratic candidates wore their family insignia on their chests to show their special and superior status. There were quite a lot of aristocrats here, but some of them didn't wear their family insignia, such as Chuck and the girl sitting on a high stool next to the shooting range. "Hey, Sillin, Ivia is looking at you," Havin said softly, nudging Sillin with his elbow. Although Ivia didn't wear her noble insignia, through the spread of gossip, everyone knew that this young lady was from the Nahasi family, one of the military giants. It would be fine if she was an ordinary noble, since there were many of them here. However, as a member of the Nahasi family, who ranked at the top among the upper nobles, she could enter AF3 directly. Moreover, her age had also reached the standard of AF3. However, to many people's surprise, this noble lady didn't take the shortcut. Instead, she came to participate in the 5th exam. She wanted to enter AF1 or AF2. However, Ivia was indeed capable. Ivia's shooting was very good. This was something that many people had experienced. Ivia did not participate in today's competition. If Ivia participated, the other candidates would definitely go easy on her. Even if they did not go easy on her, they would still feel uncomfortable and feel that whatever they did was wrong. If they angered this noble lady, they would not be able to get anything out of it, even if they managed to enter the affiliated school. In fact, it wasn't that Ivia didn't want to participate, but she was warned. Yesterday, she had asked someone to investigate Sillin, and what she got in return was a scolding from her father. He warned her not to cause any trouble, or else he would send someone to kidnap her and throw her into the army for 2 years. If it wasn't for the support of Ivia's grandfather, General Nahasi, Ivia wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate in the selection test. After all, most people with her family background would directly enter AF3. Her cousins Tosin and Brielles had entered AF3 in the same way. However, after old General Nahachi found out about the incident with Taida, the little fellow from the Yurong family, he encouraged his grandchildren to participate in the selection test of the affiliated schools. We must speak with our own abilities. Thinking of this rare opportunity and her father's warning, Ivy had decided to stay put for the time being. Therefore, when she saw Sillin walking into the hall, she didn't go up to him. Instead, she kept staring at Sillin. Like many people, Ivia only knew about the return forum. She didn't pay attention to academic matters, so she didn't know about Sillin. As for the ranking of AF3, she never paid attention to it. Anyway, her cousin Tosin was also a famous person in AF3, so the others didn't matter. Since she couldn't challenge Celine, Ivia could only stare at Celine to see what was so special about him that her father had warned her over and over again. Sillin didn't care about Ivia's scrutinizing and slightly hostile gaze. He didn't investigate Ivia's identity because it wasn't necessary. After all, he wasn't a candidate this year, so he wasn't a competitor. Sillin didn't think it was necessary to look at Ivia's hostile gaze. "Chuck, don't be nervous. It's just a competition. Just treat it as a practice match. It's not an official exam anyway. Relax, calm down." His roommates were comforting and encouraging him. Chuck actually wanted to say that he really wasn't nervous, but seeing how enthusiastic his roommates were, he held back. Chuck knew that among all the candidates, Ivia was his biggest competitor, not only because both of them were good at shooting, but also because both of them were nobles. The competition between nobles and nobles would affect the reputation of their families. If the result was bad, Chuck would definitely be ostracized by his family. The staff of the training ground came over to explain the rules to the candidates. Although this was only a warm-up competition before the official exam, for the sake of fairness, he invited 3 instructors who were highly accomplished in shooting to be the judges. At first, the 3 instructors were a bit arrogant, but when they looked around, they saw Sillin sitting among the spectators. Those who were good at shooting had much better eyesight than others. They were able to dig out Sillin from the crowd with a single glance. Sillin nodded at the 3 instructors with a smile before turning his attention back to the field. Seeing that Sillin was only watching from the sidelines, the 3 instructors went along with Sillin's wishes. As shooting enthusiasts, all 3 of them were very envious of Sillin. It wasn't just because Sillin was Guan Feng's favorite disciple. It was also because they knew that Sillin was the only one among Guan Feng's disciples who carried a Purgatory Thunder Snake S. As instructors who paid close attention to Guan Feng and knew some of Guan Feng's inner secrets, it was only natural that they knew Sillin better than anyone else. The competition soon began, and Sillin was a lot calmer than the other spectators. The shooting of these people was very interesting, and some of them even had tricks up their sleeves, causing the spectators to cheer loudly. Chuck took first place by a small margin. Just like Sillin thought, Chuck looked like a completely different person when he was on the shooting field. He was no longer shy, but more like a cold-blooded hunter. There were no fancy moves, no ripples, and he killed his prey in one shot. Chuck's cold and emotionless eyes made his roommates feel like he was a stranger, but when they thought about it, they understood. No one here was an ordinary person, and everyone had their own trump cards and characteristics. Chuck turned back into the shy big boy again after he reloaded his gun and walked out of the field. This time, however, no one looked at him the same way they did before. Chuck didn't think much of winning first place in a warm-up match. The experts hadn't even shown up yet. Moreover, he hadn't used his full strength in this warm-up match. After the competition was over, Sillin was about to return to the dorm with his roommates, but someone grabbed him by the neck before he could take more than 2 steps. Sillin knew it was in the moment he got close. Since the other party didn't mean him any harm, and they were people he knew, Sillin didn't resist. "Boy, you didn't even tell us that you were coming over. You're free right now anyway, so why don't we go have a drink and talk?" A big man with a full beard said, while strangling Sillin's neck. He controlled his strength very well. He didn't let Sillin escape easily, nor did he hurt Sillin. Sillin had seen this mentor before. He often sought out Guan Feng, but most of the time, he came back empty-handed. The jaws of the people standing around Sillin dropped to the ground, especially the 4 people in the same room. They stared blankly at Sillin, chatting with the instructor who was sitting at the judging table and commenting on the shooting skills of the examinees in an extremely natural manner. Sillin motioned for his 4 roommates to leave first before he was dragged out for a drink by the mentor. Many people in the field saw this scene, and a few of them recognized Sillin's identity. However, they didn't say anything because they didn't want to give others a chance to curry favor with him. At the same time, they were puzzled. Didn't Sillin participate in the last term? What was he doing here this time? Sillin was dragged out of the training field by the mentor to a reception center where the mentors could relax and have fun. "Hey, Sillin, why don't you take out your Purgatory Thunder Snake S and have a look? Great Teacher Guan isn't here right now anyway." The bearded mentor was in the mood to eat the sumptuous meal on the table. He rubbed his hands and said to Sillin. Sillin picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After he was done, he answered politely, "No, you're too stingy. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat just by looking at it, but it will miss fire." "Nonsense. Do you think a Purgatory Thunder Snake can miss fire?" In the end, the bearded mentor failed to pry the Purgatory Thunder Snake S out of Sillin's hand. When Sillin returned to his room, Hui Mao hadn't returned yet. The other 4 looked at Sillin strangely. "Sillin, you're not some big shot, are you?" Hawan asked. "No, I just know that mentor. Just forget it. Since you're not willing to tell me, I won't force you." But Hawan moved closer to Sillin and said mysteriously, "You must have gotten a lot of information about the exam, right?" Sillin looked at the 4 of them, who were full of anticipation, and nodded. "I know a little about this." Sillin told the 4 about some of the lessons he had learned from his previous experience. It wasn't a thorough examination, and Sillin himself didn't know what kind of questions he would be tested on. Every term had its differences, so Sillin only shared some of his experiences. The four of them benefited a lot from Sillin's experience. They also seized the time to make some preparations. They weren't stupid enough to share their experiences with the other candidates. After all, they were all competitors. After Sillin returned to his room, he sent the compiled report over. Then, he lay on his bed and thought. He had a feeling that he would get something very useful from this incident. As for what it was, Sillin didn't know. It was just a hunch. The next day, Sillin went to attend a meeting with the mentors of the assessment team. The other four in the dormitory also squatted in their own rooms to prepare for the next test. The mentors' meeting was nothing more than explaining the information of the selection test and assigning tasks. Amidst the candidates' anticipation and nervousness, the selection test officially began. The first round of the written test. Unlike the thick stack of test papers given to them during Sillin's cohort, there were only 3 test papers this time. However, the questions weren't easy to answer. Sillin discovered that there were quite a few questions that were in the middle of the exam, and it all depended on how the examinees handled them. Sillin wasn't invigilating the first round of the exam. Instead, he was watching the situation in the surveillance room with the other mentors. Due to the special nature of the venue, the mentors could see every candidate's situation very clearly. However, the candidates couldn't see what was happening outside through the optical partition. Even if the invigilators were standing next to the partition, they wouldn't know. This was also the first round of the 5 tests. Previously, Sillin was in the position of candidate. This time, however, he was standing in the surveillance room where the mentors were. It was quite interesting to be in the same venue, but with different roles. After the written test, it was the second round of the physical stress test. Many mutants revealed their true forms. Some of them, who usually looked simple and honest, looked much more ferocious after transforming. However, one had to admit that their combat strength was indeed terrifying. The third round of the 3 tests was the easiest for many candidates. At least, they didn't have to write or undergo physical and chemical stimulation. When Chuck and the other 3 examinees saw Sillin at the shooting field area, they froze like statues for a long time, just like the rest of the examinees. Howen raised his trembling hand and pointed in Sillin's direction. That's Sillin? Our dormitory mate, Sillin. Chuck gulped and the corner of his mouth twitched. Seems like it. Fuck. How did he become an assessment mentor? That couldn't be a temporary replacement. The assessment mentors all had their identification badges on them. A temporary replacement wouldn't have one. No wonder Sillin had been so relaxed. No wonder he didn't move with the 4 of them during the exam. No wonder he didn't get knocked out by the first 2 rounds like the other candidates. Sillin even smiled at them in a friendly manner. However, this smile was too shocking for the 4 of them. It was as if he was agreeing with their thoughts and saying, I'm actually an assessment mentor. The 4 of them felt as if a herd of mud horses were galloping across the grass in their hearts. Although Guanfeng didn't appear much in the media, a lot of people paid attention to him because of his fame. Guanfeng, my idol. I really worship him to death. The examinees were boiling with excitement. Guanfeng's opening demonstration was worth it, even if his results weren't ideal. Some of them were thinking that they should do their best to perform well in front of Guanfeng. Maybe Guanfeng would take a fancy to them? The mentor's focus was different from the examinees. Their main focus was on the girl who had appeared with Guanfeng. Celine, don't tell me that's your junior sister? A teacher asked. She is. She's called Tang Xiaoqiao. Sillin was very proud of Tang Xiaoqiao. When he saw the excitement in Tang Xiaoqiao's eyes, Sillin knew that Tang Xiaoqiao had been very happy recently. She must have gotten in touch with a lot of Great Teacher Guan's private goods. So who's going to go up later, Great Teacher Guan or your junior sister? Junior sister. Although Guanfeng hadn't told Sillin beforehand, Sillin knew that Great Teacher Guan had come to show off. Guanfeng sat down on a chair at the side of a fan-shaped testing field after he walked into the field. He didn't look like he was going to enter the field at all. His behavior puzzled the expectant examinees. Then they saw a girl about the same age as Ivia walk straight into the fan-shaped field. Unlike Silin, who was carrying an unassembled case into the field, Tang Xiaoqiu took out a gun from the holster at her waist. Most of the examinees hadn't seen this gun before, but all the past students and instructors had. It was the gun model Silin had used last term, the Purgatory Thundersnake K. The door of the fan-shaped testing field wasn't closed, and the examinees outside were holding their breaths in anticipation. Therefore, the countdown sounded very clear. As the countdown continued, many people noticed that the machine in the testing field was displaying the gun wielder's physiological parameters. Judging from these parameters, the examinee, standing in the middle of the testing field, was shockingly calm and natural. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous gunshots rang out, and the system's hit targets kept popping up. While the examinees were still in shock, Tang Xiaoqiu had already put away her gun and walked out of the testing field. Guanfeng smiled faintly and left with the still calm Tang Xiaoqiu. That's it. The examinees came back to themselves and were puzzled. Before they started shooting, they saw that the target was 100. How come it was gone so quickly? How come I only heard 15 shots? I only heard 14 shots. 16 shots. No, it's just 15. No matter how many shots it was, it couldn't hide the fact that these shots had destroyed 100 light targets. The examinees' faces twitched. One of the instructors clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. That bastard one really has gone too far. Too far. Yes, he had gone too far. It's fine if you didn't take out your gun. It's fine if you didn't join the examinees. And it's fine if you accepted a disciple. But what you did just now was blatantly showing off. So what if you have a disciple? What's so great about having another disciple who uses a K? What's so great about having an underage disciple who's only in his teens? Fuck, this is so infuriating. Silin picked his nose to hide the smile on his lips when he saw the instructor's pissed faces that looked like shit. Although Guanfeng had controlled himself well, Silin knew that the great instructor was enjoying himself inside. He was probably so satisfied with Tang Xiaoqiu that he came over to show off and lower everyone's morale. Not only did Guanfeng's leisurely stroll infuriate the examinees to death, it also dealt a blow to a lot of examinees. Of course, there were even more examinees who admired Guanfeng even more. As expected, famous instructors were different. Just look at how strong his disciple is. I heard that there's a class for Guanfeng after entering the affiliated schools. Yes, I have to get in. What are you laughing at? Don't think that I won't know you're laughing at me just because you're covering me. An old instructor roared at Silin. What are you waiting for? Go and invigilate the exam. Silin didn't mind the instructor's anger. He organized the documents in his hands and got to work. The examinees worked extra hard in the fan-shaped area that Silin was in charge of. Why? Everyone knew that Silin was Guanfeng's student, and the news had spread like wildfire a long time ago. Anyone who didn't know would be an idiot. Since instructor Guan wasn't here, they had to perform better in front of Silin. After a female examinee had finished shooting and mustered her courage to talk to Silin and receive his reply, the other examinees behind her did the same. They would also take the time to talk to Silin during the gap between their tests. Many of them talked about Guanfeng and the Purgatory Thundersnake. May I ask if you're the founder of Return? Examinee asked Silin nervously after the exam was over. This time, it wasn't because Silin was Guanfeng's student, but because he used honorifics when he mentioned the founder of Return. I am. Silin gestured for the examinee not to be nervous. Thank you very much for the forum. The examinee bowed to Silin and left. He was one of the group of people who received their living expenses from the bounty on the forum and was lucky enough to be recommended. They had always been grateful to Celine. It was because they came from the bottom and they knew how rare this opportunity was. That was why they cherished it even more and were even more grateful to the person who gave them this opportunity. Ivia was also assigned to the fan-shaped area that Silin was in charge of. Unlike the others, she didn't ask questions after the exam. Instead, she said, "See you next." Silin didn't comment. He wouldn't be staying in the mist Bodhisattva Empire for long before he had to return to the League of Stars. Among the examinees, Ivia was the one who suffered the greatest blow. They were both girls of the same age, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell the difference between their shooting skills, even without the analysis of the testing equipment. Although Tang Xiaoqiu's performance couldn't compare to Silen's last term, Tang Xiaoqiu was definitely the best among all the examinees in the shooting field. It had nothing to do with firearms. Even if she was given an old rifle that she had never touched before, she would still be able to achieve shocking results. There was also her terrifying mental fortitude. The little girl would probably perform the same, even if her targets were real people. She was a natural marksman. This was the common thought of everyone who knew shooting after watching Tang Xiaoqiu's performance. After the 3 rounds were over, Han wanted to take the opportunity to ask Silen about their results in the past few rounds, but time didn't allow for it. He was dragged away right after the round was over to participate in the next round. Fortunately, there were no additional matches in the 3rd round. However, Silen felt that the 4th round would probably be more difficult than the previous one, even though the additional matches had been canceled. Hui Mao hadn't returned for the past few days because he was busy discussing strategies with King Kong and the others. Judging from the special way those animals thought, the examinees probably weren't that lucky. Zhen Xingming and the others had come to team up with Chuck and Han because they were Silen's roommates. Even if Silen's roommates were unreliable, they couldn't be trash, could they? Before entering the testing area, King Kong sauntered past the entrance. It had been a long time since they last met, and King Kong had grown a lot taller and stronger. Even though there was some distance between them, the examinees in front of the entrance still felt an invisible pressure. When passing by the entrance, King Kong paused and looked at the examinees standing at the entrance. Then he calmly raised his hand and dug his nose with his thick fingers. Once he was done, he flicked his finger on the ground. A pile of sticky stuff was lying on the ground. The examinees. They had to be careful not to step on that thing when they entered, or they would be so disgusted that they would puke. Silen was glad that he hadn't run into a situation like this, and that Taida had taken a back door. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to pass so easily. After flicking his nose, King Kong twisted his big butt and left, leaving the flustered examinees behind. They suddenly felt a mountain of pressure on them. Silen stared at the forest in the distance. King Kong's behavior just now was probably a signal from Hui Mao. Silen saw the gray shadow when King Kong left just now. As a member of the assessment team, Silen did not enter the testing area. The former students of AF1 and AF2 had already gone in to cause trouble, and the animals who liked to cause trouble for no reason were starting to stir as well. Silen adjusted the coordinates on the light screen in front of him. His main focus was on Zhen, Xingming, and the others. After all, they knew each other and would definitely pay attention to this. Many of Silen's suggestions regarding the deployment of the testing area had been adopted in the report he submitted. However, everything else was insignificant compared to the trouble Hui Mao and the others had caused. Due to King Kong's performance at the entrance of the testing area, the examinees were very careful about where they were stepping after they entered. However, traps didn't only exist under their feet. A group of examinees heard a roar similar to that of a leopard when they were completely disoriented in the forest. Moreover, they couldn't determine where the roar came from at all. Sometimes they thought it was coming from the left, but the next moment it was coming from the right, and in the blink of an eye, another roar came from the front. The examinees who had been maintaining a high level of nervousness were now driven crazy. They threw rocks in all directions, but it was useless. A black shadow flashed by, bringing with it a dense smell of blood, causing the already tense nerves of the examinees to become even more taut. People had died in this testing area before. Be it the examinees of AF3 or the new examinees, no one would be careless when they came here. Silen stared at the collapsed cat and leopard on the monitor and shook his head. Hui Mao loved to create a sense of tension in people, so Hui Mao had specifically consulted Cheto for this game. Cheto was reading a book at the time, and he answered Mao's question. Humans are different from you. When they come into contact with nature, they will develop a sense of fear. Every one of them will develop a self-awareness of the things they have experienced during their growth, and their self-awareness includes the harm they have suffered during their growth. This harm will form a fear that will slowly accumulate. This fear may or may not show up on normal days, but it is true that it is hidden inside their bodies. As a deep layer of fear that is hidden inside their minds, it is possible for it to form some symptoms under enough pressure, such as hallucinations, schizophrenia. As an animal, or more accurately, as a half-animal, Huimao couldn't understand the fear Cheto was talking about. He had always been at the top of the food chain, so Huimao didn't know what fear was. However, Cheto's words had given Huimao a lot of inspiration. Fear was not necessarily a physical entity, and the hunter did not have to really stand up. It was just like when it played with sparrows. It liked to watch those sparrows chirp and fly around in panic, but it would not directly swallow them in one bite. Other than this group of pitiful examinees, there were a few other groups who had been fooled by Huimao and other wild beasts. One group was so focused on the flying cat that they ignored the giant King Kong's booger that they didn't dig a hole in the ground, but it was covered in dust. The psychological damage was greater than the physical damage. The examinees weren't afraid of bleeding or pain. But what would you think if your legs were covered in the sticky booger of a large animal, or if you found a cat peeing upstream of the stream you just drank? The sea, land, and air were all traps. At the beginning, the examinees who were unwilling to meet the previous term's students became more and more adorable as time went on. They were 100 times cuter than those fucking animals. When the examinees finally walked out of the testing area one by one, those who had strong mental fortitude were fine, but those who were weaker were vomiting and having diarrhea. Those who had eaten half a caterpillar were so weak that they looked like they were on the verge of death. The wrong road signs leading directly to man-eating salamanders weren't a big deal. The things that they felt uncomfortable at the beginning became more and more insignificant as time went on. They really couldn't imagine how those fucking animals could come up with such strange tricks. Huimao was having a great time. It wouldn't hurt the examinees, of course. It would only hurt them physically. It was having a great time, and it was earning money that it could buy a lot of cat food when it got back. It was a very good deal. Just when the examinees thought that it was finally over, a gray figure flew across the sky. The relaxed nerves of the examinees who had just been teased tensed up once more. Then they saw the damn fatty who could fly and had caused them a lot of trouble, flapping his wings smugly and crouching down on Silin's shoulder. He was even bragging about his achievements to the senior instructors in a very familiar tone. To borrow the words of the instructors at the shooting range not long ago, this was too much. In comparison, Jin, Xingming, and the others had a relatively smooth journey. As long as Huimao didn't cause them any trouble, everything would be fine. Havin, Chuck, and the others listened to the complaints of the other examinees after they came out of the testing area. They were glad that they didn't run into that fat cat. No, they should be glad that their roommate was Silin. It was because of Silin that they were able to team up with Jin, Xingming, and the other two and avoid being played by that fat cat. The examinees were given some time to rest after the test. After most of the examinees had left, Chuck walked into a room where an old man was waiting for him. It was the same old man that Silin had run into on his way here. He had someone assign Silin to the examinees' dormitory and assigned him a floor. "Do you know why I assigned you to that dormitory now?" The old man said with narrowed eyes. "I do. Thank you." Chuck was very respectful in front of the old man. This was his teacher's teacher, and it was because of this old man that he was recommended to that dormitory and received a lot of benefits. Your success in the test isn't the only benefit. It's also the fact that you got to know Silin. Celine, he's much stronger than you think. Chapter 376. The examinees who had come from afar were a lot more relaxed after the fourth round. They were already here, and all they needed to do was endure the last round of interviews. Interview. This was an important stage for a mentor to choose a student. Whether a student could gain the favor of a mentor and be chosen by their ideal mentor was an important stage for many people. However, for those who had already contacted their teachers, this last round was just a formality. For example, Chuck had been in contact with that old teacher for a long time, and the two of them had a relatively close relationship. As long as Chuck survived the 5 rounds, he would be able to leave with that old teacher after the selection test was over. He wouldn't have to go through the interview and wait for the results like the others. "Have you made your choice, Sillin?" a teacher asked. Sillin sorted out the examining materials in his hands and answered, "I'm in the 3rd interview area." "The 3rd interview area?" A nearby teacher looked at the examining materials in his hands and murmured, "There's no special seedling there, is there?" Ivia was assigned to the 1st interview area. Chuck and a few other examinees with top scores were assigned to the 1st interview area, so a lot of teachers were fighting to be assigned there. However, there was a limit to the number of teachers in each interview area, so it was impossible for everyone to go there. Other than the 1st interview area, which was crowded with experts, the other interview areas were evenly distributed. Some of the examinees were at the top of the rankings, and some were at the bottom of the rankings. The teachers who weren't assigned to the 1st interview area were a little displeased. At the same time, they secretly decided to take care of the examinees they were satisfied with in the next interview area. Guanfeng's incident had dealt a huge blow to the teachers, so unlike in the past. The teachers were very proactive this time. They all wanted to snatch in excellent student and show them off. After the reform, there were indeed quite a number of students who satisfied the mentors. Most of the mentors had already been selected, and the ones who came after were just a formality. Those who could persevere through the 5th examination, no matter how bad their results were still better than those who quit halfway. Some teachers had even contacted some of the students before the selection test, but most of them weren't contacted. They thought that Sillin would go to the 1st interview area because of Guanfeng's support. Who would have thought that the kid would go to the 3rd interview area? Was Guanfeng not planning to accept any more students? It made sense. Guanfeng never cared about the selection test when he accepted students. He'd just take them in as soon as they caught his eye. This was the benefit of being in the upper echelons. They could take shortcuts and strike first. Sillin walked straight to the interview hall in the 3rd interview area after he picked out the candidates' information from the 3rd interview area. The candidates outside the 3rd interview hall were originally a little dispirited because of what happened in the 1st area. Those who could enter the 1st area definitely had no problems, and the tutors were definitely good. However, when they saw Sillin enter the 3rd interview area, the dejected people became spirited. This was especially true for those who had done well in shooting. It was as if they were looking at Guanfeng standing right in front of them. A chance. The interview hall was circular. The mentors in charge of the interview hall sat in a circle, and the candidate who came for the interview sat in the middle. The eyes of the mentors were all focused on the candidate. Not everyone could guarantee a good mental state. The aura was too strong, and the pressure was too great. However, very quickly, this sense of nervousness was slowly blurred by the inconceivable questions raised by the tutors. Compared to the questions that they hadn't thought about for their entire lives, the candidates felt like they had lived their lives in vain. The pressure and awkwardness of not being able to answer a question. Those who were mentally stronger could come up with some nonsense. Those who were straightforward chose to answer, "I don't know," with a red face, and those who were reserved couldn't come up with a single word even after a long time. Compared to the constipated expressions of the candidates, the mentors were all smiling without saying a word. In reality, the mentors all had a scale in their hearts. They had already made their choice based on the responses of the candidates. They didn't expect the candidates to answer these questions. They just wanted to see the candidates' personalities reflected in the questions. Of course, it was better if the candidates could answer the questions. Some mentors liked to choose those who were good-looking. Among the students they had mentored, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. All of them were very eye-catching. For example, the mentors who focused on engineering and application liked to recruit men because they had good stamina and could do hard work. Even if they recruited women, they preferred to recruit them because they were strong and healthy. As the candidates finished their interviews one by one, The mentors had already confirmed their names. Celine was the only one who was left blank. Moreover, Celine did not ask too many questions during the interview of the previous candidates. Let the other mentors fight for it. The mentor sitting next to Celine glanced at the blank name list under Celine's hand and thought, Guanfeng really doesn't want any more students. After all, one Tang Xiaoqiu was more than enough. There really wasn't a single candidate in this term who could compare to that girl when it came to marksmanship, not even the popular Ivia. The door to the interview hall opened again, and a girl who looked very thin and weak walked in. She looked very ordinary, and her clothes were very simple. She looked a little timid, and the atmosphere inside the hall made her feel very nervous. Although she tried her best to control it, her body couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. She was also one of the people who had risen to prominence in the return forum. However, she wasn't as open as the previous people. Rong Ruo, 20 years old, commoner, owned a small accessory shop. Other information about her was very ordinary. However, Rong Ruo's bounty points were very high in the return forum. She could even answer a lot of questions in some non-bounty areas. Rong Ruo's education was limited. Later on, she gave up on continuing to study due to her family's financial situation. Although she gave up on studying, she still focused on self-study. Celine chose this interview area mainly because of this person. Celine had paid attention to the people recommended on the return forum. He had observed the replies and movements of these people on the return forum. However, this person, Rong Ruo, made Celine very curious, especially the video that Rong Ruo put up when she replied to some questions. This was because she opened a small accessory shop. The scale of that accessory shop was pitifully small, not to mention on the planet where she came from, even on the street where she lived. The accessories in the shop were all made by her herself, which saved a lot of costs. Moreover, there was a batch of accessories that were unique to her, which other shops couldn't get their hands on. The shape of those accessories was very regular, as if they were naturally formed. There wasn't even a trace of cutting. If those accessories were machine-processed, Celine didn't believe it. The price of a machine processed to that degree was equivalent to the price of several of her small shops. In Rong Ruo's small shop, the price of each accessory was very low and very cheap. The aristocrats just heard the price and didn't even bother to look at it. At this moment, Rong Ruo, who was standing in the center of the field, couldn't answer a single question. She stood there awkwardly with her head down, not daring to look at the mentors. Many of the mentors weren't interested in asking questions. After all, they were tired after interviewing so many people. When the scene was a little stagnant, Celine spoke. Most of the questions you answered on the return forum were about molecular bond energy. According to your education level, shouldn't you be able to answer these questions? Are they all self-taught? Yes. Yes. Rong Ruo was originally very depressed because she couldn't answer a single question from the mentors. Her eyes were red, but she held back her tears. Her father was still waiting in a hotel on a planet in the imperial capital. She knew very well how her parents would feel if she was eliminated. Even if they didn't say it, Rong Ruo knew it. Unexpectedly, another mentor asked a question. Before the interview, some people said that there were some hidden meanings in the interview. The more interested the mentors were, the more questions they would ask, and vice versa. If no one was interested in you, no one would want to accept you. They would just ask a few basic questions as a routine, and after that, they wouldn't ask anymore. Rong Ruo raised her head and looked at the person who asked the question. She knew the young man sitting there. Many people were talking about him, including herself, and the group of examinees who returned from the return were very grateful to him. When she was in the dormitory, her roommates and the girls in the surrounding dormitories often talked about Celine. Rong Ruo felt that if the things everyone talked about were true, such a person shouldn't be able to get close to, right? Seeing Celine looking at her, Rong Ruo's face turned even redder. You have a water series of accessories in your shop. Can I have a look? Celine asked. When Rong Ruo came in, he had noticed the crystal bracelet on Rong Ruo's hand. Yes. Yes. Rong Ruo hurriedly took off the bracelet on her wrist and handed it over with both hands. Her hands were still shaking when she did so. Sillin accepted the bracelet and smiled at Roan Ruaw. Don't be nervous, you did very well. The surrounding mentors looked at Sillin strangely. At first, they thought that Sillin had only saved her because Roan Ruaw had returned from the return. They didn't think that he would start looking at the bracelet again. Is he interested in this examinee? But the mentors looked at the ordinary-looking Roan Ruaw again and then checked her information. She was mediocre in every aspect, or more accurately, she performed very poorly in every aspect, and her marksmanship was the worst of the worst. After 4 rounds of tests, the written exam was the only one that saved her a little bit of face. Guanfeng would never accept a student like this. All the mentors present were certain of this. Sillin ignored the strange looks the mentors were giving him and stared at the bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet was made of transparent crystals the size of mung beans connected together, and these small crystals were of different shapes. Some were prismatic, some were star-shaped, and they were all very regular shapes. When he held them in his hand, he felt like he was holding a stream of water. Sillin analyzed the composition of the material. Unsurprisingly, most of these crystals were made up of water molecules. The giant sea beast crystals he saw in the underwater city of Sea Paradise were very similar to this one. The discovery made Sillin very happy, and the smile on his face grew wider. The mentors around him grew weirder and weirder, and Roan Ruaw grew more and more nervous. She couldn't figure out what Sillin was trying to say. Every girl had a Cinderella dream, but Roan Ruaw was much more rational than most girls after experiencing so much. Can you tell me more about this water series accessory? Sillin asked. Roan Ruaw opened her mouth to say something, but stopped herself in the end. She seemed to be hesitating about something, and her face was bright red as she clenched her fists tightly. It's fine if you can't answer. Sillin handed the bracelet back to her. Do your best. Sillin nodded at the person in charge of the interview room, indicating that he was done with his questioning. The person in charge looked at the other mentors and saw that none of them had any intention of answering. He said, Next. After Roan Ruaw walked out of the room with a pale face, the mentors asked Sillin while the next candidate was still waiting, Sillin, is Guanfeng looking to recruit more people? No, Coach Wan doesn't mean that. Plus, he's always the one who does the hiring himself. That's true. The mentors who knew Guanfeng nodded in agreement. But you seem interested in that girl, just now? Sillin added Roan Ruaw's name to the list in his hand and said jokingly, I'm taking this one. Don't fight me for her. Who the hell would fight you for her? However, out of respect for Sillin and Guanfeng, the mentors answered tactfully. Don't worry, we're already at our limit. Any more and we'll run out of energy. It was only at this moment that the mentors remembered that Sillin was qualified to mentor students. Although he hadn't graduated yet, he was an honorary scholar of the RAS. Theoretically speaking, he did have the right to mentor students. It was just that he couldn't mentor too many people due to the limited number of spots. There weren't many candidates left, and the interview ended quickly. When everything was over, all the candidates had to do was wait for their communicators to be distributed. Most of the candidates who had passed the 5 rounds of tests were allowed to stay. Many of the mentors from the affiliated schools weren't here yet, so the number of candidates was about the same. On her way back to her dorm, Roan Ruaw saw a lot of candidates who had finished their interviews discussing whether they would be notified by AF1 or AF2. They were gossiping about the mentors while they were at it. They weren't worried because they had good overall scores. Some of them were packing their things and preparing to leave. They were the type who had received the notice beforehand, which meant that they had contacted their mentors beforehand. When she returned to her dorm, the other 4 girls were also discussing the same thing. When they saw Roan Ruaw, they asked, How was it? Did any of the mentors pay special attention to you? Roan Ruaw, you're in the 3rd test area, right? I heard that Sillin is there too. Did he ask you any questions? 2 of the girls came over and asked curiously. The other 2 stood where they were with mockery in their eyes. As nobles, they felt that a lowly person like Roan Ruaw had no right to be here. If it wasn't for the reform of the system, which commoner without a backer would come to this place? However, Being able to come here once was not to be regretted. As the communicators were distributed one by one, the first two noble women received it, followed by the other two. Rong Ruo was the last one to receive it. This time, the system distributed the communicators according to the final score. Rong Ruo was the last one to receive it. Seeing that Rong Ruo also had a communicator, the other four girls looked over. I heard that those who pass the 5 rounds of tests will receive a communicator, one of the noble women said. This was the explanation for why Rong Ruo was able to receive a communicator. Quick, let's see if it's from AF1 or AF2. And which mentor? One of the girls urged. Rong Ruo took a deep breath and turned on the communicator. A holographic screen popped up. On the holographic screen was a huge cat's head. Meow, you're Rong Ruo, right? The 5 people in the room were speechless. They had long heard about this cat. It wasn't just the cat's actions in the 4th round. Most importantly, it was Silen's pet. It was Silen's pet. For a moment, the other 4 didn't know what to feel. Hey, say something, Silen. This woman isn't a mute, is she? The gray cat turned its head and shouted loudly in a certain direction. I am. Rong Ruo quickly answered. The gray cat on the light screen moved closer to take a look. Its cat head looked even bigger than before and took up the entire screen. You're Silen's student from now on. Amen, you're also my student. I'll protect you no matter what happens. Rong Ruo. Hui Mao ignored Rong Ruo's silence. He was currently immersed in the joy of having a student too. He continued, Silen doesn't have time right now. I'll come find you later. Then Hui Mao disconnected the call and looked at Silen, who was on a call outside the door. Silen, I'm going to pick up my disciple. Silen waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Hui Mao jumped out and followed the signal to find Rong Ruo. Silen was very busy right now. He was busy with his communicator. Ever since Silen reported Rong Ruo's name after the interview, the news that Silen had taken in a girl who didn't even look like much had spread. Many people tried to talk to Silen. Jin Xingming and the others even came to inquire about the situation out of curiosity. Even Jinya asked about it himself. It was only after Silen repeatedly stated that he wasn't looking for a wife and was only taking in a student that they suspiciously disconnected the call. Silen. Chuck was conflicted after he said the name. Should he call him mentor? Or should he call him by name? Neither seemed right. Just call him senior brother. We're all in AF1 anyway. Silen put away the communicator and said to Chuck, All right, senior brother Silen, I'll see you in AF1. Chuck bid farewell to Silen and left. There was a flying car waiting for him outside the dormitory to pick him up. The other people in the dormitory had left a long time ago. Chuck had purposely delayed his departure because he wanted to chat with Silen for a bit. However, Silen kept talking until everyone had left. Silen looked around the empty dormitory room, put on his backpack, and closed the door. Another batch of students had left the dormitory room. After picking up Rong Ruo, Silen returned to AF1. Since he was an honorary scholar of the RAS, Silen was given his own lab. He was the one who chose the location of his lab, and Silen's lab was located in a non-teaching area outside of AF1's main campus. Not everyone had a lab and training ground as big as Guanfeng's. Although the treatment wasn't as good as Guanfeng's, Silen was satisfied. This was all he needed right now. Although Silen's lab was a lot smaller than Guanfeng's and the academicians', it was still around 1,000 square meters in size. Before this, Silen hadn't used it because he didn't have an independent project of his own. The zebra virus didn't count because he used Black Viper's stuff. Now that Silen thought that he was starting a new project, it had nothing to do with the virus or guns. It was his own private project, and the results of the project belonged to Silen alone. Of course, he had to bear all the research costs himself. Rong Ruo came to Silen's lab after arranging the dormitory rooms. It was called a lab, but in her opinion, it was more like a factory than anything else. On the way here, Silen had already told Rong Ruo that the main reason he was paying attention to her was because of her technology to create the water series of accessories. As for whether or not Rong Ruo would hand over the technology, Silen didn't force her. Even if Rong Ruo asked for a high price, Silen would still pay for it. However, Rong Ruo didn't ask for a price. Instead, she took out the technology of her own accord. I discovered it by accident, and I'm using it to feed my family. Now that I'm an AF1 and getting paid, there's no need for me to keep this little technology to myself. The reason Rongrua didn't mention it during the interview was because she was prepared to give up the water accessory technology if she didn't make it to the selection. Rongrua was already very grateful that Sillin was willing to let her enter AF1. Rongrua had first melted a few ores in order to create a reagent. Then, she melted them with a solvent and heated them up. Due to some matters, she didn't have the time to create the reagent, so she put them all into the compression capsule decompression furnace. When she came back and opened the furnace door, she found that the crystal that came out of the bottle was not the usual prismatic shape, but a dodecahedron. However, this dodecahedron crystal was not stable. After the furnace door was opened, it quickly dissipated. If Rongrua hadn't been paying attention to the crystal-like crystals that came out of the bottle, she wouldn't have noticed it. Since then, Rongrua started to research in this area. She made crystals of various shapes and sizes. In order to reduce the cost, she finally chose the lowest cost material, water. This was the origin of the water accessory series. That's why I said, there's no need to feel inferior. You're not worse than anyone else. Sillin treated Rongrua more like a senior, not a mentor. Sillin suggested that Rongrua close the accessory shop at home first and reopen it later. Rongrua didn't mind it. Business was not good anyway. Those with a bit of money wouldn't be interested in those cheap accessories, and those without money wouldn't bother with those fancy ones. Rongrua opened the shop because she accidentally discovered the technique. So, based on the current situation, it wasn't a big deal to close the shop. Sillin had already given her a sum of money in advance. It was enough for her family to live a good life, so Rongrua wasn't worried anymore. Moreover, because Rongrua had entered AF1, her family was treated well by the people on the planet. Sillin, when are you going back? Shikai asked this morning. He's ready and waiting to depart. Hui Mao was lying on a shelf, basking in the sun, licking his paws as he spoke. Let's wait for a while. I'll deal with this first. Sillin was busy dealing with the things in his hands. He had originally planned to leave in a few days, but plans couldn't keep up with the changes. Rongrua's technique had benefited Sillin a lot, and at least he had a general direction. Rongrua's class hadn't started yet. Originally, she wanted to help Cheto, but she soon realized that she couldn't be of much help when it came to the actual operation. Rongrua's technique was like a foundation, and after Sillin quickly grasped it, he had extended it to a wider range of branches. Rongrua didn't really understand these things, so she had been busy replenishing her knowledge recently. Cheto copied some of the contents from the library for Rongrua to read. The things that Cheto could finish reading in an hour were enough for Rongrua to read for 10 days. It wasn't that Rongrua was slow, it was the speed of a normal person. Not everyone could read as fast as Cheto. 10 days later, inside a 300 square meter space in Sillin's lab, Sillin had loaded a special pistol with a bullet that looked like a transparent water droplet. The bullet was shining with water ripples. There was a leaf that had just been plucked from a tree 50 meters away from Sillin. Bang! The bullet flew out of the muzzle in Sillin's hand and headed straight for the leaf. The leaf that was propped up by a thin needle wasn't penetrated by the bullet. Instead, it was swiftly enveloped by water light. After the water light adhered to the leaf, it grew thicker at a visible rate. Sillin looked at the instrument in the lab and saw that the humidity index was dropping rapidly. 5 seconds later, the reaction on the leaf stopped. Hui Mao jumped over and circled around the leaf twice. It is very similar to the one under the sea. Rongrua's technique was to synthesize all kinds of small ornaments in water. The success rate was lower than that. Sillin had used part of the information in this technique to develop this water bullet. The original leaf was now tightly wrapped in a layer of crystal. It looked like a sealed specimen, just like the sea beast crystal specimen he saw at the underwater city. Hui Mao raised his paw and touched the leaf with his paw. It was cold, but not as cold as ice. Its temperature was like ordinary water, except that it was a lot harder than crystal. Huimao took a bite and chewed loudly. Not bad. Want to try the next one? Huimao asked. Amen. Sillin rebalanced the humidity in the lab and switched to a different bullet. This bullet was the same size as the previous one, but the ripples on its surface were faster. Cheto took out a small bottle with a flea inside. We'd had gotten it from King Kong. As expected of King Kong, even the fleas on his body were much bigger than normal ones. How much blood did he drink? After Sillin's signal, Cheto opened the bottle cap. Shing! The flea the size of half a thumb rushed out the moment the bottle cap was opened. However, what welcomed it was a bullet covered in ripples. Crack! A hard crystalline block fell to the ground. The flea that was sealed inside was still in the same position as when it leaped up, vivid and lifelike. Huimao hurriedly jumped over and took a bite to test the texture. It's much harder than the last one. Then, Sillin switched to a few more water bullets and experimented with a couple of more dangerous parasites. The results were pretty good. There were no large sea beasts in the lab for them to experiment with. Although the water bullets weren't perfect yet, and the bullet's speed and hardness needed to be improved, the current results were already very satisfactory. It was a great weapon, but to Wheeze, it was using a low-level water bomb to make food. In Wheeze's words, it was called sandwiched fish biscuits. Unlike Rong Rua's accessories, the process of making water bullets into water bullets wasn't easy, and there were many layers of processing that require high precision. Even the lowest level water bomb would cost 3 digits if calculated according to the cost of production. It didn't look like a lot, but it was a huge sum when summed up. Sillin didn't have the capital to let Huimao squander money just yet. The guy had to use several thousand water bullets to make a bag of fish biscuits. The texture was there, but the money was gone too. After seeing Sillin's bill, Huimao hesitated for a while and gave up on the idea of using water bullets to make fish biscuits. Well, that was a temporary plan. Meow, when I have the money, I'll use top-grade water bullets to make fish biscuits. Huimao vowed. Let's talk about it when you have the money. Sillin flicked Huimao's cat ears. The money this guy earned from the selection test not long ago was eaten up in half a day. What Hosert said to Huimao was true. Poverty comes from eating. That night, Huimao complained to Black Viper, who was far away on another planet. Black Viper listened to him for a long time. Ever since Black Viper contacted Huimao, Huimao often went to chat with the Big Python, but this was the first time the Big Python didn't know how to answer him. The cat's appetite was too big, and its menu was so wide that it made people's hair stand on end. Not even the Mist Bodhisattva Imperial family would research water bullets to make food for Huimao. The Big Python didn't tell anyone about the water bullets, not even the Mist Bodhisattva Imperial family. He believed that Sillin wouldn't threaten the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. However, he did tell the Emperor about it. Sillin will become the second Guanfeng. He may even surpass him. Guanfeng's contributions to the Empire weren't just limited to the Purgatory Thunder Snake series. He had designed a lot of military weapons, just that no one knew about it. The day after Huimao complained to the Big Python, the Big Python sent someone to deliver a card to him. The amount of money on Carrie's card was enough to make Huimao drool, but he still returned the card. I want to make my own money. While the Big Python was admiring the cat's backbone, Huimao turned around and pretended to be pitiful in front of Sillin. He asked Sillin to buy cat food for him because he'd run out of food. Sillin poked Huimao's round belly. Your appetite has grown again. Huimao sighed. I've been using my brain too much lately. Mental work takes up a lot of energy. Sillin, fine, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Sillin didn't know what to say to a cat that slept for 20 out of 24 hours. While Sillin was perfecting the water bullets, he also taught Rong Rua how to improve the original technology. In a new batch of manufacture accessories, both the purity and brightness had been greatly improved. What he felt when he touched it wasn't the unique coldness of hard crystals, but the softness of water. The first to use these accessories were Jin Xingming's group. They bought a bunch of accessories from Rong Rua and used them to pick up girls. Originally, they were only supporting Rong Rua out of respect for Sillin, but they didn't expect these accessories to be so popular. The three of them even offered to help Rong Ruo set up an accessory company. Sillin would follow them, and it would be beneficial for Rong Ruo to interact more with Jin Xingming and the others. At the very least, she'd have someone to rely on when Sillin wasn't around. Sillin was ready to return to the League of Stars after dealing with the water bullets. Shikai had urged him several times, and he'd probably come looking for him if he didn't depart soon. The laboratory was handed over to Rong Ruo. She could carry out her crystal dreams here. Jin Xingming and the others would come here to help as well. They were just bored out of their minds, and it just so happened that this was something new to them, so they came over to play. Sillin had deleted all the information related to the water bullets in the laboratory. He wasn't afraid that someone would come and steal it. Also, Sillin didn't plan on publicizing the water bullets for now. It wasn't complete enough, and he needed to put it into practice. The best place to do that was the League of Stars. Sillin went to see Xianxia before going to find Shikai. However, Xianxia wasn't planning on going back with Sillin. Although he really wanted to, he couldn't allow a large army to pass through right now. Xianxia would only burden the other side if he went alone, and Xianxia didn't want that. Then let's wait a bit longer. It won't be too long, Sillin comforted. Xianxia stared at the sea beast that was playing with Wheeze and smiled. Don't worry about me. You've done well enough. Sillin recorded a video of Xianxia, and what Xianxia wanted to say was also recorded in it. After leaving Jinya's place, Sillin, Cheto, and Hui Mao headed to Shikai's base. Guanfeng had released Tang Qiuqiu as well. She was holding AK-2 Guanfeng had made for her. Although it was also a K-series gun, it was Tang Qiuqiu's K2. It was Tang Qiuqiu's personal gun, and Tang Qiuqiu's initials were even engraved on the gun. He had obtained all the materials he needed, and he wasn't at ease leaving the 11th Squad alone. Although the 11th Squad had stayed inside the base, there was no telling if something special would happen to them. When they arrived at Shikai's electronic planet again, Shikai was already waiting for them on top of a space fortress. What have you been up to lately? What took you so long? Shikai asked. Before Sillin could answer, Hui Mao asked from atop Sillin's shoulder, What? Do you have a problem with that? Shikai curled his lips. I wouldn't dare. He couldn't afford to offend this cat. Hey, Sigma, what's it you're holding? Hui Mao asked. Inside the space fortress, Sigma was protecting a small box like it was a treasure. Shikai glanced at it, scratched his head, and left in embarrassment to sort out his robots. That's Rufia and Zoe, Sigma said happily. Rufia and Zoe? Hui Mao jumped down from Sillin's shoulder and sniffed the box. Nothing special. Rufia and Zoel were the last two of Sigma's 5 siblings, the 2 poor robots that were destroyed by the Shi family. But what was Sigma holding in his arms right now? Ashes, Hui Mao asked. Sometimes this cat just needed to be taught a lesson. It had no filter. Nope, this is Rufia and Zoe, but they're asleep, Sigma said. Hui Mao was about to get to the bottom of the matter, but Sillin smacked him with a fish biscuit. The trip to the Mist Bodhisattva sect wasn't long, but everyone had gained a lot from it. Shimu and Shikai had come up with a plan for a new type of robot. They didn't tell us the specifics, but they just said that we'll know when the time comes. We're leaving now, Chip. We'll see you in a little while. Sigma and Moon said to Chip's hologram from inside the bastion. Good luck. I hope that the next time I see you, Rufia and Zoel will also be awake, said Chip, who had basically controlled the entire electronic planet on the ground. He was glad to see Sigma again. Sigma was still the same Sigma that wouldn't change even after 1,000 years. Could the 5 brothers really be reunited? Chip wasn't sure himself, but if Moon said there was a chance, then there must be a chance. When Rufia and Zoe returned, and when Shikai and Shimu's new plan succeeded, Chip would be able to leave his current state and explore the universe with them. The Shi family preferred to live among the stars. They didn't like to stay in one place for too long. Even Sigma wanted to explore and see more people and things. Faith was the ray of light that kept you going in your darkest hour. It wasn't bright, but it was beautiful in the darkness. It's all in the past. Chip stared at the bastion as it rose into the air. The darkest hour is over, isn't it? Once the bastion was gone, an image appeared on the ground in front of Chip. It was the image Moon had given him. It was a memory of his master. Moon, as long as you live, you can wake them up even if they're asleep. So, no matter how despicable they are, no matter what tricks they pull, you must live. Moon didn't show the hologram to Sigma because he had his doubts. Would they really wake up? It was only after meeting Sigma that Sigma began to believe those words. No matter what the process was, the result was getting better. Why was Moon the most complicated of them all? Because he carried the most burdens on his shoulders. Scylla knew that Moon was carrying a lot of secrets. In fact, he suspected that Moon knew the reason behind the formation of the CB specimens in Sea Heaven's underwater city. However, no one could pry the information out of Moon's mouth if he didn't want to say it. Although the She clan's peak generation had passed away 1,000 years ago, had the wisdom and achievements of that generation really been lost? Inside the bastion, Scylla watched Moon chat with Huimao, then drag Huimao and Sigma off to watch some x-rays. He closed his eyes. The bastion flew into the depths of the planet, where no one was. Something like a huge storm circle formed in the universe. This time, however, Tang Kikikyu was calm. She didn't go to sleep. As the bastion entered the storm, the instruments in the cockpit showed that the data was much more stable than the last two times. Huimao yawned and curled into a ball next to Scylla. He was going to take a nap, and then he'd have to get back to work. Chapter 377. By the time Scylla and the others returned to the base at Sector Z, Mo Heng's fighter was almost done. The materials Scylla brought back made Mo Heng very happy. Previously, some of Mo Heng's designs were left unfinished due to the lack of materials, but now that he had the materials, he could start working on those deleted designs again. Tang Xiaoqiu was still crouching in the shooting range all day long, but her training method had changed a little. Guanfeng must have taught her something like this before. Scylla had seen Goryo and the others use a similar training method, and he knew that it was more suitable for the PTS. Scylla didn't know what their new plan was, but judging from the eager look on Shimu's face, it was obvious that it was going to be a great idea. Shimu wasn't the only one who was crouching in the shooting range all day long. Shimu wasn't the only one. He noticed that Moon and Sigma often went in to help out with their precious chest as well. Could it be related to Sigma and Moon's brothers who were killed back then? Scylla didn't have the time to think about it. The first thing he did after returning to his base was check the information Yudi had compiled. Food King Hara's food empire had entered Sector V, and they had contacted Akinthus of the Freedom Army. Both sides were working well together, and the Freedom Army was starting to rise to power. The Freedom Army was already a powerful force to begin with, but it only grew stronger after they joined forces with Food King Hara. Food King contacted me while you were away and asked you to give him a message when you returned. Yudi told Scylla everything that had happened recently and conveyed the Food King's message to him. Is there any news from the Robert family? Scylla asked. Not yet. They seem to have calmed down again. Yudi was very curious about this. Previously, they had been making a huge ruckus, but now they had suddenly stopped. Some people said that the Robert family was afraid of the Hunter Regiment's protests, so they didn't take any further action. Do you believe this? I don't believe it. Yudi shook his head, although I don't know much about them. But from the information I've received, once the people of that family become stubborn, it's very difficult for them to stop. Moreover, they aren't people who are afraid of trouble. I heard that this time, the Robert family's robot army showed great power. Scylla looked at the few brief scenes on the screen, then pointed at the screen and said, "That's it." The holographic screen showed the scene of the Robert family's robot army swallowing up a small hunting squad. However, there were only a few scenes, and they were too short. Moreover, many of the details were blurred. It was clear that they had been edited. Yes, we can only get these images. There's nothing else. These images seem to have been purposely released by them. Purposely releasing it was for two reasons. Firstly, it was to intimidate, and secondly, it was to create a sense of mystery. Although the hunter group that had been swallowed had reformed after the Star Alliance had descended into chaos, it was not easy to swallow this hunter group. Furthermore, only a group of robots had gone to carry out the mission, not humans. There's no way the Robert family could have done it this cleanly. They must have received help from the military and other forces, Yudi said. Sillin understood all of this, but he didn't know who they were and what their goal was. Was their ultimate goal the four great forces? After Yudi left, Sillin contacted Hara. On the holographic screen, Hara was still the same chubby guy who looked like he could barely walk. "You're busy, aren't you, kid?" Hara looked very satisfied. "It looks like the market you've opened up in Sector V is pretty good." Hara waved his short and fat fingers and smiled until his flesh was sticking out. "You're the one who introduced me to you. They're pretty good. I've actually read their information before, but I can't come into contact with the three young leaders of the Freedom Army at all. They don't trust outsiders, or should I say, they don't trust anyone except the three of them. They don't even trust their own subordinates. That being said, they gave me a lot of face when they heard that you were the one who introduced me to them. Don't be humble. Being overly humble is too fake. With your title as the Food King, coupled with the development needs of the Freedom Army, your cooperation will go smoothly even without my introduction. I'm not being humble. All right, I wasn't the one who was looking for you a few days ago. It was someone who was looking for you, but it wasn't convenient for her to do so. Who is it? The Freedom Army's Qing. As expected, the call was transferred after Hara said a few words. Sillin could trust Hara's communication, and Qing wasn't a sloppy person either. He could rest assured that the communication was confidential. The Qing that appeared on the holographic screen was wearing a cloak, a hat, and a mask. However, Sillin knew that this person was the one who was on the verge of death. "I'm sure you know who I am already. Thank you for your help last time." It was impossible to tell if the person on the holographic screen was male or female, but she didn't hide her identity at all. Anna and Blue were both her names. No one in Sector V could guess her double identity and double secrecy, and not even the Andrea family could guess it. It was obvious that Blue had disguised herself very well. "I'm glad that you've recovered. Is there something you need from me?" Sillin cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. "There is. However, whether or not it will work depends on whether or not you have the intention." Qing's tone was a little mysterious. "I'm all ears." Qing took out a palm-sized projector and pressed a button. A planet appeared on the projector, and judging from the data flashing at the side of the projector, it wasn't a big planet. Although it wasn't big, there were some tiny flashing dots of light on the rotating projection. Sillin raised an eyebrow. "An energy ore." "That's right." Qing turned off the projector and continued. "This is a planet we discovered by accident. However, a few forces are already paying attention to it." "You're from Sector V?" "That's indeed the case. In the past, because that place was an uninhabitable zone and the magnetic field in the surrounding star zone was often abnormal, everyone avoided that area. Later, after someone rushed in and came out alive, that planet began to attract attention." "How many people are watching it?" Sillin asked. "At least 5 forces, including us." A pause later, Qing continued. "All of them are from Sector V. Most of the people in Sector V were not afraid of death. If they really went crazy, it would be a real headache." However, the investigation information that Qing took out next moved Sillin greatly. Or rather, it didn't matter if it was a hunter, a merchant, or a soldier. "If my estimation is correct, the purest part of the energy ore on this planet is comparable to Olillo's White Knight." Qing's tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. This was what drove people crazy. The energy, or called White Knight, inside Olillo's cage had been divided up by the military and political people a long time ago, and the hunters didn't get much. Although everyone said that White Knight was replaceable, there was no reason not to eat such a big cake when it was placed in front of them. Carrie and the others would probably go crazy if they knew about this. "What do you think? Interested in a partnership?" Qing asked. Although the Freedom Army's rise was fast, there were a lot of people eyeing that planet this time. If they really clashed head-on, the Freedom Army would suffer a lot of losses. If they were to shrink because of this planet, there was no telling when they would be able to recover. After all, there were too many people who wanted to kill the Freedom Army while they were weak. But if they could ally with Sillin, then things would be different. There were a lot of energy ores on the planet anyway, so sharing a share with Sillin wasn't a bad idea. Just like Akenthus said, they could return a favor. When you guys move? This was Sillin's biggest concern. They still had a lot of preparation work to do. 15 to 20 days according to the galactic calendar. Qing answered. During this time, all parties were making preparations to go to that planet. If they didn't make perfect preparations, they might die in space before they reached their destination. Give me half a day. Sure. Sillin had half a day to consider whether he should accept this job or not. He wanted to check on Mo Heng's progress. The fighters were in the final stages of finishing up. Sillin gathered all the team members for a meeting and asked for everyone's opinion. As expected, the moment they heard that there was an energy or comparable to White Knight, Carrie and the others became excited and rubbed their palms together. The others were about the same. About the fighters, Mo Heng waved his hand. You don't have to worry about that. 10 days is more than enough time. The rest of the finishing work doesn't have to be done here. It can be done in the starship's warehouse. What about you guys, Shikai? Sillin looked at Shikai, who was rubbing his chin thoughtfully. We're fine with it. The starship is fully equipped anyway. Shikai didn't just bring back the materials from the Mist Bodhisattva sect. He also prepared several sets of equipment. One for the base, one for the space fortress, one for the Lil 11 starship, and the rest for backup. Hui Mao bounced on the side. That's settled then. Sillin, we're definitely going. That's all money. We can sell it even if we don't use it for ourselves. Sillin patted the restless cat's head and said, Then get ready. I'll let everyone know once I'm done. After the meeting was adjourned, Mogaz gathered together with Carrie and the others. Sigh, Carrie, I'm starting to think that joining the 11th Squad was a wise choice. Not only do we have a custom-made fighter, armor, luxurious food, and now we're even running into a top-tier mission like this. It really makes my blood boil. Sillin is such an amazing captain. Carrie chuckled. Why else would Sillin be called a captain? The 11th Squad wouldn't exist without him. Xiaoshang patted Mogaz on the shoulder. Do your best. You'll get a bigger bonus if your results are good, you know. After Sillin replied to Green, they came to an agreement and set a time for Sillin to meet up with them at Sector V at the coordinates Green had given him. On the other side, Green had ended his call with Sillin. He looked at Akenthus and Enraisin and said, It's done. Enraisin wiped his gun and said, Isn't the 11th Squad a new squad? And it's just a Vanguard sub-squad. It can't even be called a fleet. I'm afraid that they'll become a burden when the time comes. Akenthus shook his head. Sillin is a strange man. The 11th Squad may be small, but Sillin is a very capable man. Back at Sector H, I thought he was a member of some big family or something. There's no way we could have escaped so easily otherwise. That's what I'm curious about as well. He's a hunter from the Big Four. Although he's just a sub-squad member, not even a sub-squad leader can mobilize all of Sector H's personnel. Can he? Plus, he's acquainted with Food King, Green said. Akenthus paused for a moment before continuing. I didn't ask him to join this operation just to return a favor. I wouldn't have made this decision if they were weak. Then why? Enraisin stopped wiping his gun and looked at Akenthus. During my conversation with the Food King, he revealed something. Sillin is connected to that side as well. Akenthus raised 3 fingers and pointed at the sky. Both Green and Enraisin understood the gesture. It represented sectors A, B, and C. The fact that they were able to receive help from people from those 3 sectors meant that their evaluation would go up a whole new level. Inside the 11th Squad's base, inside Moon's small room, a set of high-quality audio and video equipment was playing a small X-ray. However, Moon's attention wasn't on it. Now that Moon had controlled himself from interfering with other equipment while he was thinking, the reason he turned on the audio and video equipment was so that he wouldn't be discovered by anyone else in the base. Moon, Shikai has produced the complete plan. Once it's complete, the new robots will be produced very soon. Sigma said while flying in with the box in his arms. Moon rubbed his chin and moved his fingers. Then, he turned to Sigma and asked, Are you happy with the 11th squad, Sigma? Of course I am. The 11th squad has you, Wheeze, Cheto, and now the descendant of the Shi family. Sillin has helped me a lot as well. Everyone in the 11th squad is great. Right now, I'm just waiting for Ruifia and Zoel to wake up and Chip to recover. Then, the 5 of us can join the 11th squad, Sigma replied with a tilt of his head. The blue bars on his face narrowed. Of course I am. Moon spread his arms like he was stretching himself. Then he rose to his feet. Where are you going, Moon? Sigma followed closely behind him. I'm going to talk to Sillin about our pay. I don't think that's a good idea. We're all living here. I might be the one who built most of the base, but no buts. Let's go check your orchard. Don't let the trees die when we depart, and bring more fresh fruits with us. Sillin was a little surprised by Moon's arrival. He was reading through the information Xing had given him, and it was no wonder that the environment around the planet wasn't very good. No wonder so many people had gone in there and never returned. Even a Freedom Army had only probed the planet from afar. They hadn't actually entered it. Among the information Xing sent him, Sillin noticed that none of the people who went in search of the planet had ever returned. The ones who escaped only stayed on the planet's surface. The survivors brought back news that the people who went and met the spirits, so they couldn't come back. That was why everyone was spending so much time preparing for the expedition. If they weren't prepared, they would only die. They didn't believe in ghosts. It was either a strange species or an illusion. Sillin didn't put the information away when Moon entered the room. Instead, he spread it out on the ground. What is it? I have something to tell you. It's about this planet. Sillin touched the projector next to his arm with a finger, and the image of the planet appeared in front of him. At first glance, it looked no different from any other non-habitable planet, but upon closer inspection, there were a lot of shining spots on the planet due to reflections. Moon tilted his head and looked at Sillin. He seemed to be curious about Sillin's words. Yes, it's about this planet. Moon flew to the side of the projection and looked at the planet. Although there were only flashing lights on the surface, Sillin could feel that Moon was looking at the planet seriously. White Knight is actually not the name of the energy ore. Sillin looked at Moon, who was staring at the planet intently. He didn't say anything and waited for Moon to continue. White Knight was once called the White Spirit. Spirit, Moon raised a finger, and the tip of the finger spread out, projecting an image. It was a girl in white. Her skin color, hair color, pupil color, and eyelashes were all white. Her white hair that reached her ankles fluttered, as if there was a wind blowing. There was a childlike innocence in her eyes, but deep inside this innocence was indifference, mechanical indifference. She doesn't have a physical body. She's just a program, a living program. Master told me that before the 5 of us appeared, they had done many experiments, and the best result was White Knight. However, because she couldn't make a physical body like us, she was left there to guard the remaining energy ores. When Moon said this, Sillin understood. The top-grade energy ores that Xing mentioned were actually the White Knight in Olillo. The man-eating specter on the planet mentioned in the information was actually a guardian created by the Shi family back then. Then why are you telling me this now? Sillin asked. Moon never took the initiative to talk about it. Even when Sillin mentioned the planet, Moon didn't come over immediately. He must have thought about it for a while before deciding. I want to bring White Knight over. I don't care who the energy ores belong to. I hope you can help us bring White Knight back in one piece. How? When the time comes, I will negotiate with White Knight. We haven't met, but I have a message left by Master. Just don't destroy this area. Moon pointed to a place on the planet. That was the place with the most energy ores. It was not easy to protect that place from being destroyed. I'll try my best. Thank you. Moon looked at Sillin and said mysteriously, White Knight is very powerful. There's a reason why he was called a ghost. So, if you can bring White Knight over, it will be good for you. Chapter 378. It didn't matter what kind of thing Moon was referring to as the White Spirit. The most important thing right now was to get everything ready. After Moon told Sillin about White Knight, he also told him about the planet's surroundings. Although Amun had never been there himself, the information stored in his memory hadn't faded even after 1,000 years. It was of great help to Sillin. After getting the information, Sillin adjusted the parameters of the base's simulated training ground so that Carrie and the others could get used to it as soon as possible. That way, it would be easier for them to get to their destination. Sillin also shared some of the information Amun had given to Xianxia. After all, they were going to be working together. Sillin's side didn't have many people, so they might need the Freedom Army's help when they got to their destination. Hunters were always in a hurry. They weren't people who could stay in the same place for long. After being cooped up in the base for so long, Carrie and the others were itching to go out. Before this, they were doing hard labor around Imo because of the space fighter. Now that the fighter was ready and they had a mission, they spent most of their time training in the simulated training ground. With their gene rank and good physical fitness, they quickly adapted to the environment Sillin had set up. This time, they didn't wear normal protective suits. Instead, they wore armor made by Shimu. Perhaps the next mission would be the time when the armor would come into play. They were just getting used to it, so they were looking forward to the real hunting ground. They left the base on a starship and headed to the coordinates Sillin and Xianxia had agreed to meet. The fighter was almost complete, and Mohung told Carrie and the others to try it out when they had time. He wanted to see if there was anything they weren't satisfied with. If there was, they could modify it so that they wouldn't get into trouble on the battlefield. Carrie and the others were overjoyed by the fighter jets Mohung had created. These were fighter jets that belonged to them and were not for public use. Every fighter jet was designed and built according to their personal characteristics and preferences, unlike the bulk-bought fighter jets they had seen in other squadrons. Other than the design, the materials used to build these space fighters were incredibly hard to come by. If Sillin hadn't obtained a batch of rare materials from the Mist Bodhisattva Empire, these space fighters might not have been able to achieve the results Mohung was satisfied with. As for where Sillin got the materials from, Mohung didn't ask. Sillin had Sillin's secrets. He respected that. Lying on the shelf, Hui Mao closed his eyes and thought about his next move. He was no longer the ignorant cat that followed Sillin out of the base, and there was no need for him to restrain himself anymore. If he wanted to fight, he could fight, no matter the form. As for those eccentric researchers, Hui Mao wasn't afraid of them anymore. Now that he had someone to rely on, he wasn't afraid of them. Although Hui Mao wasn't happy with the fact that this batch of energy ores had to be split equally with the Freedom Army, he had no choice but to endure it. They were partners after all, and the worst that could happen was that they would take the lion's share. However, Hui Mao wouldn't allow a third party to interfere. The other forces of Sector V could just eat shit. Before they met up with the Freedom Army, Sillin explained the operation plan to everyone. The place that you mentioned was a key protected area, and since Sillin had promised Ayu, he would prioritize it over everything else. He would protect White Knight, even if the energy ores were occupied or destroyed. Sector V's reputation in the League of Stars wasn't good. It was a former colonial sector in a region known for its crimes. After the League of Stars fell into chaos, Sector V, which hadn't been completely controlled by the military yet, took this opportunity to develop wantonly. Although the flames of war raged everywhere, there was one area in Sector V that very few people went to, and that was the area Blue had mentioned to Sillin. There were basically no habitable planets in that area, and there weren't many mineral deposits on the planets at the edge of that area. Coupled with the harsh environment of the universe, very few people would venture into that area. The equipment required to enter that area was relatively high, and high-level equipment was always linked to a huge amount of money. Even the rich colonists of Sector V wouldn't want to waste their money to explore that seemingly empty area. That was why the planet containing the best energy ores could be preserved to this day. Otherwise, it would have been emptied a long time ago. When the starship arrived at the agreed coordinates, the Freedom Army was already waiting for them. There were no large starships or space planes, only small and medium-sized space planes scattered around. One reason was because of the Freedom Army's financial limitations, and the other was because this lineup allowed them to move more efficiently. The space planes weren't fancy, but they were all heavily armed models. They looked full of killing intent, and some of the space planes even had holes and wounds caused by cannon bombardment. You fought already? Sillin looked at Xianxia on the light screen. They're just some annoying minions, no big deal. Xianxia said. The murderous intent in his blood-red eyes hadn't faded completely yet. Sillin noticed that Blue and Enrainer were standing behind Xianxia. Aren't you afraid that something unusual might happen inside the base? Xianxia smiled and didn't answer. Sillin believed that they should have already made arrangements. However, the three of them always seemed to move together. Sillin didn't ask too much about the Freedom Army. After discussing their next move with Xianxia, the two of them flew towards the planet together. In the Freedom Army, many people looked at this unfamiliar starship and discussed it. They didn't understand why they had to call others for an operation. Although the starship looked good, war wasn't about whose flying tool was beautiful. On this side, the Freedom Army members were discussing Sillin and the others in their space planes. The space planes were also communicating with each other through their communicators. In the end, just as they were mocking the unfamiliar starship, an angry voice sounded. Fuck you, you're the flashy ones. You're the embroidered pillows. You're the fucking trash. The three leaders in Xianxia's space plane looked at each other, surprised that their own communication channel would hear the voice of the other person. Sillin finally spoke up after the gray cat had yelled for a while. I'm very sorry. One of our team members is a little too hot-tempered, but forgive me for being blunt, but your communication security measures are seriously terrible. Hearing Sillin's words, Xianxia contacted the people in charge of the space planes. Each space plane was a team with a team leader. Xianxia asked the team leaders to check their communicators and communication network and turn on the security facilities. No matter what, they couldn't be careless. Although Huimao's shout made the Freedom Army unhappy, it calmed down a lot. I didn't mean to hear it. It's their communication network that's wide open. They didn't even set up low-level security. You can't blame me for that, Huimao said while licking his claws. He was originally not satisfied with giving a part of the energy mine to the other party. Now that he heard those people talking bad about him, it would be strange if he didn't flip out. Sillin patted Huimao's head. All right, don't waste time paying attention to the Freedom Army. Pay attention to other places further away to see if there are any abnormalities. For example, someone who isn't part of the plan. Someone who isn't part of the plan? Huimao flicked his ears. He didn't quite understand Sillin's meaning, but since Sillin had said so, he had no choice but to pay attention. The space environment in this area wasn't very good. There were a lot of rocky areas, and there were often strong ion storms. As a result, their speed was a lot slower than usual. The route Sillin had chosen was based on the information Moon had provided him. It was also one of the easiest routes out of all of them. Although they ran into a lot of trouble, they still successfully reached their destination coordinates ahead of the other forces in Sector V. The Freedom Army was very happy about this. Can you contact White Knight? Sillin looked at Moon. Moon shook his head. Not yet. I need to enter the planet to communicate with her. What are you guys talking about? Carrie moved closer to Cheto and asked. Moon tilted his head. We're talking about Cheto's girlfriend. Cheto, why didn't he know when he found himself a girlfriend? Oh, not far away. A group of people moved closer to Cheto. Even Mao, who usually didn't pay much attention to gossip, couldn't help himself. They were just too curious. Cheto's girlfriend? A robot's girlfriend? All right, everyone, get ready to move. You'll know when the time comes. Also, do your best and don't embarrass the 11th Squad. Sillin patted the group of people who had gathered around him and said. Carly and the others hesitated for a moment, but in the end, the mission was more important. That being said, I'm really curious. We're ready to land, Alkinthus said on the screen. All right, Sillin gestured to everyone, and they all got to work. The 11th Squad starship was left outside the planet. Since they had the super AI Little 11, they didn't have to worry about piloting the starship even if there was no one around. Speaking of which, space fighters flew out of the starship one after another. Their streamlined bodies and shape were clearly different from normal fighters, and they flashed across the dark universe like phantoms. Alcinthus stared at the image on the screen. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious, but he was still surprised. From what they knew, Vanguard didn't have a fighter like this in their B squadrons other than their famous Freedom ship. The detectors couldn't detect anything. None of our scanning methods detected anything. Inderson pointed at the image on the screen. All they saw was the enemy's fighter flying out of the starship, disappearing in a flash, and then vanishing into thin air. Unfortunately, the detectors on the space plane didn't detect anything at all. Instead of piloting a fighter, Sillin piloted a small space plane and carried Mo Hung, Cheto, Tang Xiuqiu, Xueqiu, and Chi Feng out of the planet. Old Mo was the one who strongly requested to tag along. He was very curious about this planet, and he wanted to see the alluring top-grade energy ores there. There weren't any plants on the planet, only rocks and mountains embedded with energy ores. After the Freedom Army landed, they put on their protective suits and started mining. Since the other forces hadn't arrived yet, they decided to dig a bit first. Meanwhile, Sillin parked the space plane at the place Moon told him to. After opening the hatch, Moon and Sigma flew out of the space plane. While the Freedom Army was digging excitedly, a white light suddenly appeared around them. It was the energy ores that didn't glow themselves. It illuminated the dimly lit area for a long time. "Who are you?" A gentle voice entered their ears. Then, a white figure appeared on top of the ores. They were all the same, and their movements were exactly the same. It almost looked like they were clones. A snow-white white knight was sitting on top of the oars. Her long hair and long skirt were flowing in the wind as she stared at the miners. She was twirling a strand of her white hair with one hand and combing it with a comb with the other. "War Wraith!" someone exclaimed. Since Alcinthus had told them not to attack if they saw a wraith and that someone else would deal with it, all they had to do was dig as hard as they could. That was why the Freedom Army didn't open fire immediately when White Knight appeared. Although that was the plan, when everyone saw this white figure, they all felt a chill down their spines. Be it the Freedom Army soldiers who were closer to White Knight or Carey's group who were patrolling in fighter jets, they couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over their bodies. Not fearing death was one thing, but the fear of seeing a wraith was another. What the hell is this? A projection? After White Knight appeared, Moon started communicating with her using the method his master left behind. Although White Knight, Sigma, and Moon had never met each other before, they were all created by the Shi family in the same area. Plus, Sigma took out some information that belonged to his master. It didn't take long for them to communicate with each other. It wasn't long before a passageway opened up at Moon's location. After greeting Sillin, Moon and Sigma descended into the passageway. The passageway closed behind them, and White Knight's projection disappeared. Now that the wraith was gone, the Freedom Army soldiers returned to their mining. They were curious, but the energy in front of them was far more attractive. Just as Alcinthus was wondering why Sillin hadn't made a move yet, he saw a slightly larger space plane land. Many big guys that looked like mining robots walked out of the space plane and began mining with familiarity before transporting them into the space plane. Alcinthus glanced at Sillin, who was still sitting inside the space plane. He had to admit that he was jealous. Although the 11th Squadron had fewer people, they had more robots. Mining and other tasks were done by the robots. They were all professionals and could dig quickly. They were not slower than the Freedom Army. Huimao wasn't the type to stay put for long. It ran out the moment Sigma and Moon came out of the space plane, broke off large chunks of energy ores with its claws, and tossed them to the transport robots. This is all money. It can be exchanged for tons and tons of cat food. The soldiers of the Freedom Army were very curious about this cat that did not need to wear protective clothing and could run nimbly in such a harsh environment with its round body. However, no matter how curious they were, they could not lose to this cat. The Freedom Army soldiers moved even faster when they saw the cat doing its best to break off the ores. Suddenly, the gray cat's claws froze in the middle of plucking the energy ores. It looked towards the sky. Sillin, they're here. Meow my ass. Carrie, knock them down one by one. The first thought that came to the Freedom Army people's minds when they saw the gray cat standing on top of the mine with its paw raised high, like it was pointing at the world. So this is the cat that was eavesdropping at the time. Their second thought, this cat can talk. Their third thought, who's here? It didn't take long for them to realize that it was the other Sector V forces. Prepare for battle. Some of the Freedom Army soldiers stayed behind to continue mining, while the rest prepared for battle. Piloting a fighter in the sky, Carrie's face twitched again and again when he heard Hui Mao's roar. This cat is getting more and more arrogant. The 11th Squad starship was in stealth mode and some distance away from the newcomers. That was why they didn't notice that there was a starship parked outside the planet. Just like the Freedom Army, the 11th Squad was made up of space planes, and they were annoyed that someone had arrived before them. That was why they started attacking before they even landed, because they all wanted to take everything for themselves. Large craters were blasted on the ground by the artillery fire. Rock fragments were sent flying everywhere, mixed with some fragments of energy ores. Carrie and the others who had been hovering in the sky started firing as well. Their bodies flashed past them. The enemy was almost unable to lock onto their target, because they were hit by a blast before they could even lock onto their target. Carrie and the others might look like a mess, but they all had a plan and worked well together. Inside the space plane, Sillin could hear Carrie and the others' jokes and curses through the communicator. Artillery fire interweaved in the sky, densely packed like fireworks. However, fireworks wouldn't cause so many broken parts to fall because of being hit. Some were from the Freedom Army, and some were from the newcomers. While the Freedom Army was busy fighting in the sky, Hui Mao didn't stop mining. He ignored the fighters in the sky and busied himself with the digging robots. A couple of fighters were about to attack him when they saw his mining activity, but they were attacked by the phantom-like fighters before they could do anything. Hui Mao was fearless because he had Carrie and the others cover. Of course, Hui Mao wouldn't be afraid even without Carrie and the others cover. The cannonballs couldn't hurt it for now anyway. More people are coming, Cheto said. Another group of people was flying towards them from the sky. However, they didn't charge at them immediately. Instead, they waited outside for a while. It looked like they wanted to wait until the two sides fought each other to the death before attacking. Unfortunately, the reality didn't allow them to do so. This time, it wasn't just one side. The other side had arrived as well, and more people were coming one after another. Everyone knew about the same time, and the time to prepare was almost the same. If the Freedom Army hadn't changed their flight path at Sillin's suggestion, they would have arrived at the same time as these people. The chaotic battle had begun. The normally dead planet was now covered in flames and debris. The battle in the sky was fierce, but because everyone was staring at the energy ores on the ground, their ground forces quickly landed and began fighting for resources. Let's go. Sillin called out to the people inside the space plane and walked out of the hatch. Chapter 379. Sillin and the others didn't join the melee. Instead, they stood guard around the area Moon had pointed out and cleared out anyone who entered the area. Tang Xiaoqiu's efficiency had increased a lot since she gained the Purgatory Thundersnake. Coupled with Tang Xiaoqiu's strong mental fortitude, she was able to blow up a dozen or so people's heads in the blink of an eye without batting an eyelid. The people who came over were all wearing protective suits. It slowed down their movements quite a bit, and before they could even aim at Tang Xiaoqiu, they had already lost consciousness. While pulling the trigger, Xianxia took the opportunity to glance at Sillin's direction. What he saw immediately filled him with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The Freedom Army and the newcomers were wearing similar protective suits. At first, he didn't think much of it since they were all wearing the same type of protective suits. But now that he saw the 11th Squad, he couldn't help but feel sorry for himself. Even someone with the best genes and physique couldn't avoid some restrictions when wearing protective suits. However, Sillin and the others were clearly wearing something different. Not only did he block the stray bullets, he didn't restrict the newcomers' movements at all. looking at the little girl jumping up and down, then looking at the big fat bear wearing armor beside the little girl, and then looking at what they and the others were wearing, they felt really ashamed. It was one thing for their fighters to be outdated, but even their protective suits were outdated. No, they should be called armors. It would be a lie to say that they weren't jealous. Xianxia, Qing, and the others couldn't help but think that if the Freedom Army had this kind of equipment, Sillin clear out the newcomers, and every time he fired a shot, a couple of people would die. Right now, he was using a Purgatory Thunder Snake K instead of an S. K was more than enough to deal with these people. Hui Mao ignored the chaotic battle and continued to mine its energy ores. Boom boom. Fighter jets kept crashing, and some space planes had blown up and fallen to the ground. Some people didn't manage to dodge in time and were smashed into meat paste or caught in the explosion. Not only did they have to pay attention to the falling objects, but they also had to avoid the shots of fighter jets and the attacks of various people. Almost everyone on the ground was in a state of high tension, and for the people of Sector V, this tension was not fear, but excitement. The flames of war, the sounds of explosions, and the spurting of blood caused them to tremble with excitement. Sillin clearly sensed that those who had been cleaned up did not fear death on the battlefield at all before they died. Once they were immersed in such a hail of bullets and bombardment, they would enter a different state. They were just like the men of sacrifice, trained by many families and forces. In their current state, even if White Knight came out, these people wouldn't be able to suppress their fear at all. People had always avoided the people of Sector V. It was because people who grew up in the war-torn zones of Sector V were numb to many things. Right now, these people no longer cared about the top-grade energy ores that even outsiders would go crazy over. There was only killing and venting in their hearts. When faced with Sillin's muzzle, they didn't even try to dodge. When he first joined Vanguard, someone once told Sillin that there was not much of a sense of accomplishment, even if you managed to kill all of the madmen of Sector V in the end. In fact, you might even feel like you had just killed a moving log. While Sillin was cleaning up the people who had entered the area, Shikai's voice came from the communicator. "Do you need me to send a robot to help you?" Sillin looked around and above him and said, "Not yet. How much longer do you need?" 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes. Rough or precise? Precise. All right, 3 minutes should be enough. He had just ended the call with Shikai when Yu's voice came from the communicator again. Sillin, White Knight said that someone had been here before us. However, they stayed on the other side of the planet and were not discovered by the detectors under the cover of the planet's magnetic field. Someone else. Do you know who they are? Sillin said while firing at the people who stepped into the area. Not exactly humans. Most of them are robots. The Robert family? I think so. All right, I got it. How are things on your side? I'm communicating with White Knight right now. I'm also arranging the settings here so that White Knight can leave this place. You seem to be pretty busy. Sillin could hear the sound of a device being touched from the other end of the communicator. You guys continue. I'll take care of things outside. All right. Sillin was very puzzled when he learned about this planet. Green said that the people of Sector V had discovered it by chance, and although this explanation was plausible, Sillin was still skeptical. The chances of the people of Sector V coming here and leaving alive without knowing the environment and conditions of this planet were very small. It wasn't that Sillin looked down on the people of Sector V, but they saw things from a different perspective. Moreover, the colonists here were too busy taking refuge after the League of Stars had descended into chaos to pay attention to this unknown area. At a time when the forces of Sector V were busy fighting for territory, who would come to this place and discover this planet unknowingly? Or rather, who was the one who discovered this planet first and revealed it to them? From the looks of it, it was the Robert family. No wonder the Robert family had been quiet all this time. They had their eyes on this place since a long time ago. However, they didn't just want the energy ores on this planet. They also wanted to use this bait to eliminate the elites and leaders of the few influential forces in Sector V. This way, not only would they be able to obtain these top-quality energy ores, they would also be able to clean up Sector V and provide benefits to a certain army corps behind Robert. Two birds with one stone. Carrie, come back to me in 1 minute. At the same time, clean up the area I've marked out. Sillin informed Carrie and the others about the new operation plan. Then, he contacted Alkinthus and explained the new arrangements. He called back Chiefing, who had already run far away, and had the rest of the team get ready. By the time Sillin's countdown reached 15, the team members were already at the location Sillin had ordered. The fighters in the air had lowered their altitude and were flying around Sillin. Sillin gestured towards Xianxia. Xianxia nodded, indicating that he was ready as well. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A beam of light rose into the sky and unfurled like an umbrella, enveloping the area Sillin had marked out. An energy shield. How did they get such a big energy shield? It took a lot of energy to support an energy shield like this, but they were in a mining area and a top-quality energy ore was just around the corner. All they needed to do was set up a little. Shikai and Shimu had already begun setting up the energy shield when they arrived at the mining area, and they were very satisfied with its performance. In other words, they were very satisfied with the top-quality energy ores here. The shield's resistance coefficient was pretty good. The energy shield's appearance had lightened everyone's workload. All they needed to do was clear out the enemies within the energy shield's range, and the enemies outside the energy shield wouldn't be able to break in for the time being. Alkinthus stared at the chaotic battle outside the energy shield, and then at Sillin and the others. He suddenly realized that it was skill and talent that determined how far a team could go. It wasn't how many people were unafraid of death or how many good genes they possessed. The Freedom Army had been a rank lower than Sillin's 11th squad ever since they ran into each other. Akinus understood this very well, and the Freedom Army needed technical support if they wanted to continue to grow and rise. In an almost isolated environment like Sector V, the Food King's support alone allowed the Freedom Army to grow much faster than the other rising forces at the same time. What if they obtained other technologies as well? While Alkinthus was lost in thought, Inderson elbowed him and pointed his chin in a certain direction. Alkinthus looked in that direction and saw Cheto, who wasn't wearing any protective gear, pulling a large piece of energy or out of the ground with his bare hands. Alkinthus and the others had never seen through Cheto before. Sillin was the 11th Squad's commander after all, and even if he didn't have detailed information on him, he was at least able to find out something about him. But Cheto, on the other hand, didn't have any information on him at all. Or rather, none of it was real. In fact, they didn't even know if he was human or not. He couldn't be human without protective gear in such an environment. Could he? The people outside the energy shield attacked it angrily, but they couldn't break through it in a short time. Moreover, there were a lot of energy ores inside the energy shield, so there was no way the energy shield would run out of energy and retreat. That was why the fighting outside grew fiercer and fiercer in order to vent their frustrations. At first, there were fewer and fewer people outside the energy shield. When the leaders finally got their subordinates under control and decided to stop fighting, beams of high-energy beams shot straight at them and swept away the people in the air like brooms. The fighters and space planes let out deafening explosions, and some whose wings were cut off fell straight to the ground. But before they could hit the ground, another beam swept over them and cut them into pieces. "They're here." Sillin looked at the direction of the beams and saw a group of robots flying towards them from the dark sky. "Is that the so-called Robert family's mechanical army?" Shikai asked. "That's them." After the rebellion, the Robert family's robots had upgraded very quickly. It was a testament to their title as the Mech Empire. The people outside the energy shield were quickly cleaned up, and the ground was covered in a thick layer of wreckage. As for the people who were originally on the ground, they were suddenly killed by the robots with sharp metal cutting wheels that appeared out of nowhere. Blood was flung out along with the rotation of the metal piece, spraying on the wreckage that was still emitting fire and black smoke, making a sizzling sound. No matter how numb the people of Sector V were, they had no choice but to retreat in defeat against these cold robots. More and more robots appeared on the ground, and more surrounded the energy shield in the air. Some of the robots still looked human, but the strangely shaped weapons they were wielding showed that they were different. After the robots had surrounded the energy shield, a space plane flew over. The communicator in Xianxia's hand rang. It was a call request. After pressing the call button, Xianxia placed the communicator next to him so that everyone could see the other person's image. When the call was connected, a person's figure appeared on the screen. However, it wasn't the Robert friend Sillin knew, but someone else from the Robert family who looked a little similar to friends. The person didn't seem to be looking at the communicator. Instead, he was staring at the enormous energy shield. TSK, you guys sure surprised me. Xianxia didn't answer. They knew who the other person was now. Only the Robert family could possess such a mechanical army. But I'm sorry, but don't think that you're safe hiding inside the energy shield. I may not have brought many mechanical soldiers with me this time, but it's enough to take out all of you. As for this energy shield, it's nothing. As a man's voice faded, the energy barrier above began to flicker. Soon, the energy barrier began to thin. The energy shield has been affected, Carrie and the others exclaimed. At the same time, they were ready to charge out at any moment. However, after the energy shield had gradually faded, it brightened up again and returned to its original state. Shikai controlled the device in his hand and sneered at the figure displayed on the communicator. Nothing. The person on the screen looked a little flustered, his face red and white. In the end, he waved his hand and said, "You may have some ability, but how long can you last against my mechanical army? I'll show you how your defenses crumble step by step, and how you'll be destroyed." As soon as that person finished speaking, another voice rang out. "You want to destroy where?" A white figure appeared next to the image, standing face to face with the person on the screen. "Guardian, we meet again." The person on the screen frowned when he saw Byakuya appear. Obviously, he didn't expect Byakuya to appear at this time. There was such a fierce battle here, so why didn't he appear? Byakuya didn't respond to this kind of nonsense like "we meet again." Instead, he stared straight at the person on the screen. Under the gaze of this pair of white pupils, the person couldn't help but look away. "Although we avoided you before, it doesn't mean that we're afraid of you. You're just a failed product that hasn't taken shape yet. Is that so?" The white figure in front of the communicator faded away, but the next moment, in the aircraft outside the energy shield, a white figure appeared on the screen in front of the person on the screen. Then the same figure appeared on the screen next to it, and then the third screen, the fourth screen. "What's going on?" Sillin looked at Moon, who was flying over. Moon spread his hands. "I just completely released Byakuya from here." Chapter 380. The White Spirit lived up to the name of Ghost. Although she had no physical body and could only appear as a projection, she was very free inside the electronic systems. In a way, she was more like a virus to the Robert family people on the spaceplane. The Robert family could build robots this well, so they should be very good at system maintenance as well. But in the blink of an eye, the dozen or so light screens in the control room were filled with a white figure. Robert Borat, the man who spoke earlier, was so angry that he was shaking all over. When he came up with this plan, he didn't think that the guardian ghost of this place would be so difficult to deal with. He also didn't think that there would be someone in this group who could resist the interference and keep the energy shield stable all the time. How in the world did the trash of Sector V possess such technology? Borat clenched his fists tightly. No matter what, since he had taken charge of this plan, he had to complete it at all costs. This way, he would have more say when he returned to the Robert family. In terms of research, Borat couldn't compare to Friends. This was why his voice in the Robert family had always been weaker than Friends's. However, after working with the military, Borat relied on Beaver and Friends's diplomatic skills to obtain the support of the 8th Legion and some people in the Robert family. That was how he obtained the right to carry out a few operations. The first few operations were executed very well, and Borat was the one who discovered this place by accident. Borat's first thought wasn't to dig out the top-grade energy ores. Although the quality of the energy ores the Robert family had in reserve couldn't compare to these top-grade energy ores. They had the advantage in quantity. To Borat, the energy ores here were far less attractive than his plan. Just as Sillin and the others thought, Borat was the mastermind behind all this. He was planning to use this opportunity to eradicate some of the powerful forces in Sector V in one fell swoop, and this achievement was enough for him to receive even greater support from the Robert family and the 8th Legion when he returned. In fact, he even thought that if he completed his plan well, he might even surpass Friends and the others and become the new leader of the Robert family after the situation had stabilized. However, even though the ideal was good, reality caught Borat off guard. He didn't expect that the Freedom Army would join forces with Sillin and the others to come over. Just like many members of the Robert family, Borat was a typical stubborn and conceited person. He was overly confident and believed in the abilities of this mechanical army. Borat didn't analyze the 11th Squad and what happened before. In Borat's eyes, only the Spectre could be considered an opponent. Borat got his subordinates to try and intercept the 10 or so screens in the control room that had been taken over, but he realized that it was impossible. The other party had already entered the room, and many of the programs in the system had already been modified and messed up on a large scale. Even if they tried to deal with it, the light screens only flashed twice, and they were unable to erase the white figure. "Open the secret room," Borat said to his subordinates. The secret room was an encrypted area developed by the Robert family. It was like a secret room in the network. Nothing from the outside could enter it. Normally, the secret room would not be opened and the controllers would be exposed outside. However, once the secret room was opened, the controllers would be isolated from the external system. The opening of the secret room could increase security, but at the same time, it also increased limitations. Many functions on the aircraft would be forced to stop. However, Borat didn't care. It was fine as long as they could defend against this Spectre. Sillin observed the situation from the ground. Although he didn't know what was happening inside the aircraft, he could see the dense mechanical language. Through this mechanical language, Sillin knew that there was definitely a silent struggle going on inside. On the Freedom Army side, Xianxia looked at the sky and then at Sillin's side. He suddenly felt somewhat powerless. At the same time, he was also glad that he called Sillin and the others. Otherwise, if they encountered this mechanical army, the people he brought would be far from enough to be slaughtered by the robots. Putting aside the difference in technology, the robot's combat strength was several times higher than his size. Just looking at the corpses and mechanical wreckage outside the energy shield, it was obvious what would happen if they clashed head-on. What could they do against such an army? Hide inside the energy shield? Just as Xianxia was thinking, Sillin looked in a direction. The next moment, a white figure appeared there. The blue bar on Moon's face flashed. "Whitey, what's going on over there?" Whitey, although they had some thoughts about this name, they didn't say anything. What a joke. Facing this thing that was like a specter, who would want to provoke it? The white spirit didn't look at Moon. Instead, it stared at the aircraft in the sky and said, "They have isolation measures. Then what do we do now?" Carrie looked at the robots outside and asked Sillin. If they went out like this, they would definitely not have an easy time. Those robots weren't the slow ones from before. They could clean up everything in the air in such a short time. If they went out, it would be a tragedy. Before Sillin could answer, Borat's voice came from the loudspeaker on the aircraft in the sky. "You guys like to hide inside, right?" "Very well. I'll let you personally experience the Robert family's mechanical army. Feel what the apocalypse is. Attack." Following Borat's order, the robots in the sky and on the ground started attacking the energy shield. Although they were able to withstand the bullets and cannons, the shockwaves caused by the intense attacks made the people inside feel dizzy. This was especially true for the Freedom Army. They did not have the protection of the 11th Squad. The protective suits they wore could only withstand the harsh environment of the planet, not the shockwaves from the shockwaves. The Freedom Army couldn't hold it in anymore. They shouted that they wanted to go out and fight the metal creatures outside. They would rather go all out than endure this kind of torture inside. Xianxia looked at Sillin and asked for his opinion. After all, Sillin and the others had control of the energy shield. If Sillin and the others didn't agree, there was nothing Xianxia could do unless they fought. However, he didn't want to break the alliance that they had worked so hard to form. Let them endure it for a while. Half a minute at most, Sillin said. Sillin had Shikai and Shimu take over the controls. He also had Carrie and the others land the fighter. The people of the Freedom Army were getting more and more irritable. Because of the vibrations of the energy field, there were a lot of charged particles in the air inside the energy shield. The charged particles made them feel uncomfortable, like thousands of needles were poking at their bodies. Their bad temper was triggered. If it wasn't for Xianxia suppressing them, they would have already started fighting. In this half a minute, Sillin and the 11th Squad started reorganizing their equipment. The weapons used to deal with the robots were different from the ones used to deal with humans. The bullets used were also different. Clad in armor, Carrie and the others walked out of the fighter. Out of habit, Carrie installed a shoulder cannon on his shoulder and buckled the foldable wrist blade on his arm. Then, he assembled his gun and stretched his limbs while holding it. When Xianxia counted to the 23rd second, a high-energy beam appeared in the sky. The target wasn't the energy shield they were in, but the robots outside. They weren't just coming from the sky. They were coming from every direction. Originally, it shouldn't have taken this long for the robots to arrive from the starship. However, Shikai had to spend a little more time to make a better setup. The Freedom Army was a little stunned. Not long ago, they saw a robot army slaughtering a couple of Sector V's other forces corps. Now a similar beam was pointing at the robot army outside the energy shield. Who is it? Inside the space plane, Borat looked very bad. The space plane he was in had been hit a few times, and he nearly fell to the ground just now. It was only after he had his men activate the energy shield that he recovered a little. However, it was only a little. Since the secret room was open, part of the detector's functions were disabled. It was why they didn't notice the incoming enemies at first notice. Are those robots? Borat's subordinates exclaimed in surprise. The distant robots were growing closer and closer. Their silvery white bodies glowed coldly in the dark sky. Yes, everyone who saw them knew that they were robots. Moreover, the appearance of these robots was similar to the mechanical army that Borat was currently controlling. Some were in the shape of birds, some were in the shape of humans, and some were in the shape of other animals. What? Is there anyone else in the League of Stars other than the Robert family who possesses such a mechanical army? Inrelson asked next to Akanos. Blue looked at Sillin's direction and said softly, "This is why they are so mysterious." The robots on both sides grew closer and closer. The robots that were attacking the energy shield turned their muzzles towards the newcomers. Although the outside didn't look much different, Borat quickly discovered that the new batch of robots were very adaptable. They were more like well-trained soldiers who knew how to line up, cover, and cooperate better. For example, when the robots on his side were concentrating their firepower, a large robot would appear and activate a beam shield. At the same time, the smaller robots around them would swiftly hide behind the beam shield and the large robot. Then, almost at the same time, the robots that were hiding behind the large robot would swiftly change directions and launch a crazy counterattack right after the first round of gunfire. Such a thing was easy to say, but if combined with the flying speed of those robots, it would be very difficult. Although the robots' programmed commands allowed them to do this, Borat still felt that there was something wrong with these newcomers. He couldn't tell why, but he felt a little annoyed. While Borat was annoyed, under the watchful eyes of everyone inside the energy shield, the two sides collided. Borat had always felt that his mechanical army was the best in the League of Stars. The amount of money that the Robert family had spent on them was enough to make any of the top families in the League of Stars turn their heads. Even the 8th Army had invested a lot of money into this army. However, all of Borat's pride was shaken by this brief collision. A batch of robots was sent flying. Although some stabilized themselves after being knocked back, the large dents on their bodies showed that they had failed. Looking at the other side, even if there were dents, they weren't to a frightening degree. Moreover, they recovered in an extremely short period of time. Although they were both made of memory alloy, there was a clear difference in the speed at which they rebounded. This wasn't just a problem with the material. It also involved other aspects. Even though Borat wasn't very accomplished in research, he still had some knowledge about robots. From this brief collision, Borat saw too many things. When a mechanical beast from a she family that looked like an eagle collided with another mechanical beast, it didn't separate from its opponent. Instead, at the moment of contact, it suddenly transformed from an eagle into a python and tightly coiled around the mechanical beast. Many serrated teeth appeared on the python's body, and the teeth carried high-energy lasers. Then, as it coiled around the mechanical beast, it cut the trapped prey into several pieces. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. There were many situations similar to this eagle mechanical beast. They could choose the best method and form based on the opponent they encountered and then kill their prey. The few small mechanical beasts on the ground also used a similar method to resist. When faced with a large opponent, they quickly gathered together and fused into a large body that was even larger than the opponent. Sillin saw the newly assembled big guy that looked like a diamond waving its huge fist and twisting a robot in front of it into two. Then, it nimbly turned around and hammered the guy that was preparing to sneak up on it. The sneak attacker's head was directly smashed by the diamond hammer. Bang! Following the shot of a cannonball, a big hole appeared in the chest of the big mechanical King Kong. However, it didn't collapse. Instead, it split into a few small mechanical beasts and continued their hunting mission. What is that? Some of the Freedom Army members were stunned. Inside the energy shield, Shikai put away the microcontroller in his hand. It's not perfected yet. I can only use rough embryos to fight first. Shikai's tone was regretful, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up to show his pride. Look, even rough embryos are enough to deal with these trash. After observing the situation for a while, Sillin signaled Shimu. Let's move on to the next step. A while later, several large energy shields appeared around the area where Sillin and the others were located. These shields protected the energy ores so that they wouldn't be usable if they were destroyed. Now that they had released White Knight, there was no need for Sillin to stay in this area any longer. He signaled to the 11th Squad, and they immediately got ready to work as a team. They had done this many times already, and the newcomers like Mogaz and the others had gotten used to it pretty well. After notifying Alkenthis, Shikai closed a large energy barrier outside. With Shikai's robots keeping the Robert family's mechanical army busy, the 11th Squad didn't encounter too many of them. Carrie cheered and rushed out. They were actually quite familiar with dealing with robots. Sometimes, when Shusag wasn't fighting them, Shikai would send his robots to spar with him. That was why the 11th Squad didn't need to get into battle mode as soon as they entered the battlefield. However, as he slashed and slashed, Carrie saw a monkey-like robot not far away jump sideways and dodge the opponent's shot. When it twisted in the air, it swung its arm and twisted the opponent's neck. Then, using the force of the rotation, it swung its arm again and accelerated when it landed. After drawing an arc, it smashed its opponent hard into the ground. Both Carrie and Shusag's faces twitched at the sight. Why does this feel so familiar? It seemed like they had fought like this not long ago in the training room of the starship. However, it was Carrie who was flung out of the training room. This time, it was the Robert family robot who was pinched by the neck and smashed into the ground. This planet's geological structure was quite hard, so a human wouldn't be able to create such a spectacular scene even if all the bones in their body were broken. Still unsatisfied, Shikai's monkey-shaped robot added 2 more kicks. If it wasn't for another Robert family robot, Carrie had a feeling that the monkey-shaped robot would have used its laser blade to finish off the robot. Carrie didn't know what happened to the robot that got slammed into the ground by the neck, but it didn't get up for a long time. The only thing it could see was the occasional sparks of electricity, which showed how hard it had been. Huimao didn't want to get involved in this battle. The only thing it cared about was the energy ores. It didn't care how many robots it killed. However, after a small energy ore pile next to it that was not protected by the protective shield was blown up, Lord Cat's hair stood on end. Meow. I'm not going crazy. Do you think I'm just here to act cute? Everyone witnessed the scene of a fat, round cat turning into a mighty mechanical beast in the blink of an eye. Then, the big cat in a berserk state spread its wings and flew into the air. It opened its mouth and roared. This roar made the people who heard it feel a sharp pain in their eardrums. Even the helmets of the protective suits couldn't stop it. Huimao's roar wasn't just sound waves. The robots in a large area around Huimao, whether they were from the Robert family or the new batch of robots made by Shikai, all showed signs of slowing down. However, Shikai's new robots were much slower than the Robert family's robots. It was this small difference that caused the Robert family's robots to suffer a tragedy. After slapping a few robots away with its wings, Huimao officially began to vent. In terms of speed, not even Shikai's new robots were a match for Huimao. Moreover, although the cat wasn't usually very reliable, its brain reacted very quickly during critical moments. Ever since it joined the fray, it had barely been hit once. At most, it was grazed by bullets. The sight of the gray cat's claw caused Inranison to shudder again and again. It was because that claw, just a single claw, had hollowed out half the waist of the big guy who had beaten them into such a sorry state. Inside a spaceplane, Imohung poked Shikai, who was watching the battle outside, and asked, "When are you going to build a mech or a mech beast like Silen's pet?" Shikai curled his lips, but he didn't say anything. His complacent expression had vanished completely. There was no good or bad without comparison. Compared to the Robert family's robots, Shikai's new robots were undoubtedly superior. However, it was only after Huimao's appearance that Shikai's attention shifted from Huimao to Cheto. Alright, there was also Cheto. Unlike Huimao's high profile, Cheto had always been like a shadow. His presence was very low, but he had done far too many amazing things when no one was paying attention to him. Cheto looked like an oddball among the armored and protective suits. He was an oddball that people couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He didn't use a blade. He only used his own hands. He didn't have wings, but his speed wasn't any slower than the robots in the sky. He didn't use any eye-catching energy beams, but too many robots had fallen to the ground wherever he went. When would they be able to build a robot like this? When would a robot army with every robot of this level be built? There was still a long way to go. And Mo Hung scratched his white hair and let out a hoarse chuckle when he saw that Shikai's mood had gone from high to heavy. Then, he sat back down and continued watching the battle on the monitor. He was getting old, and he would only be able to observe the battlefield from a similar space in the future. However, this didn't mean that he had left the battlefield. He had created fighter aircrafts for Carey in the 11th Squad, and he had created improved weapons for them as well. He could empathize with the children who were fighting on the battlefield with such equipment. His heart was no longer young, but his blood still boiled as easily as before. Silin cut down the robots one by one with his long, thin blade, while swallowing his opponents one by one like the king of snakes in a hunting ground. The robots hit by the Hell Thunder Snake S would explode one after another, and the trio who had been paying attention to Silin noticed it as well. A couple of robots around Silin had been killed before they could even get close to him, and most of them weren't aiming at Silin at all. Xianxia recalled the incident on the passenger starship. If a conflict had broken out back then, the three of them would have been the ones to die. Forget Cheto, Silin alone was enough to send all three of them to hell. Moreover, Xianxia was sure that the strange gray cat was on the starship at the time. He was glad that he hadn't made an enemy out of a person like that. Their team was only made up of a handful of people, but they always managed to surprise him. Our cooperation must continue. This was the firm resolution Xianxia had made after this experience. Unlike Xianxia, Qing's attention was drawn to Silin's blade. Other people might not know the origin of the blade, but Qing did. Her foster father used to be a big shot of Sector V, but he was assassinated later on. From her adoptive father's notebook, she learned about the star hunter Osculos, as well as Osculos' slender blade. Indigo was a little suspicious when she saw Silin take out the blade, but as Silin cut down the robots one by one, she realized that the blade was a piece of cake for her, and the others, even though their expensive blades weren't able to do it easily. That's right, it must be that blade. Osculos was killed by someone. The news was spreading throughout Sector V, but no one could come to a conclusion as to who killed Osculos. Some said it was another star rank hunter, and some said it was a heavenly mandate soldier from the military. It was because no one could imagine that someone at their level could be killed by someone else. But now, Osculos's blade was in Silen's hands. How could she not be shocked? Who the hell is Silen? Other than Shi Kai's mechanical army, the 11th Squad and the Freedom Army, spikes, clamps, and other traps would pop out of the ground from time to time. They were all controlled by White Knight. A lot of people had come here before, and all of them had perished in this area. Not even their bones were left behind. Right now, their opponents were robots. Even if these traps weren't as effective as they could be, they were still a great help. On the battlefield, the situation began to tilt. Borat almost pulled out his meticulously groomed hair, but it was useless even if he scratched himself bald. His subordinates had already made arrangements to escape. Borat's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the scenes displayed on the screen. He slapped away his subordinate who came over to persuade him and muttered incoherently. The subordinate who had been slapped until his mouth was bleeding did not care if he would be slapped again. Together with a few others, they dragged Borat away. Their main mission was to protect Borat. This was a mission given to them by the upper echelons of the race. If Borat died, all of them and their families would be buried with him. Half an hour later, a disc-shaped spaceship detached from Borat's mother spaceship. Borat was forcefully dragged inside by a few of his core subordinates. This small spaceship was obviously specially made. The robots outside fired at it, but in the blink of an eye, the spaceship disappeared. Damn it, he escaped. Hui Mao grabbed a robot that was blocking its way and swallowed it into its mouth as if venting its anger. It chewed hard a few times before spitting out a pile of metal debris. Seeing this, Shikai could not help but smack his forehead. Creating a mechanical beast like this was too damn difficult. Now that the master had escaped, the remaining soldiers were just cannon fodder. Hui Mao ignored the robots and rushed into the abandoned mother spaceship to search for valuables. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.